You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy have just made an amazing discovery in an unexplored region of the planet Earth, and are now descending a mountain to their spaceship carrying a metal chest.
I'd like to open this chest right now, Commander. Maybe it'd explain the whole mystery.
From the looks of it, we'll probably have to use an atomo torch.
Just think if it hadn't been for that earthquake, the secret would have never been discovered.
Watch your step. It's going to be tricky getting around this overhang.
Yeah, if we dropped this box, it'd go shooting down the mountain like... Hey, Commander, what's that?
I don't know.
Some of these tropical birds make some weird noises, but...
Pat, look above us. The rock's giving way.
Smoking rockets is another quake. We've got to get away from here fast. The whole top of the mountain's coming down on us.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Strange Voyager. Space Patrollers, this is the very last time we can offer you our sensational cosmic rocket launcher. Right, Hap?
Right. So if you haven't sent for yours yet, you better do it right now. Gang, you can float it or fly it. Smoking rockets, you sure can have a lot of fun with the Space Patrol Cosmic Rocket Launcher.
Here's what you get. A swell red and yellow plastic rocket and a neat snap-on scout car.
A stainless steel launching gun and a break-proof guide cord 33 feet long.
To fly it, you just press the trigger on the launching gun, and down the guide cord that rocket flies lightning fast. It hits its target and automatically releases the snap-on scout car.
To float it, you remove the rocket from the steel launching gun, detach the scout car, fill up a tub or basin with water, and send the rocket scooting over the surface.
And Space Patrollers, don't forget, there's a special place inside the scout car for secret messages. Now, you can set up a window-to-window communication system with a pal next door.
Jumpin' Jupiter, owning a cosmic rocket launcher means fun for you. Now, don't miss out. Remember, this is the last time we can tell you how to get one. Go ahead, Captain Tufeld. Tell them how.
Just send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Strange Voyager. The city of Amazonia is known throughout the solar system as the largest spaceport on the South American continent. From the reclaimed forests, jungles, and plains of the vast Amazon Valley, food supplies pour into Amazonia for shipment all over the Earth and to other planets as well. A recent earthquake centering a few hundred miles from the city has caused damage to some outlying settlements and commercial installations. Commander Corry and Happy are in Amazonia, ostensibly to supervise relief operations, but chiefly to investigate a mysterious signal that has baffled communications experts. While Happy monitors the spaceophone receiver, Buzz heads the Terra 5 toward the point where the last mysterious signal was heard. Below them, the lush forests have given way to dry, scraggly brush, clinging to the slopes of mountains.
We're close to the source now, Hap. It's somewhere in that range right ahead of us.
The signal ought to be popping on pretty soon, sir.
Yeah, it's 14:35, just 25 and a half hours since the last signal.
I've got the direction indicator all set, Commander. The instant the signal sounds, we'll pinpoint the transmitter. In just a few seconds to go. It ought to be coming through now.
Are you sure you've got the exact frequency, Hap?
Well, yes, sir. And I've got the scanner on just in case.
That's strange. For the last few days, that signal has hit in a 25 and a half hour interval to the split second.
Well, if somebody's stranded out here, maybe they'll see our ship and contact us.
They could be anywhere within a 50-square-mile area. Look at that peak over there to the left, Hap. See that raw scar on the side?
Yes, sir.
The earthquake must have caused a landslide there.
Hey, it really shook things up out here.
Hap, there's a spaceship down there.
Hey, maybe that's where the signal's been coming from. The ship must be stranded.
That looks bad. Whoever's down there must have been unable to send a regular distress call.
Yeah, the signal was probably from an automatic transmitter, and now it cut out.
We'll land and investigate.
A moment later, Buzz lands the Terra 5 close to the other spaceship. He and Happy climb down the ladder and make their way toward the private cruiser.
It sure looks deserted, Commander. Yeah, this is an awful thought, but whoever was in that ship might have been trapped by the landslide.
I don't think so, Hap. If the ship had been here when the slide occurred, it would have been partly buried. This cruiser landed later.
Yeah, you're right.
We'll go aboard and look around. Hap, there's someone up on the mountainside.
Yeah, and he's coming toward us.
Ahoy there!
Commander, do you see who that is?
Yes, it's your talkative friend, Herbert Harrison, the fellow who works for Universal Biologicals.
Yeah, the guy who got on my ear back at the communications center. Of all the people to run into clear out here.
Seems pretty excited. Look at him bound down that mountain.
He'll break his full neck if he isn't careful.
Commander, I couldn't be happier to see anyone. This is amazing. How did you happen to come here?
We were on a routine search and saw your ship.
Torn and I were looking for biologicals. Torn is my pilot. We were landed here to get some soil samples, and we came across this thing up there.
Now, calm down, Harrison. What thing?
Oh, wait till you see it. It's in sort of a cave. Torn's out there now.
Well, what's up there?
Oh, you wouldn't believe it till you see it. Come on.
Oh, well, can't you tell us what it is, Mr. Harrison?
All I'm going to say is prepare yourself for the shock of your life. But here we are, Thorne.
Glad you're back, Mr. Harrison. This place gives me the fidgets.
Oh, Commander Corry, this is Matt Thorne. Matt, this is Cadet Happy.
How do you do?
Now, what's this mystery?
Right there, just inside the cave.
Smoke and rockets. There's a man in there.
Yes, and that's not all. He is alive.
Alive? In that closed case?
Suspended animation.
Yeah, but how did he get in there? How long has he been there?
Wait a minute, Happy. Harrison, how do you know he's alive?
Just read what it says on the side of the case. See, it says in several languages. English, Spanish, German, Latin, French, and a lot of other ancient languages I can't read.
Warning. This man is living under suspended animation. He can be revived. Instructions are in the steel cylinder fastened to the case. Now, that's this thing here, I guess.
But how long has he been in suspended animation? Look at his clothes. I've never seen anything like them.
This is incredible. Those clothes look like the type worn in Europe and the Americas in the middle part of the 20th century.
The 20th century? Why, that's 1,000 years ago. You mean he's... Oh, but Commander, they didn't have suspended animation that long ago.
Looks like they did, Cadet. I've had a chance to read this whole plaque. Somebody named Dr. Jarnigan put this fellow in here in the year 1954.
Why, then, that would make your guess correct, Commander. About the clothes, I mean.
Wow, if we can revive him. Think what he could tell us about ancient history, about propeller-driven airplanes and...
Harrison,
and all...
how did you happen to find this cave?
Oh, lucky accident. Torn and I saw this mountain from our ship. The quake damage and all. Just on the spur of the moment, I suggested we land and take some soil samples. For biologicals, you know. We're always looking for new cures for old diseases.
We had this general area on our schedule, so we figured this was as good a place as any.
Then Thorne saw the cave.
I see. Harrison, did you or Thorne see any electronics equipment or hear any signals?
Oh, no, Commander.
Well, perhaps it was swept down the mountain by the landslide and operated for a few days before it cut out.
Sure. We'll probably find it buried at the base of the mountain.
We'll worry about that later. The important thing right now is to get this man to a well-equipped medical center and revive him, if he can be revived.
Well, Thorne and I will do anything to help, Commander.
Sure, Commander.
Now, good. It'll take the four of us to move that case down the mountain to our ship. Harrison, you and Thorne take that end of the case. Hap and I'll take the front end.
Carefully, the four men carry their strange burden down the side of the mountain toward the spaceships. At last, the precarious journey is finished, and Buzz orders them to set the case down beside the Terra 5.
Set him down easy, men. We'll catch our breath and put him aboard the ship.
Well, Commander, I suppose you'll be taking this fellow to Amazonia, to the hospital there.
Well, that's the nearest place, but the Terra Medical Center is much better equipped.
Terra? Oh, that box in the cave.
What box?
A large chest of some kind back toward the rear of the cave. Didn't you see it?
Come to think of it, I remember something back there.
Well, even if it's not needed to revive this man, it might contain valuable information.
Now, let's get this man in the ship, and then we'll go back after that chest. All right, all together now.
Thorne, watch out, huh?
Oh, my. hand.
What's the matter?
Lizard had bit me on the hand.
I tried to warn him, sir. The lizard was right there by the corner of the case.
It's a poisonous variety, Thorne. You'll have to have that hand attended to right away and Hap go aboard the ship and get the first aid kit.
No, I'll be all right.
That bite could give you a lot of trouble. It'll only take a minute to run a blood test, and we'll know how to treat it.
No, never mind. I'll be okay.
Commander, I'll take care of Thorne. After all, my firm manufactures miracle drugs. I'll see that Thorne's hand is taken care of. I have complete facilities aboard my ship.
Sure, Mr. Harrison will fix me up.
Of course. In my work, I have to be prepared for poisonous insects, plants, reptiles, everything. Thorne has had worse accidents than this.
That's right, Commander. I'll be okay.
All right, Harrison. You fix Thorne's hand. Happy and I'll go after the chest. Come on, Hap.
Yes, sir.
Nice work. As soon as they get out of sight, we'll load the case in our ship and blast off.
Wait. We got to make sure no one will ever look for us or for our sleeping friend.
And then get rid of Corry and the cadet. Quick, while our backs are turned. Use the disintegrator.
Don't be a fool, Thorne. I'll wait till they're on their way back with the chest. Then I'll use the disintegrator to start a landslide.
Yeah, then it'll look like an accident.
Exactly. Now, get in our ship and treat that hand of yours. I'll dispose of Corry, and no one will ever know about the secret in the cave.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Hey, gang, I'm sure glad you tuned in today because this is positively, absolutely the last time I can tell you about the terrific Space Patrol Cosmic Rocket Launcher. And you're just in time, too, for the big Cosmic Rocket Race. Now, targets are all set up, and 3 of my Space Patrol pals are lined up behind the triggers of their new Cosmic Rocket Launchers. All 3 of them have been training mighty hard the last couple of weeks, and now they're going to see who's the quickest on the trigger of the stainless steel launching gun. All ready? On target. Blast off! Wow, Space Patrollers, you should have seen it. 3 rockets traveling down 3 guide cords hit the target and wham, automatically released the scout cars. And was it a close race? Say, here comes the winner. Let's ask him how he got so fast on that launcher trigger.
Practice, Captain Two-Felt, over and over. You know, the rocket and snap-on scout car are break-proof plastic. You can shoot the rocket as often as you like. And the nylon launching cord, that's break-proof, too. As for real trigger action, there's plenty of it. Packed right into that steel launching gun.
Yes, you bet there is. And Space Patrollers, you're in for plenty of action, too, when you get a cosmic rocket launcher of your very own. But you better hurry, because this is the very last time I can tell you how to get one. Yep, the last time on Space Patrol for the cosmic rocket launcher. So right away, today, send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address, and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri, and hurry! And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Strange Voyager. An earthquake in the interior of the South American continent on the planet Earth has uncovered a secret cave. In the cave, Buzz and Happy have found a transparent plastic case containing a man who, according to an inscription, has been in suspended animation for 10 centuries. With the help of Herbert Harrison and Matt Thorne, who claim to be employees of a firm specializing in biologicals, Buzz and Happy carry the case down the mountain to their spaceship. Then the 2 space patrollers return to the cave to retrieve a metal chest. Right now, Buzz and Happy are working their way down the mountain with the heavy box, unaware that Harrison plans to cause a landslide with a disintegrator.
Watch your step. It's going to be tricky getting around this overhang.
Yeah, if we drop this box, it'll go bouncing down the mountain. Commander, what's that?
I don't know.
Some of these tropical birds make some weird noises, but
Hap,
Commander...
look up above us. The rock's giving way.
Smoking rockets. It's another quake. The whole top of the mountain's coming down.
Hap, press back against this overhang.
What if the rock doesn't hold?
It's our only chance. Hold tight. Okay, Hap?
By a miracle, yes.
This overhang must be rooted in bedrock. Landslide passed completely over us down into the valley.
If it wasn't for this shelf of rock, we'd be buried under tons of earth. Commander, the box. It's gone.
Yes, Hap. It's down there in the landslide. When we get down the mountain to the ship, we'll call a space patrol unit from Amazonia to look for it. Now, come on, let's get off the mountain before there's another landslide.
Meantime, at the base of the mountain, Herbert Harrison clutches his disintegrator and peers intently at the swirling clouds of dust following the landslide. As the dust settles, Matt Thorne, Harrison's pilot, steps out of the private cruiser and walks toward the plastic case containing a man who's been sleeping for 1,000 years.
Thorne, where are you going?
Let's get this case into our ship.
That can wait. Look.
Huh? Corry and the cadet.
Yes, they survived the landslide.
Quick, finish him off with a disintegrator.
No, not now, you idiot. Do you want to spoil more than 1,000 years of planning?
But here they come.
Let them. It's our job to keep this mystery localized. Localized in this solar system until we can get away, understand?
Yes, sure, I understand.
Then take this disintegrator. Get it out of sight. I'll handle Corry. From now on, Plan 3 is in operation.
All right. I lost my head for a minute.
Oh, Commander Corry, Cadet, you made it. Thorne and I have given you up for lost.
The landslide passed over us. Oh, how's Thorne's hand?
No, he's treating it now, Commander. Nothing to worry about. He'll be all right.
I appreciate your help, Harrison. Happy now I'll be able to handle things ourselves from here on.
But the man in the case, can you manage?
Yes, thanks. We'll get him aboard Terra 5 and blast off. Now, let's go, Hap.
Many hours later, in an operating room at the Terra Medical Center, Buzz, Happy, and Dr. Nathan Androff stand around the plastic case containing the figure of a man. Nearby is an open cylinder. The transparent plastic cover of the case has been removed, and Buzz, Happy, and the doctor gaze intently at the placid features of a man who may have been sleeping for 1,000 years.
I've followed the instructions in the cylinder, Commander. We should obtain results shortly, if we obtain them at all.
And you didn't need anything in the chest that got lost?
No, fortunately.
Dr. Androff, the man's smiling. He is alive.
Yes, Cadet. The reviving procedure is amazingly similar to our present-day methods of terminating suspended animation. And according to Dr. Jarnigan's message, his name is David Stern.
Yeah, but who was this Dr. Jarnigan? And how did Dr. Jarnigan ever get him to agree to such a crazy idea like this?
Well, that's something we won't know until the man wakes up. Dr. Androff, when will that be?
The body temperature is nearly normal. The pulse beat is increasing. The breathing is becoming deeper.
Then there's nothing abnormal about him, huh?
Well, no, except for one thing. We have not been able to classify his blood type.
Then he has an entirely different type of blood?
So it seems. Of course, the obvious explanation is that his blood was radically changed by the process that put him to sleep for 1,000 years.
Oh, sure. Hey, he's coming to. Look, his eyes are opening.
Stand back, Happy. This could be a terrific shock to the man. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, Doctor. You are not Dr. Jarnigan.
You're in a hospital. We're carrying out Dr. Jarnigan's instructions. Everything's all right.
Sure. I know. What's the date?
Well, when did you fall asleep?
I went to sleep in 1954. What year is it now?
We'll have a nice chat after you've had a nap.
Okay. Break it to me easy. What century?
The 30th.
Thanks. I do feel sort of drowsy. I guess if you sleep 1,000 years, it gets to be a habit.
Smoking rockets. He's asleep again.
It's amazing. He took it as calmly as if he'd only awakened from one night's sleep. And there may be a reaction later. When he wakes up again, Dr. Androff, call me. I'll be in the superintendent's office.
In the secluded office in the administration section of the Terra Medical Center, Happy excitedly jots down questions to ask David Stern, the man who actually lived on Earth in the 20th century. Commander Corry, however, seems gravely troubled.
Something worrying you, Commander?
There's something about this Stern case that doesn't ring true. This Dr. Jarnigan, for example. He made a discovery nearly 1,000 years ahead of his time. And yet none of our research experts can find any mention of a Dr. Jarnigan in old 20th century medical records.
Well, maybe he kept all of his work a secret.
Possibly. Another thing. What happened to that spaceophone signal? And how did it happen that Harrison and Thorne were there before us?
Well, they were looking for biologicals.
So they claim. But I've checked on those two men. Universal Biologicals has no one named Herbert Harrison or Matt Thorne working for them.
What? Then what's Harrison's game, anyway?
I don't know. Yet. But Harrison and Thorne aren't in South America hunting biologicals. They're right here on Terra.
Oh. Then do you think they were in Amazonia for the same reason we were, to find the source of that signal?
I think they found the transmitter and destroyed it.
But why?
Commander, something terrible has happened.
Yes, Dr. Enroth, what is it?
It's David Stern. He has disappeared.
Disappeared?
I thought you locked that room, Doctor.
I did lock it, but the lock has been destroyed. There's a big hole in the door where the lock was. I will order the entire hospital searched from top to bottom.
All right, Doctor, do that, but I don't think you'll find Stern here.
But where could he be?
I know 2 men who might be able to answer that question. Come on, Hap.
Several blocks from the Terra Medical Center, in a small apartment, 2 men carefully go over every inch of the walls and furniture with a small instrument that projects an almost invisible cone of violet light. A third man sits and stares at them, a placid smile on his face.
Well, this about does it. I've covered everything with the eradicator beam.
All right. Now, Stern, don't touch anything. Stern, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Let's get to the spaceport.
Oh, sure.
What's the matter with you? Don't you realize you're going home, back to Vega, after 1,000 years in this solar system?
That's probably what he's been dreaming about. Hey, Stern?
No, I was dreaming, but not about home. For 1,000 years I've dreamed. What wonderful dreams. There's nothing anywhere in any galaxy as beautiful as those dreams.
We got a job to do. When we get to Mars, we'll get aboard our star drive ship and head for Vega with all the information Thorne and I have gathered.
The United Planets won't know they're in danger until our task force hits them. Who could that be?
Get Stern into the next room. Go on, Stern. No one must see you here.
All right, I'll tell you about my dream later.
Now, whoever it is, I'll do the talking. Yes? Well, Commander Corry, this is a surprise.
I figured it would be. You finished your search for biologicals very quickly, didn't you?
Well, I was called back by my firm.
I'd like to talk to you. Mind if I come in?
Oh, come right in, both of you.
Thanks. Come on, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, gentlemen.
Yeah, make yourselves at home.
How's your hand, Thorne?
Oh, just fine, thanks.
May I see it? Come on, I'd like to take a look at it. Completely healed. Remarkable.
I told you we were well equipped to handle field emergencies.
So I see. Well, Harrison, I thought you might like to know about the suspended animation case.
Oh, the man in the cave. I was going to ask about him. How is he?
He disappeared from the hospital.
No.
That's why I came here. I thought you might help us find him.
Why, I'd like to help if I can, but searching for missing persons is a little out of my line.
But what is your line, Harrison?
I told you, biologicals. I'm field survey agent for University.
They never heard of you or of Thorne.
There must be some mistake. Why, I've been with them for years.
What's in the next room?
Why, it's just a bedroom, Commander.
Mind if I have a look? Come on, Happy.
Stay right where you are, both of you, and get your hands up.
Better do as Thorne says. Your solar system blast guns are crude, but quite effective.
Then David Stern is here.
Yes, but he won't be for long. Thorne and I are taking him home after we dispose of you.
And just where is home? Some other solar system, I suppose.
You are right, Commander. Stern, Thorne, and I are from the constellation you call Lyra. To be exact, from the planetary system of the star Vega.
Smoking rockets from another star system.
Yes, Cadet. If you hadn't escaped the landslide, Thorne and I could have taken Stern away, and no one would have ever known that spies from another solar system had been among you.
Oh, then Stern hasn't been in suspended animation for 1,000 years.
Oh, yes, he has. But there never was a Dr. Jarnigan. Stern arrived on your planet Earth before your era of space travel. He lived among you, learned your ways, your weapons.
So your people could attack us, is that it?
Yes. In 1954, he was ready to return to Vega. But this star drive wouldn't function. So he destroyed the ship and concealed himself in that mountain under suspended animation.
Well, why all this hocus-pocus about Dr. Jarnigan and hiding the instructions in the cylinder?
In case Stern was ever found, we wanted no one to suspect he came from another solar system.
What about the spacephone signal? Is that what brought you here from Vega?
No. Thorne and I have been here for about 2 years. The earthquake in South America opened Stern's hiding place.
Yeah, Harris and I were on Mars at the time. We picked it up and came here to get Stern.
Then you destroyed the transmitter.
No, it was destroyed automatically when we were within a few yards of it. That was part of the original plan. There must be nothing to suggest that David Stern was not of this solar system. The transmitter, because of its unique design and strange materials, would have given away our secret.
And Happy and I are the only people in this system that know about the coming attack from Vega.
That is correct. In a moment, both of you will disappear, be disintegrated. Then when Stern and Thorne and I arrive at Vega with our data, our task force will blast off to conquer you.
When do they expect you?
They don't. Thorne and I are one of 100 scouting units. scattered all over this galaxy. We are regarded as lost until we return.
Let's finish him off and get going.
All right, Thorne. I'll get the disintegrator.
It's in the room with Stern.
Keep them covered, Thorne. I'll be right back.
Pat, get Harrison. I'll handle Thorne.
Yes, sir. Drop that blaster, Thorne. Stern, get the disintegrator. Stern, do you hear me?
I'm here, Harrison.
Leap them have it.
I'll take care of everything, Harrison.
Break loose, Thorne. Break loose so Stern can use the disintegrator. Let go. Hurry, Stern. Let them have it.
Sure. Everybody, stay right where you are.
Commander, he got Thorne and Harrison.
Yes, Cadet. And this isn't a disintegrator. As you see, my friends are lying on the floor, asleep. Please don't try to attack me, or I'll be forced to use this on you.
Hold it, Happy. Stern, what's that weapon you've got there?
Weapon? It's not a weapon. It's a blessing. If you only knew its effects, you'd beg me to use it on you.
It knocked out your pals, Harrison and Thorne.
They're asleep. Asleep the way you found me in the cave.
Why did you turn it on them instead of us?
Because they're my friends. I want them to know the bliss of wonderful dreams. Everlasting dreams of beauty and peace. The dreams I enjoyed for 1,000 years.
Then you don't want them to go back to Vega.
No. My people would only return here and bring war and pain and sorrow. Your solar system is safe from invasion.
Hap, take that sleep gun out of his hand and be careful.
Yes, sir.
In just a moment, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure brought to you by Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars. Last call! Last call! Space Patrollers, this is absolutely the final time we'll ever be able to offer you the great cosmic rocket launcher. You've got to act fast. Now remember, included in this terrific offer are the break-proof plastic rocket, the stainless steel firing gun, the 33 feet of tough nylon cord, and the plastic scout car, which is launched automatically in midair. Yes, you get all of them, and here's what you do. Ask Mom to get the big brown and yellow can of Nestle's Quick, the product that makes the richest, most delicious chocolate milk in the universe. Then you send the special premium panel from the label, or the lid from the can of Quick, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And do it right away, because this is the last call, last call. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are locked in an airtight chamber on Neptune's third moon by a criminal trying to force them to reveal Space Patrol's secrets.
Rorschach must be crazy. Just locking us up in here isn't going to make us talk.
Listen. Hear that?
Yes, sir. Sounds like some sort of a pump.
You notice anything about the air in here?
Well, now that you mention it, it is sort of hard to breathe.
They're pumping the air out of the chamber.
We've only got two choices. Press the alarm button or suffocate.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Red Demon of Venus. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Bela Kovac, Norman Jolly, and Jan Arban. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for exciting action on Space Patrol. Space Patrol was brought to you today by Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are locked in an airtight chamber on Neptune's third moon by a criminal trying to force them to reveal Space Patrol's secrets.
Rorschach must be crazy. Just
Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are locked in an airtight chamber on Neptune's third moon by a criminal trying to force them to reveal Space Patrol's secrets.
Rorschach must be crazy. Just locking us up in here isn't going to make us talk.
Listen. Hear that?
Oh, yes, sir. Sounds like some sort of a pump.
You notice anything about the air in here?
Now that you mention it, it's sort of hard to breathe.
They're pumping the air out of the chamber.
We've only got two choices. Press the alarm button or suffocate.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Red Demon of Venus.
Say, Space Patrollers, this is Cadet Hatton. If you're like me, you never get enough Nestle's chocolate. Man, that's such sensational, smooth, rich, delicious chocolate. Every bite tastes like more. And you know, there's a way to buy them so you always have more. That's the family pack. 6 Nestle's chocolate bars packed together in a swell carton. Tell Mom she'll find them at grocery stores and supermarkets. And they're real money savers, too. There's another way to make sure you have plenty of Nestle bars. That's to buy them big. You can get a 10-cent bar, or bigger still, an economy bar, and bigger yet, a tremendous king-size bar. That's the one I like best because it's so thick. Now, the 10-cent economy and king-size bars, as well as those neat family packs, come in all 3 of Nestle's terrific flavors. Smooth, creamy milk chocolate in the red and white wrappers, milk chocolate with toasty almonds in the blue and white wrap, and, of course, that crispy, crunchy, wonderful crunch bar in the red and blue wrap. Whichever you like best, treat yourself to Nestle's in a great big way. I'm sure you'll say just what I do. The more Nestle's, the merrier. And always remember, Nestles, Nestle's makes the very best chocolate. Ooh, what a voice.
And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Red Demon of Venus. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy have landed the Terra 5 on high ground at the center of a small island in the Venus marshes. They're searching for Nelson Tanagru, a Space Patrol secret agent who's not been heard from for 3 days. Right now, Buzz and Happy make their way through the thick vegetation toward the eastern shore of the island to locate the tiny shack Tanagru has been using as a base of operations.
Maybe that gang Tanagru was after located him before he got them.
It's something pretty serious, or we'd have heard from him. He's got a spacer phone.
I think I see the shack.
That's it. Come on.
Smoke and rockets. It's almost underwater.
Flood hit worse here than it did at the settlement.
You don't think Tanagru got trapped in the shack?
Tanagru! Tanagru, are you there? This is Commander Corry. Tanagru!
Oh. It came from back there in the brush, to the right.
Must be Tanagru. Tanagru!
Here, Commander.
Let's go, Hap. There he is in the clearing. Tanagru.
Thought I was finished, and then I heard your voice.
Don't try to get up. Just take it easy. What happened? Did that smuggling gang get you?
No, nothing that dramatic. It's a spider bite. Got me in the hand.
Oh, it's sure swollen.
I'll get you to the ship right away. What kind of a spider was it?
It's lying over there by that rock. As you see, I won.
Oh, it sure was a big one. And as red as a rocket blast.
Yeah. Jumped on me from a tree limb. Thought it was a ball of fire. Felt like it, too.
When did this happen?
Early this morning, right after I killed a spider, I blacked out for a while. I don't feel so bad now, except I can't move.
I don't want to frighten you, Tanagru, but do you know what kind of spider that is?
I thought I knew everything that crawled or flew in these Martians, but that's a new one on me.
The spider's called the red demon of Venus. It's extremely poisonous. Naturalists have thought it was extinct.
Well, at least that one is.
Tanagru, we've got to get you to Venus City Hospital right away. Give me a hand, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Wait. I may black out again. Let me tell you what I found out about that gang. They've been operating out of the settlement.
That can wait.
Now, please, Commander. I'll feel better if you let me fill you in.
All right, but just the high points.
Some of the names on a map of where they hide their loot are in a notebook in my jacket pocket.
I'll get it later.
I think they're on to me. I got in a jet boat and pulled away from the wharf at the settlement last night. So one of the gang watching me.
They didn't follow you here to the island, though?
No. When I got back here, I found the shack flooded. Couldn't use a space phone. Sunk the boat and I could get at it again. And hid here in the clearing.
So if they came here to the island, they'd see the shack was submerged and figure you'd gone.
Yeah. I was at the settlement for 3 days. Didn't dare use the space phone there. No telling who might be spying for the gang.
All right, Tanagru. I think we'd better get you to the ship. Easy now, Happy.
With Tanagru made as comfortable as possible in an aft compartment, Buzz and Happy blast off for Venus City. Buzz loses no time in contacting the hospital by spaceophone. He's now waiting for a reply as Happy returns to the control compartment.
Tanagru is still conscious, Commander, but he doesn't look too good. Heard from Dr. Bryce yet, sir?
Not since that first call, man.
Sure wish there was something we could do.
Dr. Bryce says anything we might do now might hinder the regular treatment.
Venus City Hospital calling Commander Corry aboard the Terra 5. Dr. Bryce to Commander Corry.
Corry here. Go ahead, Doctor.
I have some very bad news, Commander. A single drop of serum here at the hospital.
And contact some other hospitals. Try Terra or Mars.
I'll try, but I'm sure they haven't any. You see, the red demon spider is found only here on Venus. And there have been no cases reported for over 5 years. Our records show that the last of our supply of serum was discarded 18 months ago.
Discarded?
Yes, it becomes ineffective after a certain length of time.
Dr. Bryce, you told me that Tanagru must have treatment within a few hours or the bite will be fatal.
That's true, unfortunately.
Then what are we going to do?
Well, there is one alternative.
What is it?
We can obtain a blood donation from another victim of that type of spider and inject that blood into Tanagru's veins.
Do you know where we can find such a person?
Our records show that a patient named Theodore Rorschach was successfully treated here 5 years ago.
Where is he now?
I don't know, but I've already ordered a checkmate.
Doctor, how much time have we got?
I can't say. In some cases, the bite has proved fatal within a few minutes. In rare instances, well, the longest was 18 hours.
Nearly a third of the time's gone already. Doctor, keep trying to locate Rorschach. I'll contact Space Patrol headquarters in Terra and get master locator control on the job. Corry out.
Well, it sure doesn't look good, does it, sir?
If Theodore Rorschach is alive, we'll find him. I'll give locator control a AAA priority order and put out an all-planets alert. After that's taken care of, you take the controls till we reach Venus City. I'll be back with Tanagru. Just take it easy, Tanagru. We'll be landing in Venus City in a few minutes.
Never thought a spider might put me on my back, Commander.
It took the red demon to do it.
Yeah. Say, have you had a chance to go over my notebook?
Yes. Done a great job. The information you've gathered, we can close in on those thieves right away.
Well, except the leader. Couldn't get a line on who he is. He keeps in the background.
When we pull in the gang, we'll make them talk.
I've got a favor to ask. When you round them up, I want to be in on it.
Well, that's going to be up to the doctor. And if he says okay, you can bet you'll be there when we pull him in.
Excuse me, Commander.
Yes, Happy.
You asked me to tell you when we were 3 minutes from Venus City.
Yes, Happy, thanks. I'll take over. Hey, Tanagru, take it easy.
Sure. You bet, Commander.
I told you to land the ship. Something wrong?
Yes, sir. I didn't think I should tell you in front of Tanagru. A report just came in from Terra headquarters on Rorschach.
Where is he?
They don't know. The last information on him is a year old. Rorschach is wanted. He's a criminal. And he's hiding out. Poor Tanagru. It looks like it's all over with him.
You've got to find Rorschach and find him quick.
Well, gee, sir, the Mercury headquarters hasn't found him in a year. What chance have we got with just a few hours to go?
Get on the controls, Hap. We're in a spaceophone Venus City headquarters. When we land, I want an interplanet relay set up for an emergency message.
Meantime, millions of DUs away in Neptune City, two men sit before a spaceophone receiver. As the sweep second hand of a clock swings upward, both men grow tense. And one grips his companion's arm.
I tell you, Rorschach, it's been on every 15 minutes. Commander Corry himself. Microtape, of course. And on all the main channels. It's a trap. I know it is.
Calm down, Glazer. No use getting excited.
Scared the daylights out of me when I first heard it. I expected any minute to hear the Space Patrol right outside that door.
Quiet, Glazer.
Number 97. All planets alert. Attention, all Space Patrol units and all citizens of the United Planets. This is a AAA priority bulletin. Please listen carefully. This is your Space Patrol Commander-in-Chief, Buzz Corry.
What did I tell you, Rorschach?
Shut up.
I'm addressing every man, woman, and child in the solar system. In particular, I'm addressing Theodore Rorschach.
See?
5 years ago, you were bitten by a poisonous spider, a red demon of Venus. Your life was saved. Now, Theodore Rorschach, you have the power to save a life as yours was saved. A few drops of your blood, that's all that stands between life and death for a fellow human being.
He's breaking my heart.
I don't ask you to turn yourself in. You are guaranteed immunity from arrest while you perform this generous act. Go to any doctor in the solar system, any medical organization, public or private. You will then be given 48 hours of further immunity. You will not be followed. You will not be traced by man or instrument of any kind during that period. You risk nothing, Rorschach. You can save a life. Contact any doctor or any Space Patrol unit, but act now. Every second is urgent. This is Buzz Corry.
Cut it off,
Commander-in-Chief
Glazer.
of Space.
It's a trick. It has to be.
Maybe, but I doubt it. Corry doesn't work that way.
Rorschach, you aren't thinking of playing Corry's game.
Yeah, Glazer, I am. It's Corry's game, but the cards are mine, and it's my deal. Contact Commander Corry right now.
A few moments later, at the Venus City headquarters of the Space Patrol, Communications Center switches an emergency spaceophone call to Buzz Corry's temporary office. The commander listens skeptically but intently as an anonymous voice dictates a bold demand.
Those are Rorschach's terms, Commander. What's your answer?
How do I know you're actually representing Rorschach?
You don't. But for that matter, how do you know I'm not Rorschach?
All right, let's not argue that. Why does Rorschach insist that I meet him personally out in space? It would save precious time if Rorschach came directly here to Venus. Any Space Patrol ship or commercial space line will bring him here and return him to any point in the solar system.
Look, Commander, you meet Rorschach in space in the orbit of Neptune's second moon, or not at all. Come, Corry, a man's life is at stake, remember?
All right, I accept Rorschach's terms. Give me the space coordinates, I'll blast off immediately.
Swiftly, the precious hours fly by, and Buzz and Happy hurtle toward the distant rendezvous point, with the Terra 5 accelerating at a rate barely under the threshold of physical and mental endurance. Finally, as they near the orbit of Neptune's second moon, the scanning beam of the viewscope fixes upon a small object in free fall.
It's a private cruiser, Class C, Commander, and according to the vector computer, it's right at the rendezvous point.
I'll cut acceleration.
It's a relief.
Now, let's see if we can contact that cruiser. Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, holding private cruiser in Sector 4, orbit of Neptune moon number 2. Space Patrol battle cruiser Terra 5. Commander Corry here. Acknowledge.
Private cruiser N208 to Commander Corry. This is Theodore Rorschach. You made good time.
You'll need every second of it. When we join airlocks, be ready to come aboard.
Just a minute. You come aboard my ship.
All right, it doesn't matter.
And one more thing. I'm not to be followed or traced for 48 hours. Does that promise still hold?
Yes, I give you my word. In less than 3 minutes after I come aboard, you can be on your way. A man's life is in danger, Rorschach. Let's not waste any more time.
All right, Commander. Join airlocks. Rorschach out.
The nerve of that guy giving you orders.
Let's just think it's Canada. Stand by to join airlocks.
A few moments later, the Terra 5 is joined to the cruiser by the magnetic coupler. Taking the medical kit, Buzz and Happy pass through the airlocks into Rorschach's ship.
Welcome aboard, Commander.
You're Theodore Rorschach, is that right?
Right.
Description fits. You'll know for sure when we run a test of your blood sample. Roll up your right sleeve.
Sure. Mind telling me who's raiding all this fuss over a spider bite? Is it the Secretary General?
It's a Space Patrol agent. He'd make the same effort to save anybody's life, even yours. All right, Hap, take over.
Give me your arm, Rorschach. Now, don't worry. This isn't going to hurt at all.
Just you two are handling the whole thing, eh? Nobody else is in your ship?
We wanted to save time by bringing Canagru along. But he's too ill to move.
Now, hold still, Rorschach. This will all be over in 5 seconds.
It's all over right now. Get your hands up, both of you.
Hey, what's going on?
Don't move, Cadet, or I'll drop you with a ray gun.
What's the idea, Rorschach?
Keep him covered, Glazer. The idea is this, Commander. You got a lot of information that can be of use to me. Space Patrol code, methods of operation, cases under investigation, and stuff like that.
You think I'm going to tell you anything?
You better. You expect to get back to Venus in time. Keep talking for a couple of hours, and we'll let you go.
There isn't time. Can't you understand? No use talking to you.
I told him not to move.
How's that, Rorschach? 1, 2, just like that.
Cut the ship loose from the Terra 5 and blast off. When Corry comes to, we'll have plenty of time to make him talk.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, Space Patrollers, how are you at magic? You like to astonish your friends and family with real neat tricks? Well, here's a great one for you. And so simple, I can teach you how to do it in just about 1 minute. Here's what you do. Pour out a big, frosty cold glass of milk. Now just drop in 2 spoonfuls of Nestle's Quick. Swirl your spoon in the glass and presto, like magic, you have the richest, most delicious chocolate milk ever made. Yes, sir, it's real magic because Nestle's Quick makes itself. Yes, sir, it's the only chocolate milk that needs no beating, no shaking. It's the only one that mixes instantly and completely and stays mixed until you've drunk up the very last drop. And believe me, gang, it's the only one that gives you sensational, rich flavor, just like Nestle's chocolate bars. And boy, does that taste like a million. And say, here's another part to this trick. Yes, sir, you can make Quick disappear just like that. You want to know how that's done? Easy. Once you taste the cosmic flavor of Nestle's Quick, you'll drink it down so fast, it'll actually vanish before your eyes. Now, wouldn't you like to be a magician and have this sensational chocolate milk for your meals and snacks? Well, all you have to do is remember that Nestle's Quick does the trick. That's Q-U-I-K, Quick. It comes in the big brown and yellow can, and it's magic. So ask Mom to bring home some today. And save the special premium panel from the side of the Quick label. It's going to come in handy real soon. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Red Demon of Venus. Rendering Buzz and Happy unconscious with a ray gun, Rorschach and his accomplice, Glazer, pulled their space cruiser away from the Terra 5 and blasted off into space. Feeling secure that Commander Corry has already given Space Patrol units orders not to try to trace Rorschach for 48 hours, the true criminals have taken Buzz and Happy to a hideout on Neptune's third moon. Right now, Rorschach stands over them as the Space Patrollers regain consciousness.
Now listen, you're where no one will find you. You're on Neptune's third moon.
Rorschach, listen to me. There's a man on Venus with only a few hours to live.
Shut up! He's a Space Patrol agent. I don't care whether he lives or not. But if you care, you better talk. Glazer!
No.
Come here. Let's get to work.
Oh, they've come around, huh?
Now get this, Corry. Your only chance to save this pal of yours is to start talking. Give us the Space Patrol codes and all that other stuff I mentioned. Come on, give.
If you keep us here, one man loses his life. Tanagu. If we reveal Space Patrol secrets, we'd use them to destroy many innocent people.
So you wouldn't talk to save Tanagu, eh?
No, even if we did talk, you wouldn't keep your promise.
The study. We'll put them in the study.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah. Open the door, Glazer. All right, you two, get moving.
Go on inside.
When you decide to be reasonable, and I'm sure you will, you'll find an alarm button near the door. Just press it and we'll let you out.
Now, get in.
So this is the study. It looks harmless enough to me, just a bare room.
Yes, lined with metal. Walls, ceiling, and floor.
Oh, this must be the alarm button Rorschach mentioned. I wonder what's supposed to happen to make us talk. Oh, I know. Keeping us here without food or water.
Maybe, but that's a slow method. Rorschach knows he's got less than 48 hours before the Space Patrol starts searching for us.
Sure, but nobody knows we're on the third moon of Neptune.
No, but when the search begins, it'll start from our ship. Unless Rorschach destroys it, it's still in free fall around the number 2 moon. The Space Patrol will search all the moons, probably with special attention to number 3.
Why, sir?
It's the only Neptune moon with atmosphere. Hear that?
Yes, sir. Sounds like some sort of a pump.
Notice anything about the air in here?
Now that you mention it, it's sort of hard to breathe.
They're pumping the air out of the chamber. They're making a vacuum in here.
We've only got 2 choices. Press the alarm button or suffocate.
Don't intend to do either one.
Yeah, we can't break out.
No. Let's see if we can find the outlet valve, the place where the air is being drawn out of here.
Yeah, there won't be long now, Rorschach. He'll be ringing that alarm bell pretty quick.
Sure. I don't care how brave a man is. When he can't breathe, he gets panicky. He'd give anything for one lungful of air.
Wonder why they don't ring a bell. Maybe I better step up the pump.
Yeah.
Rorschach, look at the gauge.
Hey, it's nearly to zero.
No one could live in that chamber.
Why, the fools, the stubborn, stupid fools.
Maybe the alarm didn't work.
Glazer, shut off that pump. Shut it off, quick.
Sure.
Now, let's open the chamber. They still may be alive. Hurry up, Glazer. Get the door open. We got to revive them and make them talk.
There, I've got it.
Now, in there, and drag them out. Hurry.
Drop them, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Wow. If Glazer hadn't dropped with that last punch, I'd have folded.
Rorschach took the last I had.
That air sure feels good. My lungs are burning.
Rorschach must have a spaceophone here. We got our wind back and notify Venus City Hospital.
Hey, Commander, Glazer's coming too.
Watch him.
Yes, sir.
You guys aren't human. It was almost a vacuum in here.
Oh, not quite. We found the outlet vent and stopped it up with my belt. The vacuum was just in the pipe, not in the chamber. Hey, Commander, there goes Rorschach out the door.
I'll go after him. Keep an eye on Glazer.
Better yet.
Okay, that'll hold him. Come on, Hap.
There he goes. He's heading for that shed.
They have weapons in there. We've got to catch him.
He's inside.
Try the door.
Oh, he locked it.
It's a rickety-looking door. One kick ought to break it. Now, come on. All right, Rorschach. Where are you?
Must be hiding behind one of these stacks of cases.
We'll find him. Come on out, Rorschach.
You're just making things tougher on yourself.
Now, watch your step, Hap. Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir.
Wait, Hap. You stay here. I'll go behind those cases. If he makes a run for it, nail him.
Right.
Better hold that, Commander.
There he is.
Don't come any closer, I'm warning you. I'll blow you to bits.
Quit bluffing, Rorschach.
I'm not bluffing. You know what this is in my hand? I'll tell you. It's a mining bomb. By turning this dial, I can set it to go off in 30 seconds. Or as little as 5 seconds.
Don't fool around with that. Are you crazy?
Not in the least. Now, don't worry. I won't press the timer button unless you force me to. Careful, Commander. One more step and I'll lower the regulator to 5 seconds and press the timer. Now, I intend to walk out of here holding the bomb, of course, and get into my spaceship. And stay right where you are if you want to live.
Gee, Commander, it isn't even a case of us or him. It's us and him.
Yeah, the cadet is right, Corry. You won't gain a thing if you try to stop me.
All right, Rorschach. But there'll be another time.
I'll take my chances on that. Goodbye, gentlemen. Ah,
The floor gave away.
Get him quick, Hap. All right, Rorschach, get up.
I can't. I'm cut. My leg's cut.
Well, just take it easy. We'll pull you out.
What happened to the bomb? Where is it?
I dropped it through the hole in the floor when the plane gave away.
Listen. There's something down there, under the flooring.
It's the bomb. I must have pressed the timer when I fell.
Smoking rockets, we've got to get out of here in a few
Don't leave
seconds.
me here, please. Don't leave me here. Get me out.
Happy, grab his other arm and pull.
Yes, sir. Oh, he's really stuck.
Once more, Happy.
Yeah, that does it.
Get him out of here. Hurry. Head for that ditch, Hap.
Yes, sir. Come on, Rorschach.
Hit the dirt.
Wow. We made it.
You're okay, Rorschach. Get your face out of the dirt.
Hey, look. Look where the shed was. There's nothing but a big hole.
All right, Hap, get Glazer. We're blasting off for Venus.
With their captives aboard Rorschach's private cruiser, Buzz and Happy blast off from Neptune's third moon and chart a vector for Venus. After making sure Rorschach and Glazer are securely bound in the compartment amidship, Happy goes forward to the control section where Buzz is completing a spaceophone call.
Very good, Major. Proceed as directed. Corry out.
Contacted Venus yet, Commander?
Yes. Space Patrol headquarters at Venus City is going to have Dr. Bryce call me.
Gee, sure, the slow old trait. We'll never get to Venus at this rate.
I got news for you, Hap. Neptune Patrol Unit recovered Terra 5 from free fall. We'll meet it at the Neptune orbit and transfer aboard.
Oh, great. But even at that, we'll never make that 18-hour deadline.
Dr. Bryce at Venus City Hospital calling Commander Corry aboard private cruiser N208.
Commander Corry here. How's Tanagru?
He's still alive, Commander, but he's steadily growing weaker.
Doctor, how much time?
Frankly, I can't say. If it wasn't for Tanagru's rugged constitution and will to live, well, it would have all been over hours ago.
He's got to hang on. He's got to. Doctor, do anything you can.
I'm sorry, Commander, but there's nothing more we can do until you get here with Rorschach.
All right, Doctor. You'll make it. Corry out.
Even aboard the far swifter Terra 5, the voyage to Venus seems endless. At last, the ship roars through the space lock of the Venus City spaceport. Then, at the hospital, comes the most agonizing eternity of all for Buzz and Happy. There is nothing to do but wait. Finally, the door opens. And a moment later, they stand looking down at a pale, exhausted man.
Sure good to see you, Commander. Cadet.
You're looking fine, Tanagru.
Yes, Tanagru. Doc Bryce says you'll be up and around in a day or so.
You bet. And I'm going to help you round up the leader of that Venus gang.
Well, I'm afraid that's all right.
Commander, you promised.
I know. You've already got the big shot.
You have? I suppose I ought to be glad. I sure wanted to have a hand.
Well, you did. The hand that was bitten by the spider.
What?
Now, that means that if you hadn't been bitten, we never would have started searching for another victim of the Red Demon of Venus. We'd never have found Rorschach.
You mean Rorschach, is
Yep, he's the head man. We found evidence on his spaceship.
And he's confessed. He told us he was in the Venus marshes 5 years ago setting up the gang, and the spider got him.
In just a moment, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure brought to you by Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages. Ever take a taste test, Space Patrollers? Well, man, oh, man, it sure is fun when it's Chex you're taste testing. How do I know? Well, I just took one. First, I tested them with sugar and cream. Super keen taste. Then I added fruit. Super neat taste. Next, I tried them right out of the red and white checkerboard package. That was the snack test. And Chex, rice or wheat for snacks just can't be beat. Yes, sir, gang, I rate Chex tops for taste. And you'll rate them tops, too. Next, I tried them for size. Bite size is the just right size. Just right for your spoon, just right for delicious, easy eating. Chex, rice or wheat tops for size? Ah, you bet. And as for get up and go, gang, have yourself a good, nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, and you'll be rated tops for get up and go. So, Space Patrollers, you take the Rice Chex, Wheat Chex taste test today. And I'm positive you'll agree, Chex rate tops 3 ways. For taste, for size, for get up and go. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. The cereals with the super swell free Space Patrol trading card inside the red and white checkerboard package. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy, exploring a wooded section of Mars, have just seen 2 men in strange, primitive masks holding a girl as captive. As the 2 Space Patrollers move to rescue her, Happy falls into a pit covered with branches and leaves.
Are you hurt, Happy?
No, sir.
Here, give me a hand. I'll pull you out.
Yes, sir. I can't quite reach it.
I'll lie down on the edge of the pit. There.
That's fine, sir. Now I can... Hey, Commander, look out.
What's the matter?
Look behind you. There's a man in a mask, and he's got a spear at your back.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Mystery of the Masked Martians. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Norman Jolly, Ken Mayer, and Bela Kovach. Dick Tufel speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for exciting action on Space Patrol. Space Patrol was brought to you today by Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy, exploring a wooded section of Mars, have just seen two men in strange, primitive masks holding a girl as captive. As the two Space Patrollers move to rescue her, Happy falls into a pit covered with branches and leaves.
You give me a hand, I'll pull you out.
Yes. I can't quite reach it.
I'll lie down on the edge of the pit. There.
Now, that's fine, sir. Now I can... Commander, look out.
What's the matter?
Look behind you. There's a man in a mask, and he's got a spear at your back.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Mystery of the Masked Martians. Do you hear those drums, Space Patrollers? They're coming from an ancient city on Mars, and they're sending you a special message from Commander Corry about the brand new, super scary, super spooky-looking surprise Commander Corry has for you. The Man from Mars Totem Head with magic forehead vision. Now, in just a few moments, you'll find out how you can get one. And wait till you see it, gang. Wow! This weird totem head is more than 12 inches high, fits over your head, rests on your shoulders, makes a complete disguise because that magic forehead vision plate lets you see out, but nobody else can see in. It's got a sinister-looking face in the front, a spooky-looking face in the back, ears that flop, a swell beak-like nose, and fang-like teeth. Put on your totem head, and your pals won't know whether you're coming or going. They won't know who you are either, because with a magic forehead vision, you can see them, but they cannot see you. It's like having an extra pair of X-ray eyes. Now, gang, here's all you do to get your very own Man from Mars totem head. Just send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Mystery of the Masked Martians. At regular intervals, giant towers rise up from the Martian desert, ready to relay power along the equator to a city far beyond the horizon. Around an uncompleted tower is a cluster of temporary buildings and stacks of supplies. In the office of Ed Hicks, superintendent of construction, Buzz and Happy look on as Hicks points to a map in this section of Mars.
We got all these towers up without a bit of trouble, Buzz. But from the minute we set up camp at this site, things have happened.
What kind of things?
Well, I suppose you could sum it up as sabotage. Supplies disappeared, food mostly. Mess hall burned down 3 nights ago. We've had accidents.
Accidents? Anyone hurt?
No, not seriously, but it slowed down our work considerably. Men have reached a point where they don't trust each other.
Uh-oh. On a job like this, that's bad.
You're right, Cadet.
Still, there's nothing tangible to go on outside of these accidents. And they might be due to the men's nervousness.
No, nothing tangible. Except that one of my men is missing.
Oh?
One of the foremen, Turk Fowler, new man, he wasn't well liked.
Could your men have ganged up on him?
In the present state of mind, possibly. One of our scout tanks is missing, too.
Then this man Fowler may have run off.
Yeah. But anyone with any sense would have headed west toward the nearest settlement. Tracks leading from the camp indicate the scout tank headed east.
East? There's nothing in that direction for hundreds of miles, except for a wooded section about 30 miles away.
I know.
As far as you know, then, there have been no strangers lurking around the camp.
No strangers at all, except for the girl.
What girl?
I don't know her name. She drove into camp yesterday in a surface car. Wanted to buy some food. Seems we were on short of supplies. What is the girl doing out here? I don't know. I didn't see her myself. From what my assistant said, she was doing some exploring over to the east.
Could there be any connection between this girl and the mysterious events in the camp, or the disappearance of Fowler?
I don't see how. Frankly, I can't see a sensible explanation for anything. Fowler may have left because he was afraid of the men or afraid of what's going on here. Still, he seems to have headed in the direction the girl did, toward the east.
Well, if your men won't talk to you, I doubt that I could get anything out of them. Right now, at least. But I'm worried about Fowler.
If there's been an atmosphere ship at the camp, I would send somebody to look for him.
Fowler doesn't want to be found. A search by air would give him a chance to hide, but another scout tank could follow his tracks across the wasteland. Have you got one available?
Yeah, sure. I'll have one fueled up right away.
Fine. Happy and I will try to find them.
Mile after mile, Buzz and Happy follow the tracks of the stolen scout tank across the Martian desert. Then, across the almost level wasteland, they see a range of low hills covered with what on Mars is thick vegetation. As the spinning treads of their scout tank bring them closer to the hills, Happy turns to Buzz.
Commander, this is all beginning to look familiar.
Sure, Happy. We were here a few weeks ago to rescue that girl scientist.
Oh, yeah. And that knoll up there, that's where the spaceship crashed 900 years ago. The wreck that was supposed to have a treasure aboard.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Commander, look up ahead. There's a vehicle of some kind.
That's not a scout tank.
It's an ordinary circus car. It looks like it's stalled in the sand.
Must be equipped with special treads or couldn't maneuver on this terrain.
Well, didn't Ed Hicks say the girl who came into camp was driving a surface car?
Yes. We'll stop and have a look.
There's no one in the car, sir.
No one's in sight.
The tracks of that scout tank continue right past the car.
On toward those wooded hills. Look at these footprints. They lead from the surface car to the tank tank.
Then the girl got out of this car and into the tank. And she must have gone willingly. There's no sign of a struggle.
Let's take a look in the car. Let's see who this car's registered to. Oh.
What is it, sir?
Look what's lying in the back seat.
A mask. Why, it's the same kind of mask we found weeks ago near the wrecked ship and gave to... what was that girl scientist's name?
Lauren. Sana Lauren. It's the same mask.
Well, now we know who the girl was that visited the conscription camp.
This car's registered to a vehicle renting company in Lowell City.
And Miss Loring must have driven all the way from Lowell City, hundreds of miles across the desert all by herself.
Apparently she's not alone now.
Do you think she's in any danger from Fowler?
Perhaps not. I'd like to know why he stole a scout tank and headed in this direction. Come on, Hal. Let's get back in the tank and follow these tracks.
There's the tank, sir, right at the edge of the woods.
And over at the left is the wrecked spaceship.
The black star. I don't see anybody up on the knoll. Maybe they're poking around inside the wreck.
If that's where they were going, they wouldn't have parked the tank clear over here. Probably exploring the woods, huh? Since Fowler may not be too delighted to see us. Have your ray gun.
Cautiously, Buzz and Happy work their way deep into the woods, following a trail marked by broken twigs and an occasional footprint.
They seem to have a definite idea of where they're going.
Yes, sir. But who's doing the leading? Miss Loring or Fowler?
The girl, probably. Fowler may be holding a gun on her.
Well, when we last saw her a few weeks ago, she was convinced that the people that crashed in that ship were space pirates and had hidden stolen jewels somewhere in this area.
Oh, the jewels, but everything else. The wreck was completely stripped.
Well, the last survivor of that wreck must have passed away 8 centuries ago. Hey, maybe he left a map, and Miss Loring found it.
Mm-hmm. There was one mystery about that wreck that Miss Loring couldn't explain. When the pirates crashed, the spacer phoned for help. According to the ancient records, there were 20 men and women aboard the Black Star. 18 survived the crash.
Yes, sir. And help never arrived. Those graves up on the hill near the wreck prove that.
And that's the mystery. Remember, there are 20 graves. Who buried the last survivor?
Hey, that is a mystery.
Of course, the simplest explanation is the records are wrong, that there were 21 people aboard.
And Miss Loring may have all the facts now, Commander. It'll make quite a story. Those pirates landing with a ship full of stolen museum relics from Earth.
Yes, and the choice they had to make between living out their lives here on Mars or calling for rescue and going back to Earth as criminals.
And there could have been a battle between those who wanted to stay and those who wanted to go...
I heard something up above.
There's a movement in that bush.
Maybe it was the wind of the sky. Careful.
Smoke and rockets. What was that?
Something struck that tree right behind us.
Commander, it's an arrow.
Listen. Whoever shot it is running away.
Well, why would Fowler be using a primitive weapon like a bow and arrow?
It's a girl.
Diana Loring. She's in trouble.
Come on, Hap. Easy now. Coming to a clearing.
Commander, look. Am I losing my mind?
Masks. They're holding fire.
Masks just like the one we found. The big teeth, the bulging eyes, and the feathers.
I thought I'd guessed. And skins like primitives.
They're carrying bows and arrows.
They're heavy sense. They're wrestling. They start to shoot when they're ready.
What about Miss Loring?
Let's make her unconscious. I'll carry her back to the car. The important thing is to get her away from those men. Just what I'll have to do.
Yes, sir. Hey!
Happy. Happy, hurt?
No, sir. I didn't see this hole. It was covered up with branches and leaves.
Now, give me a hand. I'll pull you out.
Yes, sir. I can't quite reach it.
I'll lie down on the edge of the pit. There.
That's fine, sir. Now I can... Commander, look out.
What's the matter?
Look behind you. There's a man in a mask. And he's got a spear at your back.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
Weird. Fantastic. The Man from Mars, Totem Head. Magic Forehead Vision.
And you can have one, Space Patrollers. In a second, you'll find out how. And when you put on your own totem head, you'll look just like a real space spook. Even your best pal won't know you. It's more than 12 inches high, and from head to shoulders, your identity is a complete secret. That magic forehead vision lets you see out, but your friends can't see in, or tell who's wearing the Man from Mars totem head. Think of the fun you can have fooling them. They won't know which direction you're headed either, because the totem head has a face in the front and one in the back, too. It comes in real Martian colors, red and yellow, green and black, with floppy ears, a beak-like nose, and fang-like teeth. Now remember, the magic forehead vision, that's X-ray vision. You can see out, but nobody can see in. Gang, to get your Man from Mars totem head, do this. Just send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Mystery of the Masked Martian. Buzz and Happy have trailed the stolen scout tank across the Martian desert to a wooded area. In a clearing deep in the woods, they saw Fana Loring, a girl scientist, struggling in the grasp of two strange figures wearing weird primitive masks. As the Space Patrollers rushed to her rescue, Happy toppled into a pit covered with branches. As Buzz stretched himself prone on the ground at the edge of the pit to assist Happy, another masked figure appeared. Right now, Happy is looking up from the pit, horrified as the man in the grotesque mask holds the point of a spear against the commander's back.
Don't move, sir. It looks like he's ready to jab you.
If you've got your ray gun, give him a blast.
Flew out of my hand when I fell.
I can get mine out of my holster without making any suspicion.
Oh! Commander, did he hurt you?
That's just a warning. He evidently knew I was reaching for a weapon.
He's taking your gun.
For a savage, this one's smart. He doesn't know how to use my ray gun. He's making sure I won't use it. Putting it out of reach with his stick.
Help him. Get that man out of pit.
Commander, he talks English.
Yes. You must know everything we've said.
Hurry!
All right. Take it easy. Give me a hand, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Up you go.
There.
You stay right there. Do not move, or I will use my spear.
We won't move. Who are you?
I am Board. Captain Board. Stay where you are. I will pick your weapons into the pit.
I don't get this, sir. These people wear those masks and use bow and arrows and spears, and yet they can speak English. And this one calls himself Captain.
Could have finished disposal of that spear, but he didn't.
I could rush in now, sir.
It wouldn't help Fana Loring, even if we overpowered him.
Well, there go our guns into the pit.
Go. That way. Across the clearing.
All right, Board. Captain Board, but where are you taking us?
To the village of my people.
You shot an arrow at us a while ago. Your men are holding a girl. She's a friend of ours. Now you're threatening us with your spear. Why? We haven't harmed you.
That is a lie. The other man drew his weapon. It made big sound. and 2 of my men fell to the ground.
The other men. That must be Fowler.
Borg, listen. Those men that fell, there were no wounds on them, were there?
No, but they do not move.
They're merely asleep. They'll wake up and be all right again. Let us take the girl and the other man, and we'll go away.
No. You are not of the Great Ones. You do not wear masks. Therefore, you are evil.
Great Ones? Who are the Great Ones?
We will not talk here. Go. I will follow you with my spear at your backs.
You better humor him, Happy. I think Captain Borg will listen to reason eventually.
With the masked Martian walking behind them with raised spear, Buzz and Happy make their way through the woods. At last, they come to a clearing containing a few rude huts. In the face of a cliff are the openings of several caves. As Buzz and Happy are marched through the tiny village, they're aware of faces peering at them through the doorways of the huts. Captain Borg pods them toward a cave guarded by a huge man, also wearing one of the strange masks and holding a spear. The guard stands as though he were made of stone, except for a stiff salute to Borg with his long spear.
Get in the cave. I will come for you when my crew has decided your fate. Do not attempt to escape.
All right, Captain Borg, but there are a couple of facts you ought to know.
Get in the cave.
Okay. Get easy. Come on, Happy.
Yes, sir. Hey, the girl's in the cave.
Commander,
You all right, Miss Lloyd?
as well as can be expected.
What about Fowler? Is he here, too?
He was asleep in the back of the cave. He was hit by an arrow after he used his ray gun and Borg's men.
Is he hurt bad?
It's just a fresh wound in the shoulder, but we should get him to a doctor before it becomes infected.
From Borg's attitude, that isn't going to be easy.
Hey, Miss Loring, who are these people? Do you know?
Yes, but the truth is so fantastic you won't believe it.
They're descendants of the people who cracked open the Black Star. Isn't that right?
Yes, Commander. It's the most amazing example of survival I've ever heard of.
That ship crashed here 870 years ago. That means this is about the 25th generation.
Hey, but those graves on the hill, they're exactly 20. Why aren't there more?
That hill's regarded as sacred ground. It's reserved for the Great Ones.
The Great Ones? Oh, that's the phrase Borg used.
Yes, these people believe that their remote ancestors were superior beings who came out of the sky.
They came out of the sky, all right, but they sure weren't superior. They were pirates.
Remember, Happy, in 800 years, facts can become distorted into legends.
Yes, but didn't they have any books on the ship?
In the struggle for survival, reading probably became a lost art in 2 or 3 generations.
It must have taken over their efforts to obtain food. Reading wasn't a practical skill.
But those crazy masks, they weren't practical either.
No, but they symbolized the Great Ones. Those masks are copies of those that were aboard the spaceship. Relics of primitive tribes that lived on Earth thousands of years ago.
Yet they're not quite like the Earth masks, Miss Loring.
I know. After all, these people are intelligent and creative. Each generation probably added its own ideas and designs.
Yeah, but you'd think they'd know that people who fly in spaceships don't wear primitive masks.
The first few generations probably realized it, but for hundreds of years, everything these people know has been passed on by word of mouth for 30 generations.
Yeah, I noticed that Borg calls himself captain and refers to his people as his crew.
Yes, those terms are carryovers from the original survivors of the spaceship crash. Each new leader of this colony becomes a captain of the crew.
Sounds funny at first, but I guess it makes sense.
How many people are there in this group now, Miss Loring?
Not more than 60.
Hey, that's quite a mob, when they've got bows and arrows and we haven't got any weapons at all.
It's ironic, isn't it? Those primitive weapons, those museum relics, hadn't been aboard that spaceship, these people couldn't have survived.
That's right. Chances are the ammunition for the modern weapons was exhausted in a few years.
Well, right now I wish the spears and bows and arrows were exhausted. How are we going to get out of this fix?
The chief weapon now is to know how these people think and what they feel.
Exactly. Now, if we can convince him...
It's Borg. Well, Captain Borg, what's the verdict?
Verdict? I do not understand. But no matter. I have met with my crew. We have agreed that you will not leave our woods alive.
He's going to keep us here.
It is nearly night. Deimos, the large moon, is already climbing across the sky. When he is overtaken by a swift little brother Phobos, I will come for you. The best marksmen of my crew will aim their arrows so that you will not suffer.
Oh, that's great. Thanks a million.
The great ones will be avenged. Until I return, goodbye.
Well, I've been in some tough spots, but this is a nightmare. He calls the moons of Mars by their right names, and yet he's going to finish us off with bows and arrows, like some primitive savage.
What are we going to do?
Another half hour, it'll be dark. gives us about an hour before Phobos passes the other moon. How's that shoulder, Paula?
It's pretty sore. Otherwise, I feel okay.
All right, now listen. The worst I know about you right now is that you stole a scout tank from the construction camp.
I can explain that. I had to get away. The men were blaming me for that sabotage. But I didn't have a
Never
thing
mind
to...
that. We're going to get out of here. We've got to act now. For that bad shoulder, you aren't going to be much help in a fight, so Happy and I'll jump the guard outside the cave. You two be ready to run when Happy and I attack you.
Don't worry.
He's standing out there, holding his spear.
Let's go.
Never knew what hit him.
Come on. Paula, let's get out of here.
Look, that bonfire's burning.
What a weird sight. The whole village is out, and all in those masks.
Pack of bloodthirsty savages. Wait.
Stand still a minute. The bonfires and the light from those two moons, we're going to have a tough time getting away from here without being seen.
Commander, look. A couple of them are coming this way.
Oh, these things.
I don't think so, not yet. Let's run for it. No, Paula, we wouldn't stand a chance. Up ahead a few yards, there's another cave. We'll duck in there until it's clear. Come on.
We made it. We aren't any better off now than we were before.
Yeah? We haven't got a guard standing over us. And Borg's crew doesn't know we've escaped yet.
Just let the commander handle
Paula, turn off that light.
Now, take it easy, Commander. My back's to the cave opening. It won't show from outside.
One flash of that atomo light and we'd have the whole village in here on our necks.
Hey, look back there in the cave. Looks like a museum.
Paula, shield that light with your hand. Happy you and Connor stand close behind Paula to block any stray beams.
Yes, sir. Wow, look at all this stuff. Masks, bows and arrows, spacesuits, and tools.
And drums. Primitive drums. This one is African. And this is the southeastern Asia. Borneo, perhaps.
Never mind the drums. Look at that.
Wow. A whole chest full of gems.
Diamonds, rubies, emeralds. This hall is worth at least 1 million credits.
Commander, this cave is a sort of a shrine to these people. Here are the relics from their ancestors' ship, preserved for centuries.
Interesting, isn't it? Spacesuits of the 22nd century next to prehistoric weapons. It's all the same to these people. Paula, leave those jewels alone.
Now, let's take what we can. What good are they to these savages?
Put them back. We aren't going to steal their treasures.
Commander, are you nuts? This was pirate loot to begin with. Did their ancestors steal it?
We haven't got time to argue about ethics and honesty. Do you want to walk out of this cave, or do I carry you?
Well, okay. We could all be rich.
I'm more interested in getting away from here alive.
Commander, can I see if it's all clear outside the cave?
Now, wait, Happy. These masks. If we each put on a mask, we might be able to work our way around the edge of the village without being challenged.
You are nuts. What about our clothes?
It's a chance we'll have to take. Unless someone gets very close, our clothing will merge with the darkness.
It's worth a try.
Sure, even if they know we've escaped, they'd never suspect us of wearing these masks.
Come on. Pick a mask and let's get out of here.
A moment later, 4 masked figures emerged from the dark cave and strolled casually along the perimeter of the village. At times, they passed within a few yards of the villagers, and the weird masks seemed to change expression in the flickering glare of the bonfire. Buzz, Happy, and their 2 companions at last reached the darkness of the woods. Only then does Buzz permit them to remove their strange disguises.
All right, we're safe now. Yeah, if we can find the scout tanks. We can use Phobos up there as a guide. Tanks are almost due west of here.
I don't hear any excitement back at the village. Guess they don't know we've escaped yet.
Maybe a few minutes. Let's get as deep into the woods as we can before that mob comes after us.
Commander, what's going to happen to those people back there?
If I were you, I'd order a space patrol squadron to wipe them out with blast guns.
Fowler, what a dreadful thought.
Somehow, we've got to convince these people that we aren't enemies. It'll take time and patience and understanding, but eventually they can learn to live in our modern society.
With the 2 moons of Mars racing across the sky over them, Buzz and his party at last reach the edge of the woods and stand beside one of the scout tanks.
Now let's get into the tank. It's a long trip back to the construction
Just
camp.
a minute. You 3 are staying here.
Hey, Commander, he's got a gun.
Yeah, and it's a blaster. I'm going to put your tank out of commission, Commander, and then I'm heading for the old city.
Where did you get that weapon, Corry?
Back in the cave while you were picking out your masks. And I've also got a handful of those jewels.
Don't be a fool. You can't get away with this.
I was going to stop him. Better think it over. This is a very stupid move. Oh, it is, huh? I've known for weeks that Miss Loring was planning this little one-girl expedition, and I knew if there was a treasure here, I'd make her lead me to it.
Commander, I never saw this man until he came out here next scout camp.
Well, that's right. But I know your plans, Miss Loring. I got a job with the tower construction outfit to put me near the treasure.
And the sabotage. You engineered that to delay the construction on that particular tower until Miss Loring showed up.
Exactly. And her visit to the camp saved me a couple of scouting trips. Now just stand back, all of you. I'll make sure you can't use this tank to follow me.
Give me that gun, Fowler.
Corry, I warned you.
Well, I'd happily get him to his feet.
Commander, he had that gun pointed right at you. Why he pulled the trigger?
He did pull the trigger.
Oh, and you took that chance?
It wasn't much of a chance. Fowler found that gun in the cave, right?
Oh, then you figured it wouldn't fire because it was so old.
No, Hap. Old weapons are often as deadly as new ones. I couldn't know about the gun, but I do know human nature.
But, sir, what's human nature got to do with the gun not firing?
Human beings don't use spears and bows and arrows if there's a more powerful weapon available. I could be almost certain that gun had fired its last shot centuries ago. Okay, Hap, let's get Fowler into the tank. We've got a long trip ahead of us.
In just a moment, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure brought to you by Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars.
How do you do, Captain Two-Fells?
Hey, what in the... Who's that?
It's me, Happy. I fooled you with this man from Mars Totem Head, didn't I?
Well, you sure did, Hap. Why, you can't tell who's inside those spooky totem heads. That's magic forehead vision, Space Patrollers. It lets you see out, but nobody can see in. You're completely disguised when you wear your totem head.
Smoking rockets, the totem head is fantastic. More than 12 inches high, all brightly colored with a scary totem face in front and another face in back, so your friends can't tell whether you're coming or going. Yeah.
And remember, the Magic Vision forehead works only for you, so you can see out, but nobody can see in.
Now, here's how to get your very own totem head.
Send the lid or a tracing of the front of the label of Nestle's Quick, together with your name and address and 25 cents, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy have entered a manufacturing plant on Jupiter to capture a fugitive. Now, in a large, empty storeroom, they find their search blocked by a locked door.
He must be in the next room, sir. I heard a noise.
Let's get away from this door.
It looks pretty rugged. What happened to the lights?
Darkness will help us as much as Saturday.
How did they get in?
That came from the other part of the room. There are two of them here.
They've got ray guns.
Fire toward those sounds. We've got to hit them before they hit us.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Tattooed Atom. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Virginia Hewitt, Norman Jolly, and Ken Mayer. Dick Tufel speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for exciting action on Space Patrol. Space Patrol was brought to you today by Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk. And those famous Nestle's chocolate bars present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy have entered a manufacturing plant on Jupiter to capture a fugitive. Right now, in a large, empty storeroom, they find their search blocked by a locked door.
He must be in the next room, sir. I heard a noise. Let's go to work on this door. It looks pretty rugged. What happened to the lights? The darkness will help us as much as that. Listen. Captain Keith never thought of it. There are two of them here. They've got ray guns.
Fire toward those sounds. We've got to get them before they get us.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Tattooed Atom. Hi, fellows and girls. This is Captain Twoфeld. I've got terrific news for you today. The makers of Nestle's Quick want you to have a Man from Mars totem head, exactly like the kind Commander Corry found. It's a super spooky totem head, more than 12 inches high. It fits over your head and disguises you so well, even your own mom won't know you. It's brilliantly colored with a beak nose, fang teeth, a face in front, and an extra face in back, and it has magic forehead vision. Now, this is a special secret device that works only for you. Yes, you can see out, but nobody can see in. Honest, nobody can see in. Nobody can tell who's inside the Man from Mars totem head. So you can have loads of fun fooling everybody. And, gang, it's easy to get your totem head, because I'm sure that you must have a can of Nestle's Quick in your galley. You know, there's no chocolate milk in the universe that's as good as Quick with its Nestle chocolate bar flavor. Well, now here's what you do. Send the lid from that can of Nestle's Quick, or a tracing of the front of a label, together with your name and address, and 25 cents to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And don't forget your 25 cents. And if you missed the address, get a pencil because we'll repeat it later. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Tattooed Atom. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy are at the most closely guarded scientific center in the solar system, the Arthaven Research Laboratory on the planet Mercury. Investigating a leak of secret information, Buzz is asking the cooperation of Gene Satterley, a young scientist in the electrochemical section.
Gene, you're aware that classified information is somehow being smuggled through the security network here at Arthaven.
I have heard rumors, Commander.
In spite of every precaution and use of scientific detection instruments, information is being smuggled out of Arthaven. I'm hoping you can help us find out how.
But, Commander, I'm a scientist, an electrochemical engineer, not a crime investigator.
I know. But you and other scientists and other divisions might help us locate a blind spot in our security system. Will you cooperate?
Of course I'll help, Commander. In fact, I have something of interest to show you. Something that has puzzled me.
What is it?
In the next room, please.
Come on, Hank.
You'll find some papers on the desk at the rear of the room and a chart of the distribution plan for this section. Oh, 1 minute. You go in. I want to get some notes out of my files.
All right, Gene. Hap, let's look at that distribution chart. It can give us an idea of...
Commander, he locked us in.
Evidently, we've located that security leak.
I thought he acted kind of nervous. Should we try breaking down the door?
No, there's a phone there on the desk.
Maybe we can have the guards grab him before he even gets out of the inner ring.
Now, wait, Hap. Let him get away. And we can have him followed. Don't touch the phone until we've had a chance to get past the first guard.
A few hours later, Gene Satterley walks down a side street at Mercury City.
Mr. Satterley.
I'm afraid you've made a mistake.
No, Satterley, you did when you left Arthaven. Just keep walking. The surface by just around the corner. You've got an appointment.
Gene Satterley's escort holds the muzzle of a ray gun against the scientist's ribs during the long drive to the residential section of Mercury City. When the surface car finally stops before a large residence, the scientist is nearly overcome by fear. His companion takes Satterley into the house, down a hall, and then through a door into a large room that's utterly silent and completely dark. Suddenly, a shaft of light, nearly blinding in brilliance, strikes Satterley almost with the force of a blow. The man with the gun steps back into the dark silence, leaving Satterley squirming in the pool of light.
Why have I been brought here? Is anyone in this room? Speak to me.
There is nothing to fear, Satterley.
Who are you?
I am Polydor.
Polydor?
You have been paid well for getting secret information to my agent. But by running away, you ended your usefulness to me.
Well, I had to. Commander Corry was on me.
You have followed my orders. There is nothing to incriminate you. But perhaps you haven't obeyed my orders.
Yes, I have.
I have many spies at Artona. I was informed within 5 minutes after you left the lab. As you know, Mogren had noticed because he located you. Now, tell me the truth.
I am telling the truth.
Then where is message 58K?
I sent it out of the plant in the usual way in marked atoms of mercury.
It was never received.
Well, it must have gone astray. Maybe the space patrol...
Don't be stupid. The space patrol could give the Mercury every test in the book and still not discover our secret. Isn't that true?
Yes, but...
Then find that Mercury. Your life depends on it. Understand?
Just who are you?
For all you know, I am just a boy. I will be standing behind you in the dark, or I may be on Pluto. No one in the universe has seen me as Polydor, yet hundreds obey me. Mogren, the man who brought you here, has never seen me.
Then there's a spacephone here, and amplifiers.
Do you think so?
You are in this room. I hear footsteps. Or is that Mogren?
I'm way back here.
No, it's impossible.
Did someone strike you, Satterley? Or did you just imagine? You don't know, do you? Now will you recover message 58K?
I'll do my best.
Mogren, take him away.
Elsewhere, millions of DUs from Mercury, the Terra 5 streaks toward Jupiter. As the giant planet looms larger in the nose port, Cadet Happy looks up from a sheet of spaceophone reports from the Space Patrol Security Lab on Terra.
I don't get it, Commander. Gene Satterley has a perfect record, not only at Arthaven, but as far back as you want to go. And there was nothing at the lab to connect him with anything crooked. Why did he run away?
Well, he's guilty of something. That's very evident. But he's not a confirmed criminal. His method of escape shows that.
How, Commander?
Well, a true criminal type with Satterley's intelligence would have planned several alternative methods of escape in advance.
Oh, like the phone in the room he locked us in. Yeah, he'd have put that out of commission.
Exactly. He had almost 30 minutes' notice that we were at Arthaven and wanted to talk to him. Could have stopped him easily if we wanted to.
Too bad we didn't. Look how he vanished in Mercury City with one of our agents just a few yards behind him. That wasn't so amateurish.
Satterley must have had professional help that time. Now, our best chance to get a lead on him is to check his family and friends in Jupiter, particularly Satterley's father.
Satterley wouldn't be fool enough to contact his father now, would he?
Worth a try.
On the outskirts of the main manufacturing section of Jupiter City is a small shop with a sign reading Joseph Satterley, Precision Machinist. Buzz and Happy have been trying to explain the purpose of their visit over the whir of a lathe.
Yeah, there now. I can hear with that thing going on, but seems like nobody else can. Well, like I told you, Commander, my boy's on Mercury with the Arthaven Laboratory.
Yes, Mr. Satterley, I know. Does he have any close friends here in Jupiter City?
Well, there's a girl, Karen Lorimer. Karen, my boy, are engaged. Commander, there's something wrong. Gene isn't in trouble, is he?
Mr. Satterley, I know your son's excellent record. Yesterday, I went to Archaven to ask him to cooperate with the Space Patrol on a security problem.
You saw him yesterday?
While Cadet Happy and I were talking to him, he suddenly pulled a very clumsy trick on us and fled from Archaven.
My son ran away. I can't believe it.
I'm sorry, but it's true. Well, Mr. Satterley, can you think of anything to account for Gene's behavior?
No, but I'm sure he's done nothing wrong. Maybe he's overworked or breakdown nerves.
Have you heard from him recently?
No. 2 days ago, a package arrived. Small, but quite heavy. I opened it. Found this.
A metal bottle. It is a container of mercury.
And it's stamped Archaven Labs, Section E3.
Steam Sentinel section. The container has an official seal on it, still unbroken. This is government property. You ever send you anything like this before?
Oh, no, never.
If this contains only mercury, it's worth 5 or 6 credits at the most.
Surely taking a few pounds of mercury isn't a serious crime?
No. But diverting a sealed container out of regular channels is serious. If this is only mercury, then I'd agree with you that Gene is suffering from nerves. It's too stupid and pointless to be a crime.
Well, it must be the strain of overwork.
When this container is opened and analyzed, we'll know whether you're right, Mr. Satterley. Oh, now, if you don't mind, I'd like the address of this girl, this Karen Lorimer.
From Satterley's shop to Karen Lorimer's apartment is but a few moments' drive in a surface car. Leaving the sealed container of mercury in the dash compartment of the car, Buzz and Happy ascend the steps.
You know, Commander, Gene's father may be right. A nervous breakdown would explain Gene's peculiar behavior.
Perhaps. But in any case, we've got to find Gene before he gets into more trouble.
Something I can do for you?
I'm Commander Corry of the Space Patrol. I was told a Miss Karen Lorimer lives here.
That's right. She and her mother are out right now, though.
When do you expect her back?
In about 10 minutes. Would you like to come in and wait?
Yes, thanks. Come on, Happy.
I suppose I'd better introduce myself. Karen's mother is my aunt. She practically raised me.
Oh, that's all?
Yes. The reason things are in kind of a mess here, the women are cleaning house. I offered to help move the furniture around. You know, to help their nephews.
I see that. I don't believe I got your name.
Oh, Ed. Ed Lorimer.
Commander, excuse me, but I think I'll step outside and get some air. I feel sort of...
Happy, what's the matter?
We believe the cadet has fainted.
Here, Happa. Oh.
You guys would never fold up. I'll take these weapons, gentlemen. You'll be tired, aren't you? So weak you can hardly move. That's the end. Causes fatigue by radiation. You've been getting it since you came in. That fatigue ray will hold you while I look for something. And if I don't find it, well, I've got a gimmick that'll make you talk.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
Have you seen a man from Mars? A man from Mars has a weird totem head, a beaked nose, fanged teeth, a face in front, another face in back, and magic forehead vision, so he can see out, but nobody can see in.
And gang, you can all be men from Mars. Yes, sir, Nestle's Quick wants all of you to have the sensational, super scary Man from Mars totem head. It's a complete disguise that completely covers your head. Makes you look like a spook from another planet. And wait till you see how magic forehead vision works. It's a special device that lets you see out, but nobody can see in. Why, nobody can even tell it's you inside your Man from Mars totem head. Boy, what fun you'll have fooling and scaring all your pals. And it's easy to get your totem head. All you have to do is get out your big brown and yellow can of Nestle's Quick, the product that makes the best chocolate milk in the universe. No Martian ever had such a delicious drink, or such a simple one, because with Quick there's no beating, no shaking. You just drop 2 spoonfuls of Quick into your glass of milk and swish it with your spoon. Why, Quick makes itself. Now, here's what you do. Send the lid from the can of Nestle's Quick, or a tracing of the front of the label, together with your name and address, and 25 cents to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, 886, St. Louis, Missouri. And hurry so you can be
the man from Mars.
And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, the Tattooed Atom. Thinking the missing scientist, Gene Satterley, might try to contact his family or friends in Jupiter City, Buzz and Happy went to the home of Satterley's fiancée, Karen Lorimer. They were admitted by a man who claimed to be related to Karen. Suddenly, Buzz and Happy were overcome by extreme weakness by means of a concealed fatigue ray machine. Taking their weapons, the imposter threatened them with violence if he failed to find an unnamed object for which he was searching. Right now, a few moments later, Buzz and Happy shakily get to their feet.
That fatigue ray must have turned my muscles into putty. I haven't got the strength of a wet noodle.
I hope the effect wears off before that fake nephew comes back.
Maybe he already found what he was after when he searched the apartment.
He said he'd be back, and he took the ray machine with him.
Maybe he was bluffing.
Our surface car. Maybe he went out to search that. Come on, Happy.
Yes, sir. He's not at the car now.
He must have found what he was after. He'd come back in the apartment to make us talk.
But what have we got in the car that he'd want?
Happy, what's the one link between us and Karen Lorimer? Why did we come here?
Why, on account of Gene Satterley. But
Open
I
the car door.
Smoking rockets. The dash compartment. It's been cut open.
With our own atomo torch.
Commander, the container of mercury is gone.
Yes, and with it, old Mr. Satterley's hope that his son is merely overworked. Let's get to Jupiter City headquarters. I'll send out a general alert on our pal with the fatigue ray.
In another part of Jupiter City, there is sudden activity in the abandoned Goda Plastics plant. Working swiftly, a lone operator adjusts an array of instruments. Then, from a case, he removes a metal container and places it in the target area of a ray tube. The silence is broken by a strange voice that seems to come from every part of the room.
Mogrim, what's taking you so long?
I'm almost ready, Polidor. Mercury cylinder's in place.
All right. Put on the probe ray. Check the image monitor.
Definition is excellent, Polidor. Well, that does it. Now, do I send the microfilm through the usual channels for decoding?
No. Use System D this time. We're in danger of interception, thanks to the stupid behavior of Mr. Saturday.
Yeah. Here's a guy who's smart enough to invent a method of marking individual atoms. He devises an electronic code system that nobody but us can detect. Then he sidetracks a can full of secret information at Jupiter. I don't get it.
That doesn't matter now. We've got the information. Now, since we have no more use for Mercury, we can return it to space again.
Return it? What for?
It will help confuse Corry and keep him off our trail.
Okay, I'll take care of that. Then I'd better get off Jupiter. Corry probably has every agent in the city looking for me by now.
First, we must dispose of Gene Satterley. He's no longer of use to us and could prove dangerous. He arrived in Jupiter City this morning. 2 of my men will pick him up and bring him here. You will get all the information from him that you can, and then get rid of him.
In the Jupiter City headquarters of the Space Patrol, Commander Corry and Cadet Happy examine a laboratory report. From time to time, they look up at an object on a desk. A metal container full of mercury.
I don't get it, sir. This guy goes to all the trouble to steal this can of mercury out of our surface car, and then we get it back with the seal still unbroken.
And we turn it over to the lab. They break the seal and subject the mercury and the container to every known test. The verdict? Just ordinary mercury. And nothing wrong with the container, inside or out.
What about Karen Lorimer and her mother? They never saw that fake nephew, huh?
No, they got a phone call to Gene Satterley wanted them to leave him at the spaceport.
Oh. And that's how this fellow got them out of the apartment, to give him time to search it, right?
Yes. One of our agents checked their story. Evidently, neither Karen nor her mother are involved in this mess. Space Patrol headquarters, Commander Corry here.
Commander, this is Joseph Satterley, Gene's father.
Yes, Mr. Satterley.
It's about my son.
Yes?
I've heard from him. He's here in Jupiter City.
Did he come to your shop?
No, he won't. He asked for money. I told him I'd bring it to him.
Are you positive it was your son?
Well, it was Gene, all right. But he sounded so strange, so disturbed. Something is terribly wrong, Commander, more than I ever believed. I can tell by his voice. He isn't just afraid of being arrested. He's in danger. Dreadful danger.
I'll help him all I can, Mr. Satterley. Where is he?
He's at 43 Alpha Street, Jupiter City. I'm to bring the money at 2100 hours.
43 Alpha. You've got 40 minutes. Stay in your shop, Mr. Satterley. I'll keep that appointment for you. Corry out. All right, Hank. I'm not sure whether this is a rescue or a capture, but we're going after Gene Satterley.
In a back room of the Goda plastic plant, Gene Satterley is securely bound in a chair, while Mogren stands over him threateningly.
I'll give you one more chance, Satterley, and I'm going to get rough. Tell me how you marked these mercury atoms.
Why should I tell you? You get rid of me anyway.
I don't think it'll be a problem. He'll be here in a few minutes. Don't want anything to happen to him, do you?
Look, Morgan, you and this Polidor, whoever he is, you forced me to be a spy. I've ruined my career and my life. Nothing you can do to my father could hurt him worse than that.
There's still Karen Lorimer to consider. You wouldn't want her to suffer.
Why, you rotten...
Well, compared to what you're going to get... You're not just defying me, you're defying Polidor, the greatest genius in the universe.
And why don't you bring him here? Let him work on me.
Well, I know Polidor is watching us right now, listening to everything we say. My job is to get that secret out of you. It's my neck or yours. So talk.
Shortly before 2100 hours, Buzz and Happy stalk silently toward a sprawling, darkened structure at 43 Alpha Street. Cautiously, Buzz tries the door and finds it unlocked. Ray guns drawn, they enter the building and softly close the door behind them.
The room's empty.
There's another door on the other side. Now, close this door behind you.
This must have been a storeroom. It's big enough.
Satterley may be behind that other door watching us through a peephole. Let's go to the wall. I'll find the door. Darkness will help us as much as Satterley. Someplace in this room. There are two of them here.
They've got ray guns.
Fire toward those sounds. Don't move. The lights are on again.
The room is empty.
Take your hands up.
Oh, it's you. Where did you come from?
Through the door. Well, you were firing at phantoms.
Someone was in here when the lights were out. We heard them.
Did you really? Now, you must be imagining things. There's one thing that isn't imaginary. The feeling of weakness creeping over you. Your arms turning to lead.
The fatigue ray.
Oh, that's right. You've been in the radiation field for more than a minute now. The cadets all...
Give me that gun.
Hold the door! Hold the door! Help me! Hold the door! Hold the door!
Oh, what a neat left hook. Well, that fatigue ray sure didn't work on you this time, Commander.
Not as much as you thought it did. Here, I'd better get you out of the ray field.
Thanks, sir. I'll be okay.
Commander Corry!
Somebody's in the next room.
You keep an eye on this fellow in case he comes to.
Yes, sir.
Well, Satterley.
Commander, you saved my life. This fellow, Morgan, he was going
We
to...
took care of Morgan. What about his pal, this Polidor? Come on, Satterley, speak up. There's someone else in the building. We heard him.
I heard him, but he isn't here. I know you think I'm crazy, but it's true. Polidor is a demon, a master criminal. Get me out of here, and I'll tell you all I know.
Later at Space Patrol headquarters in Jupiter City, Buzz and Happy question Gene Satterley.
Then this is the way you smuggled secret information out of our haven. You found a way to tag individual atoms of mercury with different types of radiation.
Yes. When the mercury samples were scanned with certain rays, the marked atoms would discharge their radiation. The pattern was registered on microfilm and decoded electronically.
And Polidor's agents could intercept shipments of mercury and scan them without breaking the seal.
That's right. and then pass them on to their proper destinations.
And without special equipment, nobody could detect these tattooed atoms.
That's why Polidor was safe in ordering Moglen to return that container to you here at headquarters.
What secret information was in that sample of Nestle, the one you sent your father?
Ironically, no government secrets, Commander. Just a full confession of my part in Polidor's scheme. And the names of some of his agents.
A confession? Well, then when Polidor decodes that microfilm, he'll be tipped off.
I thought I could outsmart Polidor and the Space Patrol. But I waited too long and got in too deep. But I'm glad it's over.
It's over for you, Saturday, but for Happy and me, the job is just beginning.
Yes, sir, but how do we fight someone we can't see? Polidor's invisible. We can't tell where he'll strike next.
No, but we can provide a tempting target. When Polidor does strike, we'll be ready.
In just a moment, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure brought to you by Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages.
Captain Tufeld, want to see something real keen?
You bet, Space Patroller.
Okay, then, take a look. Right here in my backyard.
Wowee, a totem pole.
A Martian totem pole, and mine's higher than any of the other fellas, because I got more totem heads.
And Space Patrollers, you can build yourself one of these swell totem poles, too. You make them out of Man from Mars totem heads. Stack them one on top of the other just as high as you want.
The same Man from Mars totem head you wear over your head, with magic forehead vision that lets you see out, but nobody else can see in.
Yes, sir, those neat totem heads are more than 12 inches high in real Martian totem colors, red and yellow, green and black.
And it's real easy to get lots of totem heads with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box tops. Listen, gang.
For every Man from Mars totem head you want, send a Chex box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. And now, an action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz is searching a cavern on Neptune, looking for Happy, who's been captured by an agent of the master criminal Polidor. Happy, where are you?
Here, Commander, but I'm tied up.
I'll be right with you. Hap, what's that?
Just one of Polidor's tricks. He's trying to scare us with sound.
Corry, you are only a few yards from the Cadet, and I am on another planet. But what? You will never reach the Cadet.
Commander, look out! The gate is closing! Happy!
It's no use, Commander. You both my prisoners.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Cavern of Fear. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Dever. Other players were Bela Kovach, Norman Jelly, Ken Mayer, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for exciting action on Space Patrol. Space Patrol was brought to you today by Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice.
travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz is trying to rescue Happy from a cavern on Neptune. As he hurries toward the cadet, a strange sound echoes in the cavern.
Hap, what's that? Just one of Polidor's tricks. He's trying to scare us with sound.
Corry, you're only a few yards from the cadet, and I am on another planet. But watch, you'll never reach him.
Commander, look out! The gate's closing!
Happy!
It's no use, Commander. You're both my prisoners.
We'll be back in a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Cavern of Fear.
Cadet Happy!
Yeah?
Cadet Happy!
Yeah? Who's there? Smoking rockets. It's a walking, talking totem pole.
Nope, no totem pole. Me, wearing all three of my Man from Mars totem heads, stacked one on top of the other.
Space patroller with all these totem heads. You look about 8 feet tall.
And I could see you, and you couldn't see me. That's magic forward vision. And every totem head has it. A special secret vision place that lets you see out, but nobody see in.
Say, gang, have you got any of these king totem heads yet? They're more than 12 inches high from head to shoulders. Your identity is a complete secret. And those neat colors, red and yellow, green and black. A weird face in front with fang teeth, flop ears, and a beak-like nose. Got a fantastic face in back, too. Put it on and you're coming and going at the same time. Remember, with your totem head, you can see out, but nobody else can see in.
That's magic forward vision.
Man, oh man, it's terrific. Get a lot of totem heads, and you can be a walking, talking totem pole. Like my pal here. It's easy to get him, too. And send for yours today.
For every Man from Mars totem head you want, send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Now today's Space Patrol adventure, The Cavern of Fear. Exactly 7 minutes after the report of the robbery, Commander Corry and Cadet Happy were in Division A of the Express Office of the Terra Spaceport. That anyone could successfully carry off a robbery in Division A was incredible. For 15 years, Sam Grady had observed the formal security regulations as chief agent of Division A, observed them faithfully, but without the slightest suspicion that anyone would dare to violate them. Yet here is Sam Grady, his head still throbbing from an aching blow, face to face with the Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol, trying to explain a robbery that just couldn't happen.
All right, Grady, let's go over it once more. Everything was all right at your check-in time at 2200 hours. You came in here and opened the safe.
That's right, Commander. I took the package of Zyklon crystals out of the safe.
All right. You had the package. You closed the safe. You checked the code book.
And I started out of this room to give the package to Lieutenant Briggs. As I got to the door, I heard this voice.
A voice here in the room?
Yes, it was a big, booming voice.
What did the voice say? Do you recall?
Well, this doesn't make sense, but I thought it said, "Have you forgotten something?" It was a thought that might have been in my own mind at the time. I'm very conscious of security regulations, you know, so I turned back.
Did you see anyone?
Not then. But as I walked back toward the safe, I was suddenly aware of a movement behind me. It seemed like there were 2 men in the room, and as I turned, one of them slugged me. That's all I remembered until I heard the officer in charge standing over me, shaking me.
And by then, these men had disappeared with the Zyklon crystals.
Yes.
Well, Commander, this voice booming, it sure sounds like Polidor to me.
Polidor?
He's behind several major robberies. By some means, he's able to project his voice to direct members of his gang. Whatever this device is, it enables Polidor to see and hear as well as project his voice. Unless we grant Polidor magic powers, this device has to be planted at the scene of his crimes by human agents.
I don't see how any device could be hidden in here, in Division A. And yet that voice, it was so full and powerful.
I'll check behind these files, Commander. Maybe there's
Just a minute, Happy. Come here.
Yes, sir?
What's that on your shoulder, that white powder?
Smoking rockets, and I just had this uniform
Wait,
cleaned.
don't brush it off. Whatever it is must have dropped in your tunic since you came in this room. Grady, I want you to come along with us to headquarters for a brainograph test.
Why, sure, Commander. I'll do anything I can to cooperate.
We'll get to the lab hab and have that powder in the uniform analyzed. Maybe it's a food or Polidor, maybe not. We won't know until he grabs it, our bait.
Bait?
I'll tell you about it later. Come on, let's get to headquarters.
Far out in space, a private cruiser races away from the man-made planet Terra. Turning from the controls, the pilot tunes the spacephone to a rarely used frequency, adjusts the scrambler circuit, and beams the signal into space.
Vorcheck aboard cruiser S-713 calling Polidor. Vorcheck to Polidor. Vorcheck calling Polidor.
Polidor here. Go ahead.
Blackron crystals are aboard. Blanchard is still on Terra as you directed.
Good. The express clerk will not be able to identify Artona. I was tuned in when he was being questioned by Inventive Corry.
Oh, then Grady recovered all right?
Yes. Corry is going to give him a brainograph test. But don't worry.
What about the detectoscope weapon?
It's destroyed. Reduced to powder.
That'll leave Corry with another mystery on his hands.
Yes. Vorcheck, you will proceed to Neptune as directed.
Sure, Polidor.
Hold the Zyklon crystals at the cavern until I contact you. Hold it or out.
In Commander Corry's central office at Space Patrol headquarters, Buzz and Happy are examining the results of the brainograph test on Sam Grady, express agent of Division A.
Well, one thing's sure. Grady wasn't in on the job.
No, everything he told us was the truth. He wasn't even guilty of carelessness.
Polidor's men had everything figured down to the last detail. Say, Commander, what about that powder on my jacket?
The lab's still working on it, but I have a preliminary report. Powder is composed of several different elements, materials that might be used in electronics equipment.
Then Polidor must have had some gadget fastened to the ceiling. The gadget he projects his voice from.
Mm-hmm. Also, it apparently acts as a viewscope and sound detector as well as a reproducer.
Gee, it sure must be a compact device. Judging from the amount of powder, the whole thing couldn't have been much larger than a coin.
Of course, some of the material may have been completely vaporized. What fell in your jacket was just gas.
Yeah, but how was it destroyed?
Possibly by a vibration. When Polidor heard me tell you to search the room, he may have transmitted a frequency that disintegrated the device.
I'd sure like to know who planted it then. Say, back in Division A, you mentioned something about a trap for Polidor. How are you going to work it?
It's already in operation, Hap. A group of businessmen are holding an important meeting in the green room at the Terra Hotel. Discussing a financial matter I'm sure Polidor will be very interested in. The shipment of 1 million credits to the Saturn Trust Company.
The green room? But that's supposed to be spy-proof.
Exactly. Behind the walls, floor, and ceiling is an electronic jamming device that would garble any reporting or secret tickets.
Even this gadget of Polidor's?
But if Polidor succeeded in planting his gadget in the green room, it'll be working. Have the jamming device disconnected. Polidor will hear everything that goes on in that room.
How can we be sure that he heard about the meeting?
I've arranged for some carefully planted leaks. If Polidor's spy set up, he should have picked up our planted information.
1 million credit bait. That ought to lead Polidor into a trap, all right.
It's nearly 1,400 hours, Hap. The meeting in the green room ought to be breaking up soon. When everyone leaves, we'll search the conference room.
On the top floor of the luxurious Terra Hotel, Buzz and Happy wait unobtrusively at the end of the corridor as 10 important business leaders file out of the green room. As the group steps into an elevator, Buzz touches Happy's arm.
It's clear, Hap. Come on.
Commander, I think that last man saw us. I'm pretty sure he recognized you.
I know he did, Hap. That was Nelson Kettering, chairman of the meeting. He's the only man in that group who knows we're setting a trap for Polidor. Go on in, Hap.
Hey, this is some room. And look at the size of that conference table.
I'll check this switch, and we'll search the room.
Switch?
Protective system was turned off during the meeting. To give Polidor an earful. Then when Kettering left, he turned it on.
Oh, I get it. So Polidor couldn't hear us or see us while we're searching the room.
We'll start a systematic search. We'll check every square inch of the walls and ceiling.
It'd be pretty hard to conceal anything in this room. The walls are smooth and plain.
Hap, look up at the ceiling. You see anything up there?
No, sir.
Look close. Right in the center, directly over the table.
I still don't see. Oh, yeah. A small round thing. I can barely make it out.
You put one of these chairs on the table, have you? You can get a closer look.
Sure, sir.
Here, I'll give you a boost.
Something like a large button. You want me to see if I can pry it loose?
Here, Hap, take this metal box. It's electronically shielded like the conference room. If you get that button down, drop it in the box.
Yes, sir.
Now hold the box right under it so the gadget will remain in a strong shielding field.
It's coming loose, Commander. I got it.
Hand me the box, Hap.
Yes, sir.
All right. get back to headquarters and have the lab analyze this thing. We get to headquarters, we'll have a check made on everybody here at the hotel who has access to the conference room.
Yeah. Might give us a lead on who planted that gadget.
Help! Help! Gentlemen, can you help me?
What's the trouble?
It's my partner. I was sent up here to help him clean one of the rooms. There he was, lying on the floor of the janitor's supply room out cold.
Come on, Hap.
Must have dropped a bottle of cleaning solvent. The fumes got him. Here, right in here. See, there he is.
Wow. No wonder he passed out. That stuff burns my lungs.
I hope we're not too late.
You hold the door open. Hap, let's drag him out in the corridor where he can get some fresh air.
Yes, sir. I'll take his feet, Commander.
I ask you to hold that door open.
Get your hands up, both of you.
Uh-oh, Commander.
Isn't a ray gun rather odd equipment for a janitor to carry?
I cut the chatter. Hand over what you took out of the conference room.
What makes you think we took anything out of the room?
I watched you go in and I watched you come out. Now hand over that box. Come on, or you'll get what that guy got.
All right. Here you are.
It's being smart, Corey. Now don't try anything. I'm watching you. Now take a look in this box. Well, you found it, huh? Thanks, Corey. You saved me a lot of trouble. I just put this detectoscope button in my pocket.
Wait, Blanchard. Hold the button up.
Pull the door.
Well, Corry and the Cadet.
They found a button in the conference room, Polidor.
Where are you now?
In the janitor's supply room of the Terra Hotel. We took care of the real janitor with the ray gun and borrowed a spare uniform from his locker.
Blanchard.
Yes, Polidor.
You're on the top floor of the Terra Hotel?
Yeah.
Good. I noticed a window in the rear of the room. Use the ray gun on Corry and the Cadet. Then shove them out the window. A 30-story drop, Commander, and you'll be out of my life for good.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. A spook from outer space. Or an Indian from a reservation on Mars. Or a mystery man from another solar system. Yes, sir, Space Patroller. You could be any one of those weird characters when you're wearing a Man from Mars totem head with magic forehead vision. That's the special secret vision plate every totem head comes equipped with. So you can see out, but nobody else can see in or know who's wearing the Man from Mars totem head. And to make sure your identity is a complete secret, it's more than 12 inches high. Colors that are out of this world. Red and yellow, green and black. Remember, you see out. Nobody sees in with magic forehead vision. Fantastic fun. You can have it with a Man from Mars totem head. Get one. Get as many as you like and wear them all. Stacked one on top of the other. For every totem head you want, send a rice check or wheat check box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coins to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. Now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, the Cavern of Fear. Buzz and Happy have been lured into a janitor's supply room on the top floor of the Terra Hotel by Blanchard, one of Polidor's confederates. Holding the Space Patrollers at gunpoint, Blanchard removed the detectoscope button from a shielded box, enabling Polidor in some remote and unknown place of security to see and hear everything in the room. Polidor has ordered Blanchard to use the ray gun on Buzz and Happy, and then thrust their unconscious forms through the window 30 floors above the street.
All right, Corey. You heard what Polidor said. I think I'll take care of you first.
You're making a mistake, Blanchard. Why should you run all the risks through Polidor's dirty work?
Go on, Blanchard. He's just calling. Let him have it.
Okay, Polidor. What's that?
It's just the intercom on the wall. Blanchard, look out!
I'll take that gun, Blanchard. Hey, that was a beauty, Commander.
Here's Blanchard's ray gun. Now, where's that detectoscope?
Well, Blanchard had it in his left hand. It's probably clenched in his fist.
I'll get it. It's too late.
nothing but fine powder.
Polidor set off a disintegrator impulse when he saw his boy was in a jam. Hap, I'll answer the intercom. You check on the real janitor. I think he's starting to come around. We'll take Blanchard to headquarters.
By the time Blanchard is brought into Commander Corry's office at headquarters, he has expressed himself as being willing to cooperate. He sits rubbing his bruised jaw as Buzz questions him.
Okay, Blanchard. Have you ever seen this Polidor?
No. I don't know of anybody who has.
Can you give me the names of any of Polidor's agents? You might as well tell me now, Blanchard. We can put you under the brainograph, you know.
All right, I'll tell you. I only know one of them, Pete Vorchek. I worked with him once.
Where's Vorchek now?
I don't know. He split up after a job at the express office.
Oh, the Zyklon theft.
Vorchek had his special orders. I had mine. But wait. Vorchek and I got pretty chummy. He told me a couple of things I wasn't supposed to know about the cavern.
What cavern?
It's a place on Neptune, Sector 17K. Vorchek was supposed to go to the cavern with the Zyklon.
And meet Polidor there, maybe?
Yeah, I doubt it. Nobody ever meets Polidor, except probably one or two of the higher-ups.
This cavern on Neptune, how many men are there?
Probably just Vorchek now. Polidor doesn't like the boys to get together and compare notes. Unless
what?
Unless he's got somebody in the Cavern of Fear.
Cavern of Fear?
Yeah, maybe Vorchek was pulling my leg. The Cavern of Fear is supposed to be a place Polidor uses to throw a scare into wise guys that get out of line. Part of the cavern is cold and damp and pitch dark. The icy water drips from the walls. Polidor had these detector scopes hidden around, and hour after hour these horrible noises boom around in the cavern. Vorchek says he's seen some pretty brave guys going nearly out of their minds.
Vorchek is there. He'll be contacted by Polidor. Blanchard, can you tell me exactly where this cavern is?
If I could see a map of Neptune, I think I could. Vorchek mentioned a couple of landmarks.
If we ran too close, Vorchek would see the ship and warn Polidor.
Well, Commander, if one man were to be dropped off a couple miles away in a spacesuit, he might find out quite a bit.
Yes, but if he were discovered...
Well, I think I could do a little scouting without being caught, sir. Please, sir. And I could keep in contact with you in the ship on a secret frequency.
All right, but remember, you're volunteering as a scout and not as a one-man assault force. Turn Blanchard over to the guard. We'll blast off for Neptune.
In a remote, mountainous region of the planet Neptune, Pete Vorchek advances the heat regulator in a sealed-off section of a system of caverns. Then goes to a spaceophone transmitter and adjusts the controls.
Pete Vorchek at Neptune Station calling Polidor. Vorchek to Polidor.
Polidor here. I was about to call you, Vorchek.
I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about me. When do I get away from here?
I've had my hands full with Commander Corry. He captured one of my men, Blanchard.
Blanchard?
Yes, but there is no need to worry. Blanchard knows nothing that can lead Corry to me or to you. Isn't it right?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Corry, however, is getting to be a problem. He discovered one of my detectoscopes. Had his hand on it for a few minutes before I was able to destroy it. We shall have to be more careful in hiding them after this. Oh, you will remain where you are until I eliminate Corry.
But Polidor...
Wait. It won't be very long. Let me tell you. Corry doesn't know it, but pride doesn't live.
Far to the east, the Terra 5 circles over the mountains of Neptune. Alone in the ship, Commander Corry sets the spaceophone receiver to a secret space patrol frequency. Anxiously, Buzz waits. And then...
Cadet Happy calling Commander Corry aboard Terra 5.
Corry here. Go ahead, Hap.
Blanchard's tip was on the level, sir. I've located the entrance to Polidor's cavern.
Any sign of life?
Not yet. Except for the airlock at the cavern opening, it looks like any other mountain in this part of Neptune.
Don't take any chance of being seen.
I'm a good mile from the cavern, sir, hiding behind some rocks. But with these binoculars, the airlock looks only about 20 feet away.
Where you stand, how close can I land the ship without tipping off Vorchek if he's in the cavern?
Well, there's a ridge to the north about 2 miles from here. If you could set down behind that, you'd be okay.
All right, Hap, I'll join you. Give me your exact location.
As Happy crouches behind the rock, watching the cavern entrance, he's unaware of the tread of heavy space boots behind him. As Happy looks northward for a glimpse of the Terra 5, a man in a spacesuit steps up behind him with blast gun in hand.
Get your hands up, Cadet, and away from the spaceophone control.
Where did you come from?
The cavern over there. You were watching the wrong entrance.
You're Vorchek, then.
That's right. You're waiting for Commander Corry.
Suppose you picked up our secret frequency.
Oh, no. Simpler than that.
One of Polidor's men managed to plant a detectoscope in the Terra 5. Polidor heard the commander talking to you and tipped me off. Make it move.
Now, look, the commander will be landing in a few minutes, and if you know what's good
I'll
for you...
I'll take care of him later. Polidor wants me to make you comfortable in the Cavern of Fear. Now start walking.
Entering the airlock, Happy is forced to walk for hundreds of yards through the winding passage of the cavern. Vorchek has opened the facepiece of Happy's spacesuit, and the cadet can smell the cold, dank air of the cavern. The rocky walls glisten with a greasy wetness in the beams of Vorchek's atomolite. Suddenly, Happy finds himself in total darkness and is aware that he is alone.
Hey, Vorchek, where are you? Vorchek, what happened to the light? Hey! Smoking rockets. A wild animal. And me in the dark without a gun. It's coming closer.
Are you frightened, Cadet?
Polidor. Well, that's a relief.
A relief?
Well, sure. Now I know there's no wild animal in the cavern. That roar was just a sound effect, projected here the way your voice is, by your detectoscopes.
Quite logical. However, you can be quite sure, can you?
What do you mean?
I am far away on another planet, but you can be certain just what might be in this cavern. Listen. Some animal may be creeping closer, its claws scraping the rough rocks.
Sure. Let's hear some more of your sound effects, Polidor. Put on a show for me.
You are brave now, but wait a few hours. The darkness will have its effect on your reason. Your senses will play tricks on you. Your imagination will get out of control. And for the first time in your life, you will know pure terror.
Landing the Terra 5 and not finding Happy, Commander Corry has made his way to the cavern searching for the cadet. Cautiously, he makes his way through the winding passage with the aid of an atomolite. Occasionally, from the blackness ahead come strange sounds.
Oh, shut up.
Happy! Happy, where are you?
Commander, I see your light. I'm back here.
I'm coming, Hap. What's that?
Oh, just one of Polidor's tricks. He's trying to scare us with sound.
Corry, you're only a few yards from the cadet, and I am on another planet. But watch, you'll never reach him.
Commander, look out. The gate's closing.
Happy!
It's no use, Commander. The cadet is locked behind the gate, and Vorchek will see that you don't escape.
Look, Polidor, there'll be a squadron of Space Patrol ships here looking for us.
Let them come. Vorchek will be gone when the Zyklons are sold. And, of course, I am here in voice only.
This whole section of Neptune is being watched right now. Your man Vorchek can't get through that patrol.
Thank you, Commander. He can't escape in his ship, but he can in yours.
Not unless I'm in it. The controls are locked, and only Happy and I can operate them.
Oh, well, I don't mind losing Vorchek and the Zyklon if I can do away with you and the cadet. Vorchek can risk being shot down by your patrol ships if he likes.
Right behind you with the blaster, Corry, so get him up.
Well, Vorchek, you've been getting an earful, huh?
Yes. You're going to get me out of here, Corry.
Vorchek, don't be a fool. It's a trick.
Maybe, Polidor. But I know where I stand with you now. Come on, Corry, let's go.
Just a minute. Open the gate and let the cadet out.
Let him stay in here. I can't watch both of you.
You leave him here alone in this cavern?
Maybe Polidor will talk to him during his final hours. Come on, Corry, let's get out of here. You go first.
All right. That's the way you want it? Had enough? On your feet.
Sure.
Now open that gate, Vorchek.
Take it easy. I was only kidding. Here's the control back of this shelf of rock.
Commander.
You okay, Hap?
Oh, yeah. Oh, great. Hey, you've got Vorchek.
He's riding back with us. Too bad we can't include Polidor. Did he give you a rough time?
Oh, he sure did. I didn't mind the bats and the leopards, but one sound really had me scared. I figured I was really off my rocker.
What was it?
Well, it was so real I could almost feel it rubbing up against me, even through my spacesuit.
Rattlesnake?
No, it was... Hey, I thought I heard it again. Just now.
Look down at your feet, Hap.
It's smoking rockets. A kitten. And it's real.
Hap, don't tell me you're afraid of cats.
Oh, no, sir. Not when they're real. But these imaginary cats that aren't there, I can't stand the sight of them.
In just a moment, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure, which will be brought to you by Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars.
Who is the man from Mars? Who's in that weird, spooky totem head with a face in front and another in back?
Fellas and girls, it can be you. Yes, you can have this sensational totem head with magic forehead vision. Imagine, when you wear your totem head, you can see out, but nobody can see in. That's right. Magic forehead vision works only for you. When you're in that totem head, you can fool your best friend. Even your mom won't know it's you. It's easy to get your totem head because you drink that super wonderful, extra delicious Nestle's Quick, don't you? Sure. You know Quick makes the best chocolate milk in the universe. Well, just send the lid from the can of Nestle's Quick or a tracing of the front of the label, together with your name and address and 25 cents to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That address again, Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. You'll get your totem head soon, so you can be the man from Mars. Now a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are aboard the Terra 5, preparing to fight off an attacking robot ship.
Fire stern torpedo 1.
Fire 1.
Surely you don't think I'm aboard this robot ship, Commander?
In a few seconds, Polidor, there won't be any ship. Hey, Commander, the torpedo exploded short of the target.
The ship is protected by a force field. Our torpedoes explode when they hit the field.
That's right. You can't stop this robot ship.
It's gaining on us, sir.
If you don't act quickly, it'll ram us and blow us to bits.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Race Against Time. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson. Executive producer, Mike Jeffrey. Other players were Norman Jolly, Ken Mayer, and Bela Kovac. George Barkley speaking. Don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for exciting adventure on Space Patrol! Space Patrol was brought to you today by Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are aboard the Terra 5, preparing to fight off an attacking robot ship.
Fire stern torpedo 1.
Fire 1.
Surely you don't think I'm aboard this robot ship, Commander?
In a few seconds, Polidor, there won't be a ship. Commander, the torpedo exploded short of the target.
The ship's protected by a force field. Our torpedoes explode when they hit the field.
That's right. Keep firing if you like. You can't stop this robot ship.
It's gaining on us, sir.
If you don't act quickly, it'll ram us and blow us to bits.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Race Against Time. Come and get it! Come and get the coolest, most refreshing, most delicious glass of chocolate milk ever. Space Patrollers, that's Nestle's Quick. There's nothing in this universe that tastes so good, mixes so fast, and cools so well. Nestle's Quick has the same terrific flavor as your favorite Nestle's chocolate bars. What smooth, velvety chocolate. And it's so easy, Quick just about makes itself. Listen, first you pour out your big frosty glass of milk, then you just drop in 2 teaspoons of Nestle's Quick. Swish it around for a second, and there it is, your Quick Me Up. Packed with nourishment, full to the brim with cool refreshment. Just what you want in this hot weather. So be sure you get Mom to bring home the big brown and yellow can of Nestle's Quick, so you can make yourself a glass of Quick anytime you like. And remember, this is the sound of good things coming. Come and get it! Come and get your Martian totem head, too. Boy, you'd better hurry because this offer is almost over. You can have tons of fun with your totem head because it's got magic forehead vision. You can see out, but nobody can see in. Today, send the lid or a tracing of the label from a can of Nestle's Quick, together with your name, address, and 25 cents, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri, and hurry! And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Race Against Time. Commander Corry is waging a battle of wits against Polidor, the invisible mastermind behind a series of daring crimes. Although Buzz and Happy have captured several of Polidor's agents, the identity of the super criminal remains a mystery. Right now, the Commander and Cadet Happy are in the office of Neil Channing, Chief Chemist of the Solfex Products Company in Lowell City on the planet Mars. Channing's staff has just completed a laboratory analysis of a complex mixture of chemicals provided him by the Commander.
Here you are, Commander. It's as complete and detailed as we can make it.
Thanks, Channing. I'll check it over now if you don't.
Oh, go ahead. Well, you'll probably notice that in most of the items, our reports merely confirm the findings of your Space Patrol Security Lab experts. I'm sorry we weren't able to supply much new information.
I don't expect miracles, Channing. At any rate, your independent tests cut down the margin of error. This paragraph on component 11. You've got data here that we don't have.
Well, we should have. After all, it's a product we make here at Solfex. We intend to market it under the trade name Lumaplex.
Lumaplex?
It's a synthetic mineral with several unusual properties. For one thing, it amplifies light.
Lumaplex? That's a new one on me.
Channing, I believe you said you intend to put it on the market.
Yes, it's still in the experimental stage.
Well, aren't you surprised that we should bring you a sample of it for analysis?
Not especially. It's our policy here at Solfex to let small independent researchers experiment with our new products. Why, we even have high school chemistry students on our trial and error shipping list. Pays off, too. Some of our best commercial ideas have come from out here.
Mr. Channing, did you ever hear of someone called Polidor?
Polidor? Oh, you don't mean this long-range ventriloquist who's been throwing his voice all over the solar system?
Yes. This sample of powdered chemicals is the remains of the gadget he uses to project his voice.
He calls it a detectoscope.
For the materials you found in this sample, Channing, could you construct a device that would act as a spacophone and viewscope combined?
Some order.
You figure make it so compact that it's the size of a half-credit coin and only twice as thick.
Definitely not. I don't say it's impossible, but it's beyond the scope of our know-how here at Solfex.
Well, it's not beyond Polidor's know-how.
If we can find the man who put your Lumaplex to work, it might help us locate Polidor. To your knowledge, how many outsiders are working on Lumaplex?
At least 10 individuals are firm. I can give you a list.
Good. I'm not overlooking the possibility that someone here at Solfex might have found out more about Lumaplex than his told his employers.
It's not a pleasant thought. I'm sure my employees are loyal, but I admit it's an angle you'll have to consider, Commander. Say, maybe it's none of my business, but do you intend to question everybody on that list I mentioned?
Our agents will. Why?
Well, would it help you if you had a little background on these experimenters, the general direction of their research?
It certainly would.
Then Gannett's your man. Rudolph Gannett. He's an amateur astronomer, and he keeps in touch with a lot of the small fry experimenters.
crackpots and all.
Would an astronomer know much about electronics and its lumiplex?
Gannett might. Remember I said he was an amateur astronomer. He was a research chemist before he retired. Now he's got a nice place outside Lowell City where he putters around making his own telescopes and all the paraphernalia that goes with it. Even molds and grinds his own lenses. Every new plastic that comes out he makes optical tests on.
He might be interested in work on lumiplex because of its light amplifying properties. Now, since we're here in Lowell City, we'll have a talk with him.
Well, I'll tell you how to find his place. But I'm warning you, Commander. You'll be lucky if you can get Gannett's head out of the Milky Way long enough to talk to him. His mind is usually a million light years out in space.
We'll take a chance. Thanks, Channing.
Outward bound from Terra, a private cruiser follows a vector that avoids the regular space lanes. Its pilot, Chad Tessick, keeps a wary eye on the viewscope screens as he speaks into the spaceophone.
Everything's set, Polidor. Not a hitch.
If you're sure you're not being followed, proceed to headquarters. I have another job for you. It involves Commander Corry.
Corry? I thought Janik drew that detail.
Yes, but unfortunately, an unforeseen move on Corry's far too Janikov schedule. I want you to dispose of Corry before 1600 hours tomorrow.
It's pretty short notice, isn't it?
Perhaps. But I want Corry out of the way when our device puts the telecommunications center out of commission.
Maybe we can figure a way to have Corry at the center when our gadget does its work.
Yes. It would give me great satisfaction for Corry to be on hand when the entire nerve center of his precious space patrol is burned out.
The Omicron radiation would finish Corry just like it's going to take care of everybody in the communications building.
It's a tempting thought. But an attempt to maneuver Corry into the center at exactly 1600 hours might arouse his suspicions and upset our plans.
That shouldn't be hard. Corry's headquarters isn't far from communications.
No, but Corry isn't on Terra.
No, where is he?
In Lowell City. It appears to me, Tessie, that Commander Corry's unhappy fate will be among the important messages that the communication center will be unable to transmit. Hold it around.
On a high hill some 60 miles from Lowell City is the home of Rudolph Gannett. It is not a spectacular residence, its only unique feature being a small dome that unmistakably identifies it as an observatory. In a library adjoining the dome, Gannett looks up from a list of names Commander Corry has just handed him.
I see you have Professor Arlington's name here.
Do you know him?
Oh, quite well. I don't wish to seem unkind, but you might as well cross his name off the list.
Then you don't think he's working with Lumiplex?
Very good Lumiplex is more in Arlington's line, Commander. Please don't misunderstand me. Arlington is competent in his field. A good instructor, but not an original research man.
Let's see. Having just two names as being likely to experiment with Lumiplex along the lines I mentioned. James Hollister of Jupiter and Lawrence Earhart of Nicholas City.
Yes, Commander.
Well, thank you for your help, Mr. Gannett.
Oh, you're not leaving. I was hoping to show you my observatory.
I'm sorry, but we've got to get back to Lowell City. Later, when we aren't so rushed, Happy and I'd be delighted to see you.
Well, we sure would, Mr. Gannett.
Oh, you men who search for criminals are always in a rush. That's why I like astronomy. There are no criminals in the heavens. The stars all obey the law.
Maybe that's because they're old enough to know they can't get away with disobeying the law. So long, Mr. Gannett.
Goodbye, Mr. Gannett, and thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Goodbye, gentlemen. Tessie, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Corry and the cadet just left. Keep out of sight.
I took care of their surface car, Polidor.
Give them 10 minutes to start. Then take my car and trail them. This time we've got to make sure.
With Commander Corry at the wheel, the Space Patrol surface car moves swiftly over the deserted road to Lowell City. The many turns and grades in this stretch through the mountains keep Buzz and Happy from noticing the car following, a mile behind.
Hey, we're making good time for this kind of road.
Mm-hmm. What time is it?
Well, I've got 11:16, but my watch is slow.
What? Cadet Happy's watch isn't correct at a split second?
Well, I noticed it at Gannett's place, sir. I checked it with his clock, and I'm a half a minute behind.
Well, an astronomer would certainly have the correct time. I don't want to take my eyes off the road, Hap. What does my watch say?
Why, well, that's funny. Yours is the same as mine. We both can't be off the same amount.
Yeah, right now, 30 seconds can't make any difference.
That's right. We'll still make Lowell City by 1200. Say, wouldn't it be a joke on Cadet, the well-ordered astronomer, if his clock was wrong?
Mm-hmm. I just happened to think an observatory would have several clocks, keeping different kinds of time. Universal star time, local star time.
Oh, sure. The clock I saw was probably on Mars sun time. Hey, Commander, our windshield is fogging up.
Fog in this dry Martian atmosphere. Something is clouding the windshield.
What's wrong with that automatic gizmo? That electronic field is supposed to repel dust and
Hap,
vapor.
I can't see. Look out the side and guide me.
Commander, you're too close to the edge. A little to the left. Hey, we're going over!
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Hi, Space Patroller.
Hi, Captain Tufeld.
Hey, see, you got another keen man from Mars totem head in the morning mail. How many you got now?
3 and 4 more to come. Just wait. I'm going to have the biggest totem pole in the whole universe. Because I'm sending for totem heads just as fast as I can get box tops.
Smart boy. And Space Patrollers, if you haven't started your totem head collection, you better get going right now. Because this terrific offer ends soon.
And you don't want to miss out on the fun you can have with these neat totem heads. Wear them over your head, and from head to shoulders, you're in disguise. A man from Mars totem head is more than 12 inches high, and every one of them has magic forehead vision.
Yes, sir, magic forehead vision. That's the special secret eye plate. You can see out, but nobody else can see in.
And when you get lots of totem heads, you can build yourself an honest-to-goodness totem pole in your room or in your backyard, like I'm doing.
Each totem head has a face in front and one in back, too. A beak-like nose, fang-like teeth, and ears that flop. And wait till you see those bright Martian colors, red and yellow, green and black.
Hurry, gang. Get your box top in your quarter and send for yours now.
Remember, Space Patrollers, this offer soon ends. So for every totem head you want, send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, Race Against Time. Buzz and Happy are in the surface car driving through a mountainous region of Mars after interviewing an amateur astronomer named Rudolph Cadet. Suddenly, the windshield of the car clouded up, and before Buzz could bring the car to a stop, it careened over the edge of an embankment. Now the car is tumbled to a stop in the soft dirt just a few feet from a straight drop-off. A moment later, another surface car rounds the bend and stops at the scene. A man gets out and ascends the slope toward the wreck. The two space patrollers lie motionless in the battered surface car. Then Happy moans and stirs. Suddenly, he's aware of a quick, firm grasp on his arm. A pressure that in 1 second tells Happy, even in his dazed condition, that Buzz wants him to remain quiet and feign unconsciousness. An instant later, the car door is yanked open.
Pretty neat job.
Not quite neat enough, Jesse. One of them is still alive. I heard him moan.
They're both out cold. I can finish them off easy.
Keep your hands off the car. We don't want fingerprints.
Okay, Porter. I'll be careful.
When you coated the windshield, you used too thin a solution. It should have clouded up instantly. Then I transmitted the energizing field from the observatory.
Well, it worked okay. The windshield is clear now. It looked like Corry lost control and tumbled over the cliff.
No, if he hadn't had time to slow down, he'd have gone completely down to the bottom. Anyway, Corry wouldn't be able to stop our little surprise party on Terra at 1600.
Well, look, why don't I drag him out and toss him over the ledge? It looked like they were thrown out of the car.
It's an excellent suggestion. But first, dispose of the detectoscope.
Can't you destroy it with the disintegrator impulse?
Naturally. But you don't think I want Space Patrol investigators to find the powder in the car, do you?
Yeah, that's right. They'd know the wreck wasn't an accident.
Or find out that Cadet and Polydor are the same. Now, before you dispose of these two, throw the detectoscope over the ledge. I'll disintegrate it in midair, and the powder will never be found. But remember, leave no clues. Be careful. Hold it right.
Okay, Polydor. Here goes. I'll take care of these two guys. Come on, Corry. You're going over the cliff.
I'll take over from here, Tessie. Need some help, Commander? No.
Except to carry Tessig up to his car.
Oh, he got colder than he thought we were.
Maybe. We'll give him a chance to fix us.
No, sir. Now we know who Polidor is.
Since he disintegrated the detectoscope, he doesn't know we know him yet.
You sure were right when you pegged Gannett as a phony.
I'll notify Lowell City headquarters to send a couple of patrol ships to Gannett's observatory. That is, if our spaceophone works. That's dead.
Maybe there's one in Tessig's car.
Yes, and also a hidden detectoscope. Whether we use the spaceophone or not, Polidor will be tipped off that we're still alive.
I guess a surprise attack on his observatory is impossible.
We'll take Tessig to Lowell City. Then we'll send patrol ships to the observatory while I work on Tessig. I've got to find out what Polidor meant by a surprise party on Terra at 1600.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, it sure can't be anything good.
Remember, after we get near Tessig's car, not a word about Polidor, Tessig, or Terra. Maybe we can't keep him from seeing us with his detectoscope, but we can keep him on a hot seat, worrying about what we're going to do.
After a fast and silent trip to Lowell City, Buzz dispatches 2 patrol ships to Polidor's observatory. Then, in the Space Patrol headquarters of the Mars capital, he questions Chad Tessig.
Once more, Tessig. What's Polidor planning to do on Terra at 1600?
Polidor?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. All right, then. Gannett. I heard the whole conversation back at the wreck. Polidor is Gannett, and you're working with him. You've been working too hard, Commander. You're imagining things. I'm through wasting time, Tessig. I'm giving you a brainograph test.
Excuse me, Commander.
Yes, Happy?
The patrol just reported in from the observatory.
Polidor was gone, I suppose.
Yes, and so was that small atmosphere ship we saw parked near the house. The agents are searching the place from top to bottom looking for evidence. Get anything out of Tessig?
No. The brainograph will fix that.
Oh, another thing, sir. The local lab men went over to Tessig's car. They found some more powder. Polidor had a detectoscope in there, all right.
Now get this, Tessig. If anything serious happens on Terra in the next few hours, we're going to hold you personally responsible.
You can't do that. It's not fair.
Huh. Look who's talking about fairness.
Tessig, I know Polidor has planned a catastrophe for 1600 on Terra. You can help prevent it. If you don't, you'll take the consequences, and Polidor can't protect you.
All right. It's a Terra Communications Center. It's going to be put out of commission if it works. How? At 1600 hours, a surge of high-voltage current's going to be sent over the regular power lines. It'll burn out every bit of equipment in the place. Spacephones, viewscopes, computers, relay transmitters, recording equipment, everything.
Well, how about the voltage regulators? They'll automatically break the circuits if there's an overload.
Not with the high-frequency current we're using. It'll jump every fuse and relay you've got. That whole center will be burned out. It'll be completely useless.
Where's this device planted? What part of the building?
In Power Section 4. It's well hidden where no one could find it unless they knew it was there.
Tell me where it is and how to shut it off. I'll spaceophone instructions to Terra.
No, it's not that easy. Polidor made sure it'd be a thorough job. It'll not only burn out all the equipment, but it'll take care of every living man in the building.
How?
Omicron radiation. When that charge hits, every light in the building, whether it's turned on or off, will throw out deadly Omicron rays.
Smoking rockets.
You're going under the brainograph, Tessig. I'm going to find out how to shut off that machine.
Yeah, you're licked, Corry, because I don't know. You can bet that the men who installed it are scattered all over the solar system by now.
Gee, Commander, what are we going to do?
You can't do anything.
Tessig, if that machine were right in front of you, could you figure out how to shut it off?
I think so. But I'm on Mars, and the machine's on Terra.
That can be fixed. I'm taking you to Terra.
But you can't make it by 1600.
Going to try. Come on, Hap. Let's get him to the ship.
With Tessig locked securely in an aft compartment, the Terra 5 roars toward Terra. For the 10th time in the past hour, Happy has recomputed their vector, weighing space against time in endless calculations.
It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close.
What do you figure now, Hap? What's our ETA?
15:50 and 25 seconds.
Less than 10 minutes to get from the spaceport to the communications center.
And we don't know how much time Tessig will need to shut that thing off.
We could take more acceleration, but I don't know about Tessig back there. We've got to keep him healthy and alert.
When we drag him into communications, he'll be alert enough. He'll have to be to save his own skin.
I'll increase acceleration a little. We can cut down our travel time another 5 minutes. Hap, look at the rear view scope.
A spaceship on our tail. And it's gaining on us.
Looks like trouble.
Polidor. The acceleration must be terrific.
It's probably under robot control. I'll challenge him and find out. Corry aboard Terra 5, calling spaceship. Now 5 DUs astern on our vector, following Space Meridian 125. Request identification. Acknowledge. Happy, stand by to fire space torpedoes.
Standing by, sir. He's still coming on.
Corry aboard Terra 5 to unidentified cruiser. You're on a collision course with this ship. Unless you acknowledge and change vector, you'll be fired upon.
Very well, Commander. Go ahead and fire.
It's Polidor, all right.
Polidor, we've changed vector, and your ship is still tailing us. I'm giving you one more chance.
I'm on target, sir.
Fire stern torpedo 1.
Fire 1.
Surely you don't think I'm aboard the ship, Commander?
In a few seconds, there won't be a ship. Commander, the torpedo exploded short of the target. Something must have been wrong with the proximity fuse.
No, Cadet. This ship is protected by a force field. Your cosmic torpedoes will never reach me.
Commander, should we try it again?
It'd be a waste of time. The proximity fuses react to the force field instead of to the actual hull of the ship.
That's right. Keep firing if you like. Meanwhile, this robot ship will pursue you and ram you.
If we time it right and wait till he gets real close.
No, we'd be destroyed by our own torpedo.
Exactly. You may as well face it, Corry. You will never reach Terra. And as you probably know by now, the communication center will be destroyed at 1600 hours. In a moment, Commander, my view scope screen will go blank. And I'll know that you and the Terra Phi have been blasted to bits. Goodbye, Commander.
Sir, what can we do? Evasive tactics are no good. Polidor's robot keeps right on our tail.
Hap, put on a spacesuit, then shove a cosmic torpedo out of the cargo hatch. I'll cut down our acceleration.
Yes, sir, but what good will that do? The torpedo will have the same velocity as the ship. It'll stay right with us.
That's the idea. Hurry. Get that suit on. When you're ready to shove the torpedo out, signal me on your suit spaceophone. Now get going.
Happy to Commander Corry.
Go ahead, Hap.
The hatch is open. Torpedo's ready.
Have you disconnected the proximity fuse?
Yes, sir.
All right. Going to cut our acceleration. Push the torpedo out, but take it easy. It'll explode on contact.
It's clear of the ship, sir. But it's floating right along under us.
Good. The robot ship is gaining fast. Brace yourself and keep clear of that hatch. I'm blasting ahead on all rockets.
Okay, Commander.
Everything all right back there, Hap?
Yes, sir. But there was a big flash of light astern.
That was Polidor's robot ship colliding with a torpedo. When I accelerated, we pulled ahead fast and left the torpedo behind.
And the robot smacked it instead of us.
Check on Tessig before you come forward. I want him in good shape when we reach Terra.
It's 1548 by the ship's chronometer when the Terra 5 roars to the Terra space lock. Buzz and Happy are rushed to the communications building in a surface car, holding the panic-stricken Tessig between them. A swift elevator drops them down to Power Section 4, where the infernal device is poised to hurl destructive current and deadly radiation through the huge building.
Come on, Tessig. Where is it?
It's in this room, there, behind that panel.
Get to work and shut it off.
And make it snappy. It's awful close to 1600.
There it is.
It's already started. We're too late.
It's just building up potential. It won't throw the current into the main line until the power's up.
Well, don't just stand there. Shut it off.
Commander, I can't remember. I can't think straight. Let's get out of here.
There isn't time to get out. The only way you can save your own neck is to save everybody else. Now get to work.
I think this is the switcher.
Nothing happened.
That must be for one of the preliminary operations. Once it's underway, it can't be stopped. I can't think. I can't think. I can't think. If I turn the wrong switch, it would throw the power on ahead of time.
Tessig, you've only got a few seconds.
Quiet, Hap. Don't rattle him any more than he is.
You might as well all relax, gentlemen. There is nothing you can do.
Hold it. There's a detectoscope in here, too.
I don't suppose, Commander, you'd like to spend your final minute of existence in explaining how you avoided my robot ship. When the view scope went blank, I thought I had you.
Make him shut up. Let me think.
Now, how can Corry make me shut up when I'm safely on board?
Polidor, tell me how to stop this machine, please.
He's not going to tell you. You've got to do it yourself, and you've got just 10 seconds.
Seconds.
But, Commander...
8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
I can't
3, 2, 1. Something's gone wrong.
It's not going to go on.
Those fools. Those bungling fools. There's only one thing that could be wrong. They forgot to set the final locking switch.
The locking switch.
Which one is that?
This one, right here. But it's in position.
That's all I wanted to know.
It's off.
I don't understand. It was on before. Why didn't it work?
Happy, what time do you have?
Exactly 1600. Hey, my watch must be slow.
Polidor, if you're still listening, what time do you have?
35 seconds past 1600.
Right. By Mars local sun time. I was hoping you'd be too excited to remember there's 30 seconds difference.
But, Commander, you were counting off the seconds.
By Mars sun time. The machine was set by universal star time. Polidor thought his machine was out of order and obligingly told us how to fix it.
Next time, Corry, you won't be so lucky.
We'll meet again soon, Polidor.
and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Polidor. And next time, we'll fix your clock.
In just a moment, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure brought to you by Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages.
Say, gang, are you walking around without your head?
Now, Hap, how can anybody do that?
Smoking rockets, Commander. I mean the totem head. That's the greatest thing since heads were first invented.
Oh, I get it. And Space Patrollers, you want to get one of these spooky totem heads. You can see out, but nobody can see in. You've got to act right away. There's very little time left, and when this offer ends, it'll never be made again.
Don't be without your head when it's so easy to get a totem head. You just send your name and address and 25 cents together with the lid from a can of Nestle's Quick or a tracing of the front of the Quick label or a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
Got that, boys and girls? It's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
Now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are trying to get out of a huge castle on the planet Venus, where Polidor is holding them prisoners. The two Space Patrollers are struggling, trying to open a heavy door.
It's locked. But in a castle this size, there must be more doors.
The chances are Polidor has them all locked.
Yeah, by electronic control. Commander, something smells strange.
I noticed it, too.
My eyes are burning.
Gotta find Polidor and take our chances. He's filling the castle with poison gas.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Robot of Vortena. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Bela Kobach, Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for exciting action on Space Patrol. Space Patrol was brought to you today by Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program in your local ABC television station. Consult your newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are trying to get out of a huge castle on the planet Venus where Polidor is holding them prisoner. The two Space Patrollers are struggling to open a heavy door.
Oh, it's locked. But in a castle this size, there must be more doors.
Chances are Polidor has them all locked.
Yeah, by electronic control. Hey, Commander, something smells strange.
I noticed it, too.
No, my eyes are burning.
We've got to find Polidor and take our chances. He's flooding the castle with poison gas.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Robot of Vortena. Hi, gang. Captain Dick Tufeld and...
The Man from Mars.
Reporting to you on...
The Man from Mars Totem Head with... magic forehead vision.
And, gang, this is the very last time we can offer you this terrific totem head on Space Patrol. So you better hurry. Get your box tops and quarters in the mail right away.
Space Patrollers, this is Cadet Happy.
Alias the man from Mars.
And Smoking Rockets, get yourself a totem head. Put it on, and you can be a man from Mars, too. With magic forehead vision and two faces, one in front and one in back. Play neat tricks on your pals with magic forehead vision. You can see them, they can't see you. Works like a pair of X-ray eyes. With those two faces, you're coming and going both at the same time. And jumpin' Jupiter, the totem head is more than 12 inches high in real Martian colors. Red and yellow, green and black. Fantastic ears, nose, teeth, and a swell pointed head. But remember, this is the last time we can offer it. So send for yours today.
Cadet Happy.
The man from Mars.
Is right, Space Patrollers. So for every totem head, send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top together with your name and address to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And don't forget your 25 cents.
That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
And now today's Space Patrol adventure, the robot of Vortena. The Secretary General of the United Planets has just sent a spaceophone message from Jupiter asking Commander Corry to deliver some important documents to the Secretary's daughter, Carol. Right now, Buzz and Happy are in the Secretary General's home on the man-made planet Terra. The commander hands the sealed pouch to Carol.
Since you're going to Jupiter in your own ship, Carol, I think it'd be a good idea if I assigned a Space Patrol agent to go with you.
Surely no one but Father, you and Happy know that I'm carrying the papers, so what's to worry about?
Lately, a lot of things we thought were secrets turned out to be otherwise.
He means Polidor, Carol.
Oh, Polidor. I'm sure he's after more important information than what I'm taking to Father.
Carol, there's information in this pouch that could be worth millions of credits. And Polidor isn't the only crook who'd like to get his hands on it.
Buzz, you sound so serious.
I just want you to realize that with those papers in your ship, it's no longer a pleasure trip. It's government business.
Of course. Well, don't worry. I'll get them to Dad at the governor's conference. Buzz, did Father suggest a bodyguard for me?
No. If you had, there'd be one aboard your ship with no argument.
I suppose an escort would be a tip-off if this was an official trip.
Yes, it would, since you usually make space trips by yourself. That's another reason I'm not insisting. I'll happen I'd better be going.
Oh, do you have to?
It's getting close to 2200, Carol. Isn't that when you were planning to blast off?
Golly, Moses, I had no idea it was so late. I still have some last-minute packing to do.
Of course. Come on, Hap.
Yes, sir. Have a nice trip, Carol.
Oh, thanks, Happy.
Goodbye, Carol, and be careful.
Goodbye, Buzz. And thanks.
Just a minute. Did I startle you, Miss Carlyle?
What are you doing here?
Is that any way to talk to a Space Patrol lieutenant?
You're not a Space Patrol lieutenant.
All right, so I stole the uniform. I look like a lieutenant.
Well, Lieutenant, I'll just get Commander Corry.
Stay right where you are. If you try to scream, I'll use this ray gun.
Who are you? What do you want?
Why, I'm your escort. I'm going to get aboard your ship with you at the spaceport.
You must be out of your mind. All I have to do is...
You were about to say that all you have to do is signal to the guards and they'd grab you. Isn't that right? I advise you not to try it, Miss Carlyle. If anything happens to me, I have friends on Jupiter, where your father is.
You wouldn't dare harm my father.
Come, Jethro, you're wasting time.
What was that?
One of my friends. He's on another planet, but he can see and hear us perfectly.
Polidor.
Yes.
Jethro, take the girl and the document, and hurry.
Where's the voice coming from?
From a small device called a detectoscope. When your father had this room redecorated last week, one of the workmen installed it.
In all this time...
I've heard many interesting conversations, Miss Carlyle. Your father has such important guests.
Come, Miss Carlyle. If we're noticed at the spaceport, it'll merely appear that a Space Patrol officer is escorting the Secretary General's daughter to Jupiter.
Elsewhere, in the Coronine Mountains of Venus, hundreds of miles from the nearest city, stands the Castle of Vortena. It was built during the 25th century by a wealthy space merchant as a showplace to entertain his friends in interplanetary commerce and society. Now, 5 centuries later, it is a deserted, crumbling ruin. It is here that Jedro has brought Carol.
Here she is, Polidor.
Welcome to Vortena Castle, Miss Carlyle. Jedro, did you have any trouble?
No, but I'd better camouflage Carol's spaceship.
Yes, and later you can move it into the hangar under the mountain. Miss Carlyle, do you know who I am?
You're a criminal who calls himself Polidor.
Yes, and you are one of the few people in the universe who have met me face to face as Polidor. As Commander Corry now knows, I'm Rudolph Janet, retired research chemist and amateur astronomer.
I'm not the least interested or impressed.
Aren't you curious why you were brought here?
No.
Of course you are. By bringing you here with the documents, I have a powerful control over Commander Corry.
What do you mean?
Isn't it obvious? To ensure your safety, Corry won't be quite as reckless in his efforts to capture me.
Then you're going to let him know you abducted me.
No, I'm going to lead Corry into a trap. Jedro.
Yes, Polidor.
Take Miss Carlyle's identification bracelet. See that it's delivered to Corry at the Terra headquarters according to plan.
Right.
And now, Miss Carlyle, after I lock you in your room, I'll set the stage for Corry's downfall.
Hours later, in the central office of Space Patrol headquarters on Terra, a very worried Commander Corry talks on the intercom to a security captain.
He's now 4 hours overdue at Jupiter City.
All private commercial ships have been alerted, sir, just as you ordered. So far, report negative.
I talked to the space control operator who checked her out through the airlocks last night. Her ship blasted off on schedule.
Yes, I know. I talked to the gate patrolman who saw Carol get aboard with her bodyguard.
Commander, here's...
Just a minute, Captain. Captain, what did you say about a bodyguard?
I said I checked with the gate patrol at the spaceport. I found a man who saw Carol board her ship with his space patrol lieutenant.
Carol was going alone. I didn't assign an escort.
What?
Captain, get hold of the gate guard. Get a description of that lieutenant and check with personnel and operations. Alert the officer locator section.
Yes, sir.
Hurry out. Captain, you hear that?
Yes, sir.
That was one of our officers with Carol. He'll have signed out with space operations.
Unless he's gone OPWL.
We haven't had an off-planet without lead case in 5 years. I think a lieutenant was a phony, and a checkup will prove it.
Oh, sir, this package is for you. A private messenger brought it.
I'll look at it later. Who's it from?
It doesn't say. It's marked urgent, personal, and official business.
Open that hat. I'm getting out a special search plan on Carol.
Yes, sir. Smoking rockets, Commander. Look.
A girl's bracelet. Pat, let me see that. It's Carol's.
Yes, sir. The identification bracelet her father gave her for her birthday.
Let's see that piece of paper.
Yes, sir.
I have information that will help you locate Carol Carlisle. Through a set of circumstances, I was able to obtain this bracelet without the knowledge of her actual abductors. This puts me in a dangerous position. Still, I feel it my duty to cooperate with the Space Patrol.
Wow, does that sound phony?
There's more. If you, Commander, will land on Jupiter Moon number 6 at exactly 1900 hours Universal Star Time, I'll give you what facts I have. I regret being forced to use this indirect method, but to contact you openly would cost me my life.
He just happened to find Carol's bracelet. Does he think you're going to fall for that?
Under the circumstances, there's only one thing to do. We're blasting off for Jupiter number 6.
At 1900 hours Universal Star Time, Buzz lands the Terra 5 on the airless surface of Jupiter's sixth moon at a point directed in the anonymous message. Moments later, a small private cruiser arcs in and hovers until Buzz and Happy step out of their ship in their spacesuits unarmed. The cruiser settles slowly down to the rocky satellite and cuts rockets. For long minutes, the space patrollers wait. Then, slowly, the cruiser's hatch opens, a ladder is lowered, and Buzz and Happy stride forward.
I'll go first, Hap. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy are aboard. Show yourself.
Proceed forward.
Come on, Happy. It sure is dark. What do they light this ship with? Fireflies?
That's close enough, gentlemen. Stand right there.
Where's Carol Carlisle?
There are certain preliminaries, Commander.
Now, let's get to them. Close that hatch so we can open these space pieces and talk man to man.
Our conversation can best be carried on as we are, in our spacesuits.
You've got us at a disadvantage. You can see us, but we can't see you. Your note said you weren't connected with whoever abducted Carol Carlisle.
That is correct. I am not.
Then why are you wearing that one-way vision face piece?
Yeah, and why the dim lights?
Yes, for an innocent man, you're taking a lot of precaution.
Please, if you'll listen, you'll understand. May not approve, but you will understand. I do know the men who are holding Miss Carlisle.
Yes, and you're afraid of reprisals. You're scared. Now what?
I want to ask a favor. In exchange for certain information.
Keep talking.
I have here on this small duty desk a bundle of currency. 200,000 credits. I want you to deposit it in the Terra Bank to the account of D.J. Whitney.
Then if I promise to deposit the money, you'll tell me where to find Miss Carlisle?
Yes. Now, will you deposit the money?
Uh-huh. If you can prove that Carol is safe.
That's easy. Spacephone has been on since you came aboard. Polidor, put the girl on.
Polidor. We might have known it.
Carol, this is Buzz. Can you hear me?
Yes, Buzz.
Watch what you say, all of you.
Are you all right? Have they harmed you?
No, I'm all right.
Sounds like Carol.
Buzz, it's a trap. You're going to frame you. Listen.
That's enough of that. Bullador's got Carol, but we've got you. Is that so?
Commander, he closed the hatch.
Hope that we're taking you to our ship.
You are?
Got him, Happy?
I've got him. Oh!
That takes care of the cadet. Now, Commander, you're next.
I'm going to open that face piece of yours and give you...
That's your match this time, didn't you, Corry? I'll just pick you up, slam you against the bulkhead. Just like babies. Now I'll haul you boys back aft and blast off for Venus.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Totem poles, and more totem poles. Tall ones, small ones, middle-sized ones. In every Space Patroller's backyard, they're going up. All of them made out of those super scary, super spooky man-from-Mars totem heads, stacked one on top of the other. Say, gang, how about yours? Have you started building your totem pole yet? Well, if not, you'd better hurry, because today is positively the last time we can offer you on Space Patrol the terrific Man-from-Mars totem head. Yes, sir, today is the last day I can tell you about the fantastic fun you can have with the Man-from-Mars totem head. And magic forehead vision. That's the special secret vision plate on each totem head. When you wear it, you can see out, but nobody can see in. Colored red, yellow, green, and black. The Man-from-Mars totem head is more than 12 inches high, with a face in front and a face in back. 2 pointed ears, 4 weird eyes, a beak-like nose, and fang-like teeth. Get 1 or 2. Wear them one on top of the other. Fool your friends and scare your pals. And remember, you can see them, but they can't see you with magic forehead vision. So get lots of totem heads. Stack them one on top of the other, and you have an honest-to-goodness totem pole to guard the door to your room or the gate to your backyard. But send for them right away, because today is the last time we can offer you the Man-from-Mars totem head. So for everyone you want, send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address, and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, the robot of Vortena. Harold Carlyle has mysteriously disappeared on a space flight to Jupiter. Following instructions in an anonymous note delivered to Space Patrol headquarters on Terra, Buzz and Happy blasted off to Jupiter's 6th moon. Meeting the informer, a man whose identity was completely hidden by his spacesuit, Buzz learned that Carol is being held captive by the super criminal Polydor. Carol's spaceophone warning that they were in a trap caused the space patrollers to attack their treacherous informer. Amazingly, Buzz and Happy were overpowered, apparently with ridiculous ease for their adversary. Right now, they've regained consciousness in a dimly lit room.
Commander, are you okay?
I'm still groggy from that slamming around.
Lucky we had our spacesuits on. We'd have plenty of broken bones. Hey, we're not in our spacesuits now.
No, we're not in that cruiser anymore.
Stone floors, stone walls, we're on land. But what land?
The immediate problem is to get out of here.
Yeah. I don't know who that guy was, but he could be the wrestling champ of the solar system. He handled both of us like we were a couple of kittens.
And that's what'll trap him eventually. He took the trouble to hide his face, yet he displays the one characteristic that will set him off anywhere in the universe, his incredible strength.
Yeah, but suppose he's smart and doesn't play Samson again.
Half a man who could resist every temptation to show off just isn't human. Just isn't human.
Sir, somebody's coming.
Oh, so you two finally came out of it, huh? Don't try anything.
Get him. A gun in one hand and a toolbox in the other. Must be hunting for work.
Well, that's it. Have your fun while you can.
Hey, Commander, this is the fellow that was in that cruiser. I recognize his voice.
You're very clever. Come on, let's go, both of you.
Where?
Polydor wants to talk to you. Here, Cadet, you lug this tool case.
Me? I don't know whether I can. If it gives you trouble, well, I'll try it. It's not so heavy.
Out the door. You first, Cadet. Now, Corry.
Now what? Drop that gun!
I'll get it, Commander.
Met your match this time, didn't you?
Smoking rockets, Commander. You took care of him easy. But in his ship, he tossed us around like nothing.
I could tell he wasn't superhuman the way he carried that toolbox.
Say, maybe it was the spacesuit that gave him extra power. A spacesuit with muscles.
This man wasn't in that spacesuit.
But, sir, his voice. It's the same as on the ship. Somebody's coming.
Look at that ray gun. Stand back.
Commander, look. A robot.
Shut the door. Try to keep it out.
That's no use, sir. He's stronger than both of us together.
This is what licked us before, the robot.
It's coming after us.
I'll try the ray gun, but I don't think it'll work.
Never even phased it.
Hand over the weapon, Commander.
Polidor's voice, coming out of the robot.
The gun, Commander. Or do you want the robot to take it away from you? That could be quite painful, you know.
Okay. Catch.
He caught it.
No, testing the robot's reflexes, weren't you, Corry? Like his strength, they're superhuman.
What have you done with Carol?
You are going to see her in a moment. She's in the other part of the dungeon.
Dungeon?
Of course. You're in Vortena Castle on Venus. And now, since you have knocked my friend out, the robot will escort you to Miss Carlyle's suite.
So, the robot was wearing the spacesuit. Now I don't feel so ashamed of getting licked.
Chedro was here in the castle all the time. You heard his voice through the detectoscope on the robot's head.
The robot piloted the ship from Jupiter's sixth moon here to Venus.
Yes. The robot is quite clever, provided he's controlled by a clever man. Out the door, gentlemen, and left to the corridor.
Let's go ahead.
Unbolt the door, Corry, and go in.
It's my fault you're here.
Take it easy, Carol.
Polidor didn't get rough with you, did he?
No, I'm all right, but I shouldn't have warned you.
Forget it. Happy and I would have tackled this robot anyway.
Sure.
Such an ugly, horrible thing.
Yeah, it looks better in a spacesuit.
The robot is designed for utility, not for beauty.
It's Polidor's voice.
Yeah. I'm getting used to hearing his voice boom out of walls, spaceships, and now this animated ash can. Gus here.
Gus?
The robot. If he's going to be around, he ought to have a name of his own.
Gus the robot. Somehow it fits his personality.
It's time we got down to business, Corry.
Fine, but let's talk man to man, not through this mechanical monstrosity.
Yeah, and this dungeon is cold and damp and reeks of paint.
It's giving me a headache.
Fine place to put the Secretary General's daughter, in a room full of paint cans.
If you cooperate, you won't be here long. The paint, incidentally, is to be used on my spaceship. I find it necessary to change markings and identification numbers.
Don't you know that's illegal?
We're wasting time. Between the three of you, I should learn some interesting facts about the Space Patrol and government plans.
You're still wasting your time.
Remember the robot. He can be very persuasive. Corry, we'll start with the Space Patrol code system. Come, I'm waiting.
Well, this is going to take some time. I think I'll pull up a can of paint and sit down. Oops. The lid's loose on this one.
Let me see that.
Sure. Here, Commander.
Corry, what are you going to do with that can of paint?
Black paint, not too thick, not too thin. Stand back, Carol, away from Gus.
Paint isn't going to stop this robot?
No, but it'll slow him down.
Wow. All over Gus's head and down his front.
I can't see. Confound you, Corry.
Now I'll put the empty can over his head for good measure.
Oh, look out, Buzz. Don't let him grab you.
Cap, the robot dropped the ray gun. Get it. Let's get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Get for this, Corry.
Come on, Carol. Pat, pull that door shut and throw the bolt.
That was close.
I can still hear Gus stamping around in there with a can on his head. That was a great idea, Commander.
Before that robot will be any more use, pull it over. We'll have to get the can off its head and wipe the paint off the detectoscope.
Poor Gus, just like a blind Samson.
Poor Gus, my eye. He's a walking pile driver.
Carol, do you know how to get out of this castle?
They brought me down that stairway over there.
Come on. Try the door hatch.
That's locked.
A castle this size, there must be more doors.
Chances are Polidor has them all locked.
Yeah, by electronic control.
I was hoping to get Carol to a safe place and then search this castle till we found Polidor.
Buzz, something smells strange.
I noticed it too, sir. My eyes are burning.
Yeah. Polidor's flooding the castle with poison gas. Now we've got to find him.
Buzz, Carol, and Happy rush through the bleak corridors of the huge castle. They try door after door. All are locked. And each moment, the toxic vapor becomes more and more unbearable, burning their lungs, making them gasp for breath. Right now, they're painfully groping their way down a dimly lit corridor near a winding stairway.
Even if we do run into Polidor, how are we going to handle him? I can hardly see.
He'll be in the same fix we are.
He's probably shut himself up in an airtight room waiting for the gas to finish us.
The coward. He knows we've got a gun now, so now he won't...
Happy, listen.
Somebody's up the stairs.
This must be the central stairway of the castle. It goes up to the tower and down to the dungeon.
Say, if we go up, we can get away from this gas.
Look up there. About 4 flights. There are 2 of them.
They're wearing spacesuits.
Polidor and Jedro.
So that's how they're avoiding the gas.
Door up there leading outside.
Yeah, I saw a shaft of light. If they don't lock it, we can follow them and get out of here.
Look, something's wrong with one of them.
Hey, look how he's staggering around.
Maybe there's a leak in his spacesuit.
Hey, that means that...
Look, he's falling over the railing. The other one isn't even helping him.
Stand back. He's going to drop down the stairs. Happy, you stay here with Carol. There isn't much chance he's alive, but we can't leave him there.
Sure, sir.
Listen. Someone's coming up the stairs. Carol, who else is in the castle?
I don't know. Just Jedro and Polidor, I thought.
Smoking rockets, Commander. Look. It's Jedro.
Yeah, it's me, but don't worry, I'm not. Get me out of here.
Hey, wait a minute. You're here, and one of those men in the spacesuit was Polidor. Who was the other one?
The robot. Yeah, that's the one that fell down the shaft.
How do you know?
Because Jedro made him fall, isn't that right? Yes. Polidor ran out of me, left me here to die, but I got this. It's one of the robot control mechanisms. Polidor had the other. We were fighting for control of the robot. Polidor up there and you down below. Yes.
That's why he staggered.
But why would he take the trouble to put the robot in a spacesuit?
Perhaps to confuse us in case we caught up with him.
And he figured Gus was more used to him now than Jedro.
Come on. Let's go up the stairs and out that door. You can't. It won't open. Polidor had the only key.
Well, maybe we can break it down.
It's no use.
You mean we're locked in this castle?
Yes, Polidor thought of everything. We can't even shut off that poison gas. Got to break that door open.
But Jedro says we can't.
Jedro, down at the bottom of the stairwell is something that might help us, the robot.
Gus? He must be smashed in 1,000 pieces.
Try that control, Jedro. Hurry. Okay, I'll cut it on. Might work at that. See this little screen that just lit up?
Yeah, it's the robot's shadow.
Now, let's see if he'll move.
Oh, his arms are moving.
See if you can get him on his feet. Hurry, we can't hold out much longer.
Hey, it works. Gus is walking.
Once I get him started, he'll follow the railing right up the stairs. Come on. We'll go up to the door and wait for him.
Oh, Gus is still coming.
Try the door, just in case.
It's no use, sir.
I feel faint.
Keep fighting, Carol. Jedro, can you get any more speed out of that robot?
There he is, coming up the last flight.
He's hardly damaged at all.
There's a big dent in the helmet, but outside of that, he's all right. Stand back and give him room. Go ahead, Jedro.
Yeah.
Sure.
Commander, catch him.
I've got him.
What a time for him to pass out.
I've been watching him work the controls. Let's see if I can operate, Gus.
That's it. He's raising his arms.
Here goes. Keep out of the way. He's going to start swinging.
Attaboy, Gus. Give it all you've got. Hooray. Good boy, Gus. We're free.
Happy, you take care of Jedro. Bring him out into the air. Come on, Carol. You'll be all right in a minute.
Oh, I'm fine now, but that air.
Hey, all we got to do now is go down these steps outside the castle and... Well, come on, Jedro, on your feet.
Thanks.
Hey, Polidor. He's getting away in a spaceship.
Where's the document?
No, he hasn't got him. I sneaked him away from him and hid him. There. Inside the robot. That's why I tried to get control of it.
What a gang of cutthroats. Polidor runs out on you. You double-cross Polidor. And it looks like the only decent guy in the outfit is Gus. Hey, Commander, did you work the robot control just then?
No, why?
Gus moved. Maybe he's got a short circuit from the fall. He's holding out his right arm.
Happy, you just paid Gus a compliment. I think he wants to shake hands.
Huh? Well, put her there, Gus.
A preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
The last of the spook from outer space. The last of the walking, talking totem pole.
Yes, Space Patrollers, this is the very last time I can tell you about the fun you can have with the Man from Mars Totem Head with magic forehead vision. Wear one, and you're the spook from outer space. The totem head is 12 inches high from head to shoulders. And with magic forehead vision, you can see out, but nobody sees in. Wear two, and you're the walking, talking totem pole. You'll really look just like an honest-to-goodness totem pole, too, because each man from Mars totem head comes in honest-to-goodness totem colors. Red, yellow, green, and black, with honest-to-goodness-looking totem ears, nose, eyes, and teeth. And man, oh man, just wait until you get yours. But you better not wait, because you've got to send for yours right away, because this is the last time I can offer you the Man from Mars totem head with magic forehead vision. Now, for each one you want, send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address, and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy, dressed as prospectors, are tramping across the great Martian desert toward Polidor's hideout.
Getting closer. That must be the hideout right over that dune.
Can't expect to sneak up on him. Surprise him. Best we can hope for is that we can get close before he recognizes us.
Uh-oh.
I see him. He sees us. Just keep walking.
Can't tell whether it's Polidor or not, but he's got a gun.
Oh, what do you want?
Our car's back in the desert about 2 miles.
That's too bad. You won't be needing it anymore.
Drop Happy. He's got a blast gun.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Trial by Terror, when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex again present Space Patrol. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Virginia Hewitt, Bela Kovach, and Norman Jolly. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex again present exciting action on Space Patrol. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast for Armed Forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy, dressed as prospectors, are tramping across the great Martian desert toward Polidor's hideout.
We're getting closer. That must be the hideout right over that dune.
We can't expect to sneak up and surprise him. The best we can hope for is that we can get close before he recognizes us.
Uh-oh.
I see him, Hap. He sees us. Just keep walking.
I can't tell whether it's Polidor or not, but he's got a gun.
Halt! What do you want?
Our car is back in the desert about 2 miles.
That's too bad. But you won't need it anymore.
Look out, Happy. He's got a blast gun.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Trial by Terror. Gang, here's a scene I like to see in every Space Patroller's kitchen when I tune in my viewscope at breakfast time. It looks something like this. A big bowl on the table, a spoon, and next to the bowl and spoon, a red and white checkerboard package of Rice Chex. Then into the bowl goes the Rice Chex. Then cream and sugar, and sometimes fresh fruit. And now it's time to dig in. And man, oh man, oh man, digging into that bowl of Rice Chex is just like digging into a bowl full of sunshine. Golden shredded rice biscuits, triple oven toasted, till they're crisp as a cookie and 3 times as tasty. Tops for taste, you bet. Tops for size, too. Made in that modern bite-sized design for slick and easy eating. And Rice Chex is tops for get up and go. After a good, nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex, you're full of the same super-powered get up and go that Commander Corry starts off his day with. So, Space Patrollers, the next time I tune in my viewscope at breakfast time, I want to see you eating Rice Chex. And if you're a whole wheat fan, try Wheat Chex. Remember, Chex are tops 3 ways: for taste, size, and get up and go. In the red and white checkerboard packages with the big full-color picture of Commander Corry or Cadet Happy on the outside and the wonderful free Space Patrol trading card on the inside. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And now today's Space Patrol adventure, Trial by Terror. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy are maintaining an all-night vigil in Room 27 of the Space Patrol Security Lab. Room 27 houses an array of electronics equipment known officially as the Terra Internal Protective Alarm Coordinator, but usually referred to as the Crime Trap. The complex device is connected to hundreds of key points on the man-made planet Terra: banks, government offices, and laboratories. Its sensitive detection instruments are ready to report any attempt at forced entry, unusual movement, or outbreak of fire at any of these crucial locations. For hours now, the row of viewscope screens have remained dark. Unbroken rows of small green lights indicate the system is in operation in all circuits. Bored by the uneventful hours of waiting, Happy stands up and stretches.
Well, it looks like that tip on Polidor was false, sir. Unless he managed to break into the vault without setting off an alarm.
Not even he could do that. The vault at Triplanet Construction Company is equipped with nearly every known detection device.
Polidor must know that.
Yes, there's a good chance he also knows that there are 2 million credits in the vault. That's a tempting haul.
He's sure running an awful risk.
His men are. You can be sure that Polidor himself is playing it safe.
Sir, would it be all right if I skipped down to the commissary for another glass of milk?
Wait till Lieutenant Callan gets back, huh?
Yes, sir. Boy, I sure wouldn't want his job. Imagine having to watch these panels 6 hours a day and nothing ever happens. Uh-oh, I spoke too soon.
Check the panel hat.
Hey, it looks like that tip was on the level after all.
Hey, wait a minute. That alarm isn't from the Triplanet vault. Their light's still green. What's the number under the red light?
49, sir.
49. That's Universal Map and Chart Company.
Polidor's mob wouldn't be pulling that job.
Hey, Lieutenant Callan, we'll let the local... Pat, something's wrong with the crime trap.
Hey, there must be a short circuit. Smoke's just pouring out of the panel. Smoke and rockets, the central panel blew up.
Every circuit's dead.
Wow, with the alarm system out, every bank on Terra could be robbed.
Get Lieutenant Callan. I'll space a phone our patrol cars to close in on Triplanet and the map company.
Less than a mile from Space Patrol headquarters, a small surface truck pulls up to the rear of the Zenith Microfilm Laboratory building. A man leaps from the truck, grabs a large case, and enters the building. Then, taking a heavy metal bar, he scrapes it across the floor. A section of the flooring swings upward, held against the metal bar by the pull of a magnet on the underside of the trap door. Placing the case down in the opening, the man closes the trap door and walks to a spaceophone transmitter.
Bram's laser at Station 5 Terra calling Polidor. Bram's laser calling Polidor.
Polidor here. Go ahead, Slazer.
Arnig and I got the credits.
Excellent. Any trouble?
Not in the Triplanet vault, but we were nearly stopped by a Space Patrol surface car during the getaway. There were patrol cars all around the Triplanet building.
There may have been some sort of leak. But we won't worry about that now that you got the 2 million credits.
When do Harnig and I blast off?
Both of you remain on Terra until further orders. Lie low for a couple of days.
Now, but Polidor, the original agreement was that we were to deliver the credits to you right away and get paid off.
You'll be running a risk if you try to take that money off of Terra now. In a day or two, I will provide a distraction.
What do you mean, distraction?
Something will happen to one of the big cities on Mars. A disaster so terrible that Corry will forget all about those 2 million credits.
Now, what's going to happen?
I want it to be a surprise. You and Harnong stay on Terra and keep out of trouble. Polidor out.
Buzz and Happy have just returned to the commander's central office at Space Patrol headquarters after examining the vault at the Triplanet Construction Company building.
Wow. 2 million credits gone, and not a single clue. Polidor did it again?
He got away with the theft, but we'll have some clues when he tries to put that money into circulation.
What do you mean, sir? Checking the serial numbers?
That'd be difficult. The money was in fairly small bills, but they're impregnated with radioactive carbon particles. Within a few hours, every bank in the solar system will be supplied with radiation detectors.
Then when anyone passes any of that money across the counter, he'll be nabbed.
No. A Space Patrol agent will be put on his trail. The person actually passing the money might be entirely innocent. Take a lot of quiet investigation, but eventually we'll trace the money back to its original source, to one of Polidor's men.
That could take weeks.
Maybe months, unless Polidor's short of operating cash.
If we could only find out who tipped us off.
The lab experts have examined the damage at the crime trap in room 27. Somehow, one of Polidor's men bridged a small explosive device across one of the circuits in the main control.
Well, right here in headquarters.
The attempt to break into the map company had just one purpose: to set off an alarm in the coordinator system. And that triggered the explosive that blew out the master control.
And prevented the alarm in the triplanet vault from registering.
Right. Polidor had both jobs timed to the split second.
Well, the biggest mystery right now is who tampered with the control panel in room 27.
That part isn't a mystery, Hap. One of the maintenance men was in there yesterday. He didn't show up for duty today, and he can't be located.
If we could only find him and give him a brainograph test.
That wouldn't help much. You know how Polidor works. His men know only their own phase of the job, nothing about anything higher up. Now get it. Corry here.
Commander, this is Special Agent Parker. Some of that triplanet money's already in circulation.
Interesting. Polidor's trying to unload it fast, huh?
Yeah, tell her at the Terra Bank was handed a 100-credit note. It was as radioactive as Madame Curie's floor mop.
Have you traced the bill?
The teller told me that it was passed by a fellow that works for Zenith Microfilm Lab. His name's Harnung. Want me to follow up on it, Commander?
Find out all you can about the microfilm lab, but indirectly. Check on their employees, who owns it, and who their clients are.
Yes, sir.
Where is this outfit?
467 Orion.
Keep working undercover, Parker. I'll check on Harnung. Corry out.
Say, this Zenith outfit is really sharp. Look at their sign. An elephant never forgets. Neither does Zenith Microfilm, and it takes less space. Clever.
And below it, our clients are protected by tie-pack.
Hey, they're closed.
There's a light on inside.
Somebody's coming.
I'd keep that radiation detector out of sight. While I'm talking to this fellow, you wander around the plant.
A little private snooping, huh?
Ah, make it obvious youthful curiosity. Walk close to their files, but be interested in their lab equipment.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry we're... I was about to say we're closed for business, but of course that doesn't apply to the Space Patrol.
I'm looking for Mr. Harnung.
Oh, I'm Harnung. What can I do for you?
I'd like to ask you a few routine questions inside, if you don't mind.
Of course. Come in, gentlemen. Sit down. I was just checking through some orders. Got a few rush shipments I want to get out tonight.
I'll go right ahead. We can talk as you work.
Thank you.
Hey, you've sure got a lot of swell equipment here.
You better not touch anything, Happy. You might upset some delicate adjustments.
Yes, sir.
No, he can't have hurt anything. Now, what was it, Commander?
You visited the Terra Bank this morning, is that right?
Yeah. On some business for the firm.
You gave the teller a 100-credit note.
Don't tell me it wasn't any good.
No, it was good, all right. I'd just like to know where you got it.
I'm afraid I can't tell you, Commander.
You mean you get so many 100-credit bills you can't remember?
I wish that were true. No, what I mean is I wasn't in the office when the bill came in. Perhaps Mr. Ogilvy could help you. He's our bookkeeper. I could tell you where he lives.
Oh, fine. You can give me his address later.
Say, is it all right if I go back here?
Oh, the processing lab? Yeah, of course. Make yourself at home.
Now, don't disturb anything, Happy.
All right, Commander.
Now, Mr. Harnung, when would this 100-credit bill have come in?
Well, I don't know. Possibly late yesterday. This morning, our petty cash was low, so I took the bill to the bank to get it changed. As I say, if you go and talk to Ogilvy...
I'll do that. I noticed you're protected by Terra Internal Alarm Coordinator Service. Do you often have material here that would tempt burglars?
Well, Commander, frankly, we don't need the service, but it looks good on our advertising. You and I know that no burglar's going to waste his time and run the risk of breaking into a place like this.
Excuse me, Commander.
Yes, Happy?
Something very interesting back in the lab.
Oh?
Well, things are really clicking.
Harnung, before you give me your bookkeeper's address, I'd like to see the rest of your plant.
Yeah, of course. Now, over here's our display room where we show the client samples of...
I'd like to see the lab first.
There's something radioactive under the floor of the lab, sir.
Okay, Hap. Come on, Harnung. I'm sure we'll need your explanation of some of the lab equipment.
That's just like any commercial microfilm lab, Commander. Nothing you gentlemen wouldn't understand.
You never can tell. There are tricks to every trade.
Here's the spot, Commander. Listen to the detector. Now watch what happens when I put it down on the floor.
What's under this flooring, Harnung?
I don't know.
If you look close, Commander, you can make out very fine cracks in the floor in the form of a square, like a closely fitted trap door.
Yes, I see. Open it up, Harnon.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about.
By the way that detector's clicking, I'd say there's about 2 million credits worth of radioactivity under this floor.
If I can find something sharp, maybe I can pry it open, sir. Oh, I know, that metal bar. Hey, that's funny. It was right over here under the window, on top of a packing case. It looked like a crowbar. Yeah, but where did it go?
Here it is, Cadet. Oh, I got Corry.
Hold it. No, you don't, Harnon.
Nice going, Slazer.
You couldn't wait to dip into that 2 million credits.
How about Slazer? We were broke. How did I know?
Shut up. Take this bar and open the trapdoor. While you're loading the money in the surface car, I'll make sure that Corry and the Cadet are out of the way for good.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. This is Dick Tufeld in St. Louis reporting on the twin-jet Air Force fighter, the McDonnell Voodoo XF-88A. In a moment, we'll hear from the noted test pilot who flies this plane, Phil Houghton. Speed of the Voodoo is a military secret, but it's plenty fast. Wingspan is 40 feet, length 55, weight 10 tons. And now, Phil Houghton recorded at Lambert Airfield.
After seeing the Voodoo, I guess you know why I like my job. There's one thing about it, though. The test pilot has to stay in good condition, get lots of sleep, and eat good, healthy food. That's why I like rice checks and wheat checks for breakfast. They've got plenty of energy in them, and they really taste swell. I think you'll like them, too.
Make sure you stay in condition the way Phil Houghton, J. Ray Donahue Jr., and other top test pilots do. Every morning, eat a good, nourishing breakfast with rice checks or wheat checks, the cereals that are tops 3 ways. Tops for taste, for size, and for real get up and go. That's Chex, rice or wheat. Remember, they're tops with America's top pilots. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, Trial by Terror. Using a radiation detector, Buzz and Happy have discovered the hiding place of 2 million stolen credits in a microfilm laboratory used as a front by 2 members of Polidor's gang. While the Space Patrollers were busy with Harnung, the other criminal Slazer emerged from hiding and knocked out the Commander and Happy before they could defend themselves. Right now, while Harnung removes the stolen money to a surface car, Slazer grips a metal bar as Buzz dazedly raises his head.
Don't try to get up, Corry. I can make it quick and painless for you and the Cadet if you don't try to put up a fight. How much is Polidor giving you out of that 2 million credits? What makes you think we're working for Polidor?
I've got the money in the car. What's taking you?
Hey, quiet, you fool. Don't stand in the door bellowing. Now, what is it?
Have you finished them yet?
Have a quick push against this stack of cases. Yes, sir. Get out of here. When they fall, they may break that
Sure, it's
window.
a thorough job. With this much
They're
stake,
rocking,
we
sir.
can't afford to...
Their fault.
That does it?
Hey!
Hey, what good do you think that's going to do you?
Window opens into the alley and it's deserted.
I realize that. I just stole it. Get to work with that bar, Slazer.
Just a moment. I believe this plant's protected by Terra Internal Alarm Service.
What about it?
Oh, nothing. Except that in room 27 at Terra headquarters are red lights flashing. In a few seconds, every patrol car in the district will be heading this way.
Slazer, he's right. Let's get out of here, quick.
Corry's bluffing. The master panel's out of commission. We've got auxiliary units, you know. But of course, it's up to you. Polidor will be mighty grateful to you for getting rid of us at the cost of your own freedom.
Slazer, come on.
It would only take a second.
Every second counts. Throw that bar down and let's go.
All right. But there's one thing I'm going to do first. Smash this spacerphone.
That's enough. Come on.
Let's go. We'll lock him in.
Oh, that was close.
Here, I'll give you a hand, Hap.
Oh, my head. Oh. Hey, I didn't know that master alarm panel was replaced so quickly. I'm surprised.
If it's working, I'm surprised. Slazer sure put that spacerphone out of order. I'll check the dials. Maybe I can find out what frequencies they've been using. Hap, get that bar and pry open the door.
Weakened and dazed by their treatment at the hands of Slazer and Harnung, it's several minutes before Buzz and Happy can wrench open the locked door of the microfilm lab. Hailing a patrol car, Buzz spacephones an alert to the Terra spaceport. Then he and Happy speed to headquarters to supervise the hunt for Slazer and Harnung. Right now, as Happy enters the commander's office after an errand to the security lab, Buzz adjusts a spacephone receiver.
The alarm coordinator panel is working now, Commander. Gee, if they'd only finished it a few minutes sooner, our alarm from the microfilm lab would have gone through.
We've had a couple of good breaks, though, Hap. 3 of Bolidor's chief agents have been picked up, 2 in Saturn City and 1 on Mercury.
Great. When we give him a brainograph test, maybe we can find out where Polidor is.
I know where he is.
What?
I've been monitoring the frequencies I found jotted down by Harnung and Slazer at the microfilm lab. I intercepted a call from Polidor, and communications got a fix on it.
Where is he?
On Mars. Approximately in the center of Sector K7 on the Great Martian Desert.
Well, then what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Polidor calling Station 7 Mercury. Polidor calling Station 7 Mercury. Station 7, I assume you are listening but cannot acknowledge. Disaster Plan C is now in effect. Repeat, Disaster Plan C is now in effect. Suspend operations until after Space Patrol sounds triple red. At approximately 1500 hours. Polidor out.
What's he talking about? Triple red is our... Commander, triple red is our code for a Mars emergency.
Exactly.
We'd better notify Mars Space Patrol where Polidor is.
They know, Hap. Getting Polidor might be simple, but it wouldn't necessarily stop this Disaster Plan C of his.
It sounds as though he's getting desperate.
Right. Gotta take him by surprise. He expects us to sound a triple red at about 1500 hours.
That would give us time to get to Mars, maybe with 2 hours to spare.
We'll need that time, Hap. Hundreds of lives, maybe thousands, depend on how we use those 2 hours.
In a skillfully camouflaged building in the great Martian desert, the master criminal Polidor counts through several huge stacks of credits, then glowers at the 2 men who sit silently in a corner.
You're 100 credits short of 2 million.
I explained that, Polidor. I needed money for expenses.
So you trotted right down to the Terra Bank with a radioactive 100-credit bill. I ought to cut your share in half.
But, Polidor, now we know those bills are radioactive. Otherwise, you might have circulated some yourself and got caught.
You have to admit it's right, Polidor.
What good is this money if we can't pass it?
That isn't our fault. And maybe we can neutralize the radiation.
Yeah, that's true. Right now I have something more urgent to think about. The destruction of Lowell City.
What?
Lowell City?
Disaster Plan C, remember?
Well, what do we gain by that?
With a city in ruins, who is going to bother about you or me? The Space Patrol will have its hands full.
How are you going to do it?
It will be simple. Right now on Deimos, the outer moon of Mars, is a robot spaceship full of high explosives. I can control it from here, cause it to blast off, and set it on a vector that will send it crashing into Lowell City.
Isn't there some other way to save our skins? Destroying a whole city?
If you think of a method as effective, I'll consider it. In the meantime, follow orders. No one must interfere with my plan to destroy Lower City. Naturally, no ships can approach without warning. But an attack by land is another matter.
What are you worried about? This place is like a fort.
Yes, and forts have been known to fall even to a few men on foot. You 2 are going on patrol right now.
After a swift flight to Mars, Buzz and Happy set their spaceship down in the great Martian desert, miles from Polidor's hideout. Dressed as prospectors, they cover more miles in a battered desert-going surface car. Now, their faces and hands grimy with grease and dirt to hide their identity, they trudge onward through the cold Martian twilight.
Perhaps slow down. Let your shoulders slump. You'd be spotted as a space patroller from a mile away.
We're getting closer. That must be the hideout right over that dune.
Yeah, we can't expect to sneak up and surprise Polidor. The best we can hope for is to get close to him before he recognizes us.
Uh-oh. Look.
I see him, Hap. He sees us. Just keep walking.
What light there is behind him. I can't tell whether it's Polidor or not, but he's got a gun.
Halt! What do you want? Our car is back in the desert about 2 miles.
That's too bad. But you won't need it anymore.
Drop, Happy. He's got a blast gun.
I missed you on purpose. But if either of you makes a move, I'll let you have it.
It's Slazer.
Let him do all the talking.
Well. On your feet, men, and keep your hands up. That's it. I'll just take your weapons. Thanks, Commander. Now yours, Cadet. You know, Polidor will be glad to see you. And I can finish what I started back on Terra. I get moving. Go on in.
Who are these men?
Just a couple of prospectors. Prospecting for trouble.
Oh, Corry and the Cadet. You're just in time to watch the destruction of Lowell City.
Lowell City?
So that's what you meant by Disaster Plan C.
Oh, so you intercepted one of my spaceophone messages. Yes, Commander. A few minutes ago, I launched a robot spaceship from the outer moon. At 1500 hours, it will crash into the heart of Lowell City.
It is now 14:55.
Polidor, what can you possibly gain by a thing like that?
I'm a hunted man, Commander. Even with you out of the way, your hounds of the law will be hot on my scent.
Well, do you think wrecking a city will make them stop hunting you?
No. But it will give me a breathing spell while the Space Patrol is evacuating the injured, caring for the homeless.
Why, you inhuman...
Careful, Commander. Slazer, cut on the viewscope. The large screen, if you will. Thank you. There. What you see there is the planet Mars as it looks from the nose port of a robot ship. Each second brings it closer to its target.
You've forgotten about space control. They'll detect it.
No, Cadet. In a moment, I will step into the next room where the control mechanism is. And at the proper time, I will change vector. Space control defenses will have no time to act.
Polidor, think of the helpless women and children in that city.
It is nearly time to change vector. Watch the screen, gentlemen. You will see Lower City move from the right edge to the exact center. It will grow larger and larger. And when the screen goes blank, stop him! Stop Corry! Corry, come out of there! Open this door! Slazer, you and Harnung keep an eye on the Cadet.
Sure we will.
Don't move, Cadet.
Harnung, cut on the intercom so Corry can hear me.
Okay. Look at the screen. Corry's changing the course of the robot ship.
Hooray, Commander, you did it. You saved Lowell City.
Save your cheers, Cadet. Commander, can you hear me?
Yes, Polidor, I hear you.
Open this door. If I have to break it down, I'll come in there with a blast gun.
Come ahead. Now I've got a blast gun, too. Now, what are you waiting for? You're 3-1 against me.
Harnung, Slazer, one of you go and get him.
You go in, Polidor. It's your idea.
You cowards. I'll fix him. Corry, you forget that we got the Cadet out here. If you want to see him alive, surrender. Come out with your hands up and empty.
Smart thinking, Polidor. That'll get him.
How about it, Corry? Are you coming out, or do we shoot the Cadet?
Don't let him bluff you, Commander. After he wrecks the city, he'll get us anyway.
Now, isn't the Cadet heroic?
Shut up, all of you. Well, Corry, I'm counting to 10.
While you're counting, look at the viewscope screen. What do you see?
You're heading the robot toward Mars.
That's right. Straight toward the center of Sector K7.
That's where we are. Corry, are you crazy? You blow us all up.
We gotta get in there and stop him. Change that control.
Now, listen, all of you. If I hear a shot, I'm going to smash this robot control. Nothing you can do will prevent that ship full of explosives from crashing.
Polidor, look at the screen. It's getting close. Let's get out of here.
You plan to destroy a city. That means you can't run far enough or fast enough to avoid that explosion.
Corry, listen to reason. Stop that thing. Change its course.
Not until you give Happy your weapons.
Listen. It's getting close. Polidor, give up.
Don't be fools. We got 2 million credits here, and Corry's bluffing. He won't dare let the ship crash here.
Oh, no?
It's right above us. Polidor, give up!
Yes, Polidor, surrender. I'll shoot you.
No, don't. You heard what Corry said. If he hears a shot, he'll smash the controls. All right, Corry, we'll surrender. Cadet, take our guns, quick. Please, just drop them.
How's it going out there, Hap?
I've got him covered, Commander.
Hurry.
Please.
Change vector.
You may get up off your knees now, gentlemen.
Well, I see everything's under control, huh?
Yes, sir. Except Polidor and his pals are nearly passed out from fright. It's a shame, in a way.
I know what you mean, Hap. I'd hope that...
Hey, Polidor's going for a gun!
Oh, no, he's not. Thanks, Polidor. I've been wanting to get that out of my system for a long time.
It's over. It's all over.
Good thinking. Polidor doesn't need a spaceship to fall on him. Or does he?
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Say, Space Patrollers, Commander Corry's been getting a lot of fan letters lately. Got a couple of them right here. And man, oh man, you should hear all the wonderful things Space Patrollers are saying about Chex. Listen, I'll quote you a few. Love those Chex. Best tasting cereals of all. And taste real George with fruit. Super swell with milk and sugar. Here's another good one. I like Chex because they're bite-sized. Take along a pocketful most every place I go. There you have it, gang, and that's just a few. But I know that you'll all like Chex. They're the tops in cereals, tops 3 ways. For taste, size, and get up and go.
Right, Captain Tufeld. Commander Corry here, Space Patrollers. Now, I want all of you to be Rice Chex, Wheat Chex fans like I am. So try 'em. Have yourself a good, nourishing breakfast with Chex. And I'm sure you'll agree, Chex are tops in cereals.
Gang, you heard what the commander said, and he's the #1 Chex fan. So go get him today. in the red and white checkerboard packages with the picture of the commander or Cadet Happy on the outside and the wonderful free Space Patrol trading card inside. Rice checks, wheat checks, tops 3 ways for taste, for size, for get up and go. Now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are trying to escape from a mysterious underworld kingdom on Mercury. Suddenly, a robed figure steps before them.
Commander, it's Varg.
There is no use resisting. You will never leave this underground city.
What's going to stop us?
The sun. The precious sunlight you surface dwellers prize so much. It is pouring down into the shafts beneath you.
What's he talking about, Commander?
The sun's heat here on Mercury is terrific. If it suddenly expands those pockets of frozen air, it'll blast these caverns wide open.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Menace Under Mercury, when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks again present Space Patrol! Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Baylor Kovach, Norman Jolly, and Ken Mayer. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks present exciting action on Space Patrol. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Rice Checks and Wheat Checks, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are approaching a hideout near the Saturn City spaceport where 2 criminals are plotting a getaway. Ray guns in hand, the Space Patrollers burst through the door.
All right, both of you, get your hands up.
Hold it, Ferris. You heard the commander.
Move away from that table, Kent. Move fast. Sure. Now, Corry, this is a blaster. Drop that ray gun.
Don't be a fool, Kent. You're through. You haven't got a chance.
You fire, so will I. And remember, a blaster is permanent.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, the Counterfeit Atom. Hey, Space Patrol, it's getting kind of late, and I'm getting kind of hungry. Hey, let's take time out for a big bowl full of Rice Checks.
Swell, Captain Tufeld. Rice Checks. Tops with me.
Tops with me, too, Space Patroller, and it'll be tops with you, gang. Tops 3 ways. For taste, for size, for get up and go. There's one. And there's one for me. Space Patrollers, when you fill up your old bowls with those neat triple toasted shredded rice biscuits, you're getting one spoonful after another of the easiest, tastiest, bite-sized eating ever. Because Rice Checks are tops for taste and size. Tops for get up and go, too. Why, mornings after you finish off a good, nourishing breakfast with Rice Checks, you're ready to swing into action.
If you like whole wheat, try Wheat Checks. It's tops, too.
Yes, look for Rice Checks and Wheat Checks in the red and white checkerboard packages with the picture of Commander Corry or Cadet Happy on the outside.
Rice Checks.
Wheat Checks. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, the Counterfeit Atom. All over the solar system, dealers and collectors of precious stones are alarmed over the mysterious disappearance of several valuable gems. Losses have been reported by jewelers and private collectors on Earth, Mercury, and Mars. The latest victim is the Terra Gem Company. Local agents are completely baffled, so Commander Corry has personally taken over the investigation. With Cadet Happy, Buzz is in the vault of the Terra Gem Company, questioning the manager, Doran Chandre.
You're absolutely positive, Mr. Chandre, that those 2 diamonds are the only...
But I almost wish the thieves had seen that half the world and left those two stones. The combined value is more than a mean said.
You used the word thieves. Couldn't the diamonds have been mislaid instead of stolen?
No. I placed them in the vault myself last night.
But there's no sign that the vault was broken into. And you told us that you were here this morning when the time lock opened it.
Yes, I know. But the custom with the jewelers after handling costly gems. We don't mislay stones of that value.
Oh, who besides yourself has handled those gems, Mr. Chandra?
Several persons. All of complete respectability, you may be sure. And always within my presence.
And except when they were in the vault, the stones were never out of your sight.
No. Well, that's not exactly true. I permitted 3 persons to retain them for a few hours for a private inspection.
Potential buyers.
Yes.
Of course, they all returned the gems.
To me personally. And they were thoroughly tested.
To be sure that no imitations have been switched on?
Exactly. I can assure you the real gems went back into the top.
Mr. Chandra, I want the names and a complete description of everyone who stowed an interest in those stones. This case of yours follows the same pattern as the other disappearances. In the absence of clues, you'll have to start with the men who were interested in those diamonds.
All right, Commander. If you come into the office, I'll give you all the information.
In an expensive suite at the Terra Hotel, a dignified, distinguished-looking man sits under a bright light, examining a large diamond through a magnifying glass. His companion nervously toys with a smaller stone, then finally speaks.
Let's put them away, Kent. Looking at them isn't going to make them any bigger.
This one is truly magnificent, Ferris. What a shame to have to break it up.
We'd better get off Terra. Chandra has probably discovered he's been robbed by now.
Robbed? All he can be sure of is that his diamonds have vanished. There's nothing to implicate me or you. Now that we're leaving anyway. A jeweler in Jupiter City has some gems in which I'm interested.
Ken?
Yes, Ferris, something on your mind?
I was wondering. This machine of ours, could we make just as much money by using it legitimately?
You're not suggesting that our operation is illegal. Isn't it? There's no law against using our equipment. There's no one but us knows it exists. So why borrow trouble? Now run along, Ferris. Get our machine aboard our spaceship. I want it ready for use when I reach Jupiter City.
Back in Space Patrol headquarters, Buzz and Happy carefully go through all the data available on the strange disappearances of jewels. After hours of checking and cross-checking, the commander points to a ruled chart.
Putting all the cases together, Hap, there are only 2 factors in common.
Yes, sir?
The disappearances have occurred with firms that had advertised an exhibition of a particularly valuable piece of jewelry, a famous collection.
And what's the other?
I've been checking to see if any name occurs more than once among the lists of prospective buyers. 2 of the names Chandra gave me appear twice. There's another duplication on Mercury and Mars.
That means that some of these men have shown up at more than one jewelry store.
That's to be expected. A wealthy collector might have a hobby of traveling around inspecting gems. Happy, here's one name that appears in all the lists.
James Kent.
Kent has always asked to examine the gems privately. He's always returned them or bought them. In some cases, other persons handle the jewels after Kent gave them back to the jeweler.
Well, maybe someone Kent trusts goes around with them, gets a line on the gems, and steals them later.
Except that still leaves the mystery of how the gems disappear.
But the only thing to do is have an agent follow Kent and see who hangs around him.
There's one strange thing about Kent. Possibly it's due to a faulty memory on part of the jewelers, but no 2 descriptions quite match.
Oh, but these jewelers must know him, or they wouldn't let him take the stones.
Kent has excellent credentials. Appears to be quite wealthy. He's been staying at the Terra Hotel. He's checking out. He has reservations on a passenger ship to Jupiter City.
Jupiter City? Hey, we're due there for an inspection. The actual crook must be a magician. All those jewelers insist the gems were locked in their vaults.
I'm going to alert the biggest jewelry firms in Jupiter City to notify Space Patrol headquarters when they let out any really valuable articles on Jupiter. I'm going to install a special detecting device in the vaults. All right, Hap, let's clear up this routine so we can blast off to Jupiter.
24 hours later, in one of the finest rooms of the Hotel Jupiter, James Kent and Ferris examine an array of jewels.
Interesting assortment, Ferris. However, we'll settle for the emerald necklace.
But, Kent, that doesn't make sense. It's going to take a long time to duplicate each one of those stones. The 3 big rubies are worth more. I can turn them out in half an hour.
Yes, but the emeralds are smaller. I can easily dispose of them separately without cutting. The rubies would be a problem.
Well, it's a shame to let them go.
Just take the emeralds, Ferris.
Can you finish the job in 2 hours?
Yes.
Good.
You know, Ken, I wish we could perfect that thing so it would duplicate currency. Then we wouldn't have to go through all this focus with the jewelry outfit.
Currency is too complicated. The plant fiber that's the basis of the paper is organic material. Now, that means a complex molecular structure.
Those coins came out very well.
Sure, but nobody ever got rich counterfeiting coins. No, right now, gems are our best bets. We can transform energy into minerals and metals. With a real gem for a model, we can easily turn out exact duplicates atom by atom.
It's too bad our imitations don't last.
They last long enough for our purpose. Well, you better get going first. I want to get the counterfeit necklace and the real rubies back to the Imperial Jewelry Company before closing time.
Late that night, Buzz and Happy are at the Jupiter City Space Patrol headquarters, preparing a report on an inspection when a call comes from Special Agent Edwards, assigned to duty at the Imperial Jewelry Company. Rushing to the store, they're admitted by Edwards and walk through a dimly lit showroom to a huge vault.
Edwards, you're sure no one beside yourself was in the building?
No, Commander. I was hiding out in the back room with the portable receiver turned on. Somebody had lit up, so I rushed to the vault. Vault door is closed. Missing. As far as I can tell, it hasn't been tampered with.
Well, then what made the receiver light up?
Something must have happened inside the vault. The detector is sensitive enough to register any slight movement or change in temperature. Transmitted the signal to Edwards' receiver. You could open the vault now, Edwards. I cut off the master time clock control at headquarters after I got your call. All right, Commander.
Yeah, it's swinging open.
Edwards, do you have a list of the jewels that have been checked out of the store?
Yes, sir. I got it from the manager when he closed up. Everything's been returned. I watched the manager when he put them in the vault to be sure it was all counted.
Let's check it over.
All the stuff that anyone asked to inspect was all right there on that page, just as you ordered, sir.
All right, Edwards, let's take inventory.
Chief starts after our rangers, huh? The rubies, they're the most valuable items. Thank goodness they're here. Who had them out? James Kent. We also have it. The necklace. Gone.
The necklace?
Should have noticed that right away.
Who had the necklace?
Well, if the emerald necklace is gone, why not the rubies and those other jewels?
Now that we know for sure that no one entered the vault, we really got a mystery in our hands.
Could the emeralds have just disintegrated?
Evidently they did. The detective registered their disappearance.
Well, but why emeralds this time and diamonds another? And always the jewels that have been out on approval.
James Kent is the only constant factor in the whole problem. Yet I don't see how he could have any more to do with this than you do.
Oh, how about that man that called on him at the Hotel Jupiter? This guy Ferris.
Ferris seems to work in a machine shop on Kepler Street. One of our agents placed him there. Well, we've got to start somewhere. Edwards, you go to the Hotel Jupiter and get a line on James Kent.
Yes, sir.
Hap, you and I'll drive over to Kepler Street and see if we can find Ferris.
In the back part of a darkened machine shop on Kepler Street, Ferris worked swiftly under a dim light, unbolting a small, compact machine from the concrete floor. He is intent upon his work as he hears the back door open.
That you can. I'll be finished here in a minute. Then we... What's the idea?
Working pretty late, aren't you, Ferris?
Why, sure. Anything wrong with being industrious?
That depends on if you're being industrious or not. Isn't this an odd time to be removing machinery?
Well, this is my machine, and I got a right to be in this shop. Any more questions?
Yes. When you heard us come in, you thought it was someone named Kent. James Kent?
No, Charlie Kent. One of the fellows in the shop. He promised to come back and give me a hand.
By the way, what kind of a machine is that? What does it do?
Yes, we'd like to know.
Well, it's a small electronic furnace, purifies metal. You put the sample in this chamber here. Then you turn on the current, and the induction coil around the chamber produces an intense heat inside the metal. Which...
Commander, look out! Hap, watch Ferris.
Kent. Closed call.
Let's get this machine out of here before they recover from the ray gun blast.
So what if they come out of it before we're finished?
In that case, Ferris, well, this machine shop is a veritable treasure house of fatal accidents.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. This is Dick Tufeld reporting on America's most heavily armed fighter interceptor, the Northrop Air Force Scorpion F-89D. In a moment, we'll hear from the test pilot on this plane, Bob Long. Korean jet ace with a record of 6 MiGs in 6 weeks. Primary job of the Scorpion is to protect our country from invading aircraft. Speed more than 600 miles per hour. Weight 20 tons. Now, Bob Love recorded at Edwards Air Force Base.
You know, a fella has to be in top condition to test fly a fast aircraft thick as a Scorpion. That's why I always make it a rule. Sleep well and eat well. So, for breakfast, I pick a cereal like Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. They're chock full of energy and really taste good. You'll like them.
Make sure you stay in condition the way Bob Love, Phil Houghton, and other top test pilots do. Every morning, eat a good, nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. The cereals that are tops 3 ways. Tops for taste, for size, and for real get up and go. That's Chex, rice, or wheat. Remember, they're tops with America's top pilots. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, the Counterfeit Atom. James Kent, posing as a legitimate collector of rare gems, has stolen millions of credits worth of jewels from reputable dealers without even revealing his method of operation. Borrowing real gems, he places them in a machine that can duplicate minerals atom by atom by transforming energy into a temporary form of matter. Kent and his accomplice, Ferris, keep the original gems and return the copies, which in a short time revert back to energy. Following a thin lead, Buzz and Happy apprehend Ferris in a machine shop in Jupiter City. But James Kent takes the space patrollers by surprise and renders them unconscious with a ray gun. Right now, as the effects of the ray gun wear off, Buzz and Happy get to their feet.
Well, they're gone, sir. And so's that machine.
I had no Ferris again anyway, but I never got a good look at Kent.
Neither did I. I saw him for a second as he was restless, and his face was in a shadow. Say, Commander, that machine must tie into the jewel theft. But how?
I don't know.
Maybe Kent treats the gems with something when he borrows them, and then later he turns on that machine, and radiations make the stones disappear.
The question is, do the gems reappear inside the machine?
Sounds fantastic, but... Well, unless Kent and Ferris actually got the jewels, there wouldn't be any point in them making them disappear from the vaults.
There's at least one more possibility. But we'll go into that later. Let's get back to headquarters and send out an alert on Ferris and Kent.
The 2 jewel thieves are now in a private cruiser outward bound from Jupiter in a vector calculated to avoid a regular space lane.
That experience in the machine shop ought to convince you, Kent. The Space Patrol and the gem dealers are wise to us.
Not necessarily.
I still say the jewelry racket is finished. Let's take a shot at duplicating currency. Maybe it'll pass.
Would you like the job of putting it in circulation? When it might vanish into thin air when you hand it to a sucker?
Yes, I see what you mean. Say, I got it. Here's a gimmick that'll keep us inside the law. We'll duplicate ray guns, blast guns, and other weapons. They're metal, and they'll be a thief turn out by the hundreds.
Yes, but they won't be permanent. Besides, we'd be making and selling weapons without a license. How does that keep us inside the law?
Suppose we sell a crook a blaster and it vanishes. Is our customer going to complain to the Space Patrol?
Ferris, you bet something. We'll have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, except Corry. If we'd only got rid of him, then we had a chance back at the machine shop.
Are you crazy? Right now, we'd be known murderers instead of suspected jewel thieves. But don't worry. I'll think of a way to get rid of Corry so no one can trace us. Trace? I've got it.
What?
Suppose we take a few grains of poison with a mineral base and duplicate it in our machine. We slip it to Corry. It does its work, and then it vanishes. The best doctor in the solar system couldn't find a trace of it.
Yeah. It's the perfect crime. There's just one drawback. How do we give it to Corry?
Just leave that to me. I'll attend to it personally after we get to Saturn. Now, to figure out our new identity.
As Buzz and Happy prepare to leave Jupiter, a strange spaceogram message arrives at Jupiter City headquarters, addressed to the commander. Buzz reads it, and then hands it to Happy.
Well, do you think this is on the level, sir?
Well, the situation being what it is, we'll have to investigate every lead.
But who is this Arnold Block?
He calls himself an amateur lapidary.
What's that?
A lapidary is a man who cuts and polishes precious stones.
And he says he can give you information about these mysterious disappearances.
Yeah. See here, he says,
My connections with gem dealers and collectors on all the planets sometimes bring me in touch with sordid matters that usually are best ignored.
Mm-hmm. But when the very livelihood of honest craftsmen is endangered by organized thieves, I must speak out, even at personal risk.
My father on says he's staying at the Hotel Polaris in Saturn City and will give me the details if I need him for lunch.
Saturn? It's a long way to go for a bite to eat.
We'll be on Neptune for the next inspection, so it won't be much out of the way to stop at Saturn for a couple of hours. We'll see what Arnold Block knows about this. Just as a precaution, Hap, when we reach Saturn, I want you to put on civilian clothes. While I'm with Block, you sit at another table and keep an eye on things.
Hours later, in the large dining room of the Hotel Polaris in Jupiter City, Commander Corry sits at a secluded table with Arnold Block. Anyone who had known James Kent might notice a faint resemblance, but on second glance, he would observe the greater differences in manner, color of hair, and general appearance. As the commander and Block converse over their meal, Cadet Happy, in civilian clothes, watches unobtrusively from the table across the room.
Mr. Block, you say the next job this gang is for is on the Apex Jewelry Company in Venus City. Now, how do you know that... Excuse me, Commander. I didn't mean to say the next job. I'm sorry. I should have said it's one of their intended operations. You know who these men are? Could you identify them? Well, that would be rather difficult. You see, I was examining some Martian oak. What's the matter? Isn't that the governor's Saturn just sitting up on that table over there? There's some people in the way just now. Oh, no. Governor Cody's a much bigger man. But, to get back to our subject, Mr. Block. Oh, my. Just noticed the time. Will you excuse me a moment? I have to make a space phone call. Important business, and I just can't put it out. Of course, go right ahead. It will only take a minute. Got your signal, Commander. I was coming over and we came to drop something at the time. Someone might be watching. I don't want to see us talking. Yes, sir. Block that something in your glass when you turn your head a minute ago. I think that means... I'll say we're going to make a space phone call. Here, have the call traced at the top. Look at that.
A few moments later, Arnold Block returns to the table and Buzz resumes the question. The luncheon over, the commander meets Happy in the street outside the hotel.
Block made a call all right, sir. But I couldn't trace it. He was in a pay booth and the others were all occupied.
I was afraid that might happen. But don't worry. I'll have the coins removed and examine them for Block's fingerprints. We'll also know the distance of the coin he made. And you know the time he made it. Now the narrow down enough so the automatic recorder at Space Event Center can help us.
Yes, but how are you going to tell which fingerprints are Block's?
I can tell you now. Those are the spoon you use. When I get up from the table, I slip it in my pocket.
What do you think, sir, about Block?
I don't know. The information he gave me is pretty general. I presume that what little we know of Kent on campus.
Hey, how about that milk? You didn't drink any of it, I hope.
No. I poured milk over in a potted plant and Block was away from the table. Oh, careful. Don't tell something.
Sorry, sir.
Spilled the milk. I managed to slip the glass in my jacket pocket. Doesn't make a very neat bride, but I'm going to get it to the lab to have it analyzed.
Later that afternoon, in the office reserved for him at Space Patrol headquarters in Jupiter City, Commander Corry checks through a stack of identification cards as Happy enters.
Well, I guess I must have been imagining things, Commander.
What's the report from the lab?
Negative. There was absolutely nothing in that milk, except milk. But still, from where I sat, it looked like Arnold Block deliberately got you to look the other way and drop something in your glass. Well, I guess he was just reaching for the sugar or something.
Possibly.
Oh, about the phone call. Anything on that yet?
Yes, I have. In a way, it turned out to be simpler than I expected. The Spacephone serviceman had just collected from the coin boxes an hour before, so there weren't very many coins to check. But there were no coins with Arnold Block's fingerprints.
So he didn't make a call after all. So what was he doing in the booth?
Block made a call to Draco City. Spacephone Center's automatic recorder showed it. It was the only call of that kind made from that particular spacephone during the period involved.
Who was the call to? To find out?
A perfectly legitimate call to the Draco Tool Company. They make gem cutting instruments. And they're doing some special work for a Mr. Arnold Block.
Then Block must be on the level. Hey, wait. How did he make that call without dropping a coin in the slot?
He did drop it. The instrument registered a half-credit coin. That mechanism is foolproof.
Well, yes, sir. But didn't you say there wasn't any half-credit coin in the machine? Nothing with Block's fingerprints?
That's right.
Yeah. I don't get it.
I think maybe it'll all clear up when we talk to Mr. Block. I've got an agent watching him. I'll have help me check through these records.
Almost at the edge of the Saturn City spaceport is a metal fence bearing the sign Saturn Salvage Company.
At the rear of the lot, scattered with heaps of rusting metal, is a small shed. Inside the structure, Ferris regulates the controls of a machine, while a man in an ill-fitting suit looks on.
It's working fine. I've turned out 3 dozen since this morning.
I'd better knock off for a while, Ferris.
Just one more, Kent.
Don't call me Kent, even when we're alone. Someday you'll make a slip in public.
Sorry, Block. Well, I guess this one is cooked enough. You know, it's hard remembering who you are. Before Kent, it was Drake, and now it's Block.
Well, you shouldn't have any trouble. As Block, I don't look anything like Kent, do I?
No, you don't. It's amazing what scissors, a hair dye job, and a sloppy suit will do to a man.
It's not just in the appearance, Ferris. It's here, in the mind. I think there's a different personality. I walk differently, move differently.
You know? Well, see if you can tell these apart. 2 blast guns. One's the real thing, and the other one is a duplicate.
Oh. They're the same. Way the same. They look the same. Which is the duplicate?
The one in your left hand. And it fires just like a real one, too. After the second, it becomes a ghost and vanishes.
I'll put them here with the others. Before we try to unload any of these weapons, we've got to know just how long they'll exist as matter.
That's what I'm doing now. See those figures on the bench where the guns are? When I pull one of them out of the duplicator, I mark down the time.
We'll set up a real system when we get to Neptune. We'll get a bunch of orders, then unload fast and disappear before our product does.
Yeah. Oh, have you heard anything about Corry?
No. He looks fine during lunch.
You know, those Space Patrol medics will have a real embarrassing mystery on their hands. What happened to Commander Corry? And it's
talking. Just going over, you didn't suspect anything.
As I was saying, the Jupiter Giants don't have a chance against the Pluto Demons. Not with Edlinger pitching, and...
All right, both of you, get your hands up. Hold it, Ferris. You heard the commander.
We'll wait on that table, Kent. Let's see those hands in the air.
I'm sure you have the right man.
Kent, Block, whatever it is. Now move out here and move fast.
Sure. This is a blaster, Corry. Now drop that ray gun.
Don't be a fool, Kent. You're through.
Yeah? You've got a ray gun. I've got a blaster. If you fire, so will I. We'll both drop. But I'll be able to get up again.
He's right, Commander.
The cadet's got sense. Now toss those ray guns down, and Ferris and I'll be on our way.
You're not going anywhere, Kent.
Corry, I haven't got time to play games. This is your last chance. I'm going to squeeze the trigger and blast you.
Commander, his gun vanished.
That's what I was waiting for.
Keep out of it, Ferris.
All right, Kent. You want some more, or do you want to quit while you're losing? Now get up. Snap, I'll watch you. You scoop up those blasters.
It's your fault, Ferris. If I'd had a real gun instead of one of those duplicates...
What do you mean, my fault? You were the one
All right, cut it out, both of you.
Okay, Corry. Where did I slip up? Was it the disguise as Block?
No, I never had a good look at you. Kent, you got fired.
And it was the poison in the milk. You saw me drop it in.
No, and it wasn't your gun stealing that finally tracked you in. The thing that made me link Block and Kent was a simple, everyday spacephone call to Draco City.
What are you talking about? I made that as Block.
Yeah. But for a big-time crook, you're pretty cheap. You used a disappearing half-credit coin. When you gypped the company on that spaceophone call, we, got your number.
An exciting action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Space Patrollers, you all know what sound effects are. You hear them all the time on your radios. But listen to these musical sound effects and see if you can guess what we're doing with Rice Checks and Wheat Checks. Yep, Space Patrollers, that's a big bowl filling up with Rice Checks or Wheat Checks. Man, oh man, it even sounds delicious. It tastes better yet. Those triple oven toasted biscuits are tops for taste. Now we're pouring on the cream. Listen, you can almost hear those crisp, crunchy checks filling up with that cream. And then for the first bite. Wow, what a bite! Sized just right, because checks are made in that modern bite-sized design. Makes them tops for size. Hey, that's you blasting off for a big day of action. After a good nourishing breakfast with checks, the cereal's tops for get up and go. So, gang, go get Rice Checks today. Get Wheat Checks, too, the official bite-sized cereals of the Space Patrol. in the red and white checkerboard package with the picture of Commander Corry or Cadet Happy on the outside. Rice checks, wheat checks. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are walking through a warehouse at the Terra spaceport where two suspected criminals are standing by the controls of a loading crane.
That's Vanker, all right, Commander.
Yes, I wonder just how much of that cargo up there on the crane is stolen.
Probably plenty of it. Uh-oh, he sees us.
Just a minute, Vancar.
Lieutenant, release that holding brake and drop the load down there.
Look out, Hap! Move!
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Formula for Crime, when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks again present Space Patrol. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Bela Kovacs, Norman Jelly, Ken Mayer, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks present exciting action on Space Patrol. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Rice Checks and Wheat Checks, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are walking through a warehouse at the Terra spaceport where two suspected criminals are standing by the controls of a loading crane.
That's Vanker, all right, Commander.
Yes, I wonder just how much of that cargo up there on the crane is stolen.
Probably plenty of it. Uh-oh, he sees us.
Just a minute, Vancar.
Lieutenant, release that holding brake. Drop the load down there.
Look out, Hap! Move!
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Formula for Crime. The winner by unanimous decision, Rice Checks! Yes, sirree, Space Patrollers, Rice Checks is a 3-count winner. Tops them all 3 ways. Tops for taste. Sunny gold shredded rice toasted 3 times for that luscious, fresh from the oven flavor. A triple treat, a super treat, out of your breakfast bowl, out of the red and white checkerboard box for snacks. Tops for size, bite-sized biscuits, modern in design, 3D because they're hollow inside, filled right up with milk or cream, streamlined for easy, breezy eating. Tops for get up and go. The kind of get up and go that helps to make you a winner by a wide margin. A real Space Patroller like Commander Corry and Cadet Happy. So, gang, why don't you win with a winner? Start eating Rice Checks right now. For breakfast, out of the bowl. For snacks, out of the box. Be a go-getter. Go get Rice Checks. And for a neat whole wheat treat, go get Wheat Checks. Bite-size and power-rich. A real winner because it's tops for taste, tops for size, tops for get up and go. Look for Rice Checks and Wheat Checks in the red and white checkerboard boxes with the picture of Commander Corry or Cadet Happy on the outside. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Formula for Crime. Are you in the market for Jupiter jade? Are you trying to locate a set of Martian silverware? You need a pair of horns from a Venus water buffalo. Then one visit to the office of Interplanet Procurement Corporation will solve your problems. At least so is the claim of Eric Zanker, president of the firm. If you ask Mr. Zanker what channels he uses or what methods he employs to obtain these out-of-the-ordinary items, he will smile mysteriously and murmur something about trade secrets. At this moment, in his office on Terra, Eric Zanker is not smiling, and his tone, as he speaks to chemist Gant Hanlon, is pitched somewhat above a murmur.
You're an idiot, Conlon. If you think the Space Patrol was following you, why did you come here?
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Zanker. Let me finish. I'm only following your orders, Mr. Zanker. You told me to come here and report as soon as I found out how Alpha Chemical was shipping out that vitriolitic atom.
Just be careful, Conlon. Did you get that information?
It's all written down. I've marked the best point in separate shipments.
Good. I'll work out a plan of attack later. Now, about this special formula.
Well, one of the lab chemists was working on it several months ago. He's got it locked up.
If it will do what you say it will, we've got to have it at any cost. Can you bribe this girl, this Mardis Rendell?
Let me work on it, Zanker. I'll come up with something.
In the experimental laboratory of the Alpha Chemical Company, Gant Hanlon waits until the other technicians have left. Then he speaks to Mardis Rendell.
I'm going to knock off for dinner. How about you, Mardis?
Well, thanks. I'll work a while longer, Mr. Conlon.
Overtime an hour already. Take 30 minutes. Stockholders of Alpha Chemical will never miss it.
I happen to be interested in this experiment, Mr. Conlon. I can't leave now. I'm right at a critical point in this test.
Yeah, that's the trouble with you, Mardis. You're always at a critical point. What about that experiment you were working on 2 weeks ago? You worked night after night on your own time, then shelved it. All that time wasted digging your way into a blind alley.
In pure research, Mr. Conlon, there are no blind alleys. Behind every blank wall is a new truth.
Yeah. And while you're tearing down blank walls, the front office is yelling, "Get on with the project." Discovery of yours, the one you locked up. What was it about?
I'd rather not discuss it right now, Mr. Conlon.
It's a new chemical, one that can deaden the higher centers of the brain.
Why, isn't it unethical to read someone else's private lab notes, Mr. Conlon?
Look, kid, I'm on your side. You got a gold mine there. Turn it over to the psychiatrist, and you can make a fortune.
It hasn't been thoroughly tested. And anyway, I'm working for Alpha Chemical. The discovery isn't mine to sell.
If it belongs to Alpha Chemical, why don't you turn the data over to the front office? Why hold out on it?
I'm not holding out. I discovered Formula G3.
Formula G3K. What?
I see you know my private code, sir. Well, all right. I discovered Formula G3K by accident while I was working on another project. But it's potentially dangerous. Until I find a way to control its effects, I'm keeping it locked up.
But, Mardis, as a scientist, it isn't your responsibility to invent a remedy for the possible bad effects of your discovery.
Is it your responsibility to tell me my responsibility?
Now you're just getting pig-headed. That's the thanks I get for trying to tell you how it makes sense.
Mr. Conlon, I'm frankly not interested in real money, as you call it. Not on Formula G3K.
I think you really mean that. All right, Mardis, be a company girl. Let your brains and youth and good looks boil away in those test tubes and beakers. Someday you'll wish you listened to me. I'm going out to get something to eat.
The following morning in Space Patrol headquarters on Terra, Commander Corry receives a visit from Mardis Rendell.
Yes, Miss Randall. I've received a report on the fire and explosion in the Alpha Chemical Company lab. How did you find that bulletin for me?
Yes, sir.
As I recall, Miss Randall, the report listed the cause as accidental.
That's what the lab superintendent decided, Commander.
And you think differently, Greta?
Well, I don't know. When I came to work this morning and saw the damage, it looked like an accidental fire.
Here it is, Commander. The report says probable cause, defective wiring and temporary test circuit. Failure of thermostat control. Exact cause undetermined due to almost total destruction of laboratory. Signed by your lab superintendent and our inspector.
They could be right. Perhaps I'm making things complicated.
Go on, Miss Randall.
Well, there was a metal cabinet in the lab where I kept some private records and chemicals. The heat had damaged the inside of the cabinet, exploded most of the components.
Yes?
I think something was missing from that cabinet.
Not destroyed by heat, just plain missing.
That's right, Commander. You see, I've been working privately on a substance I call Formula G3K. If used properly by doctors and psychiatrists, it could be of great benefit to science.
How?
It deadens the higher control centers of the brain without affecting the sensory or the motor nervous system. Under the influence of this chemical, a person would behave on a purely emotional basis. He would react according to basic instincts or his conditioned reflexes.
The doctor could tell how a person wants to react, or how he would react if he weren't held back by reason or conscience.
Exactly. It could be a quick way to determine personality conflict.
You mean if I wanted to slug somebody, I'd go right ahead and do it and not worry about what people would think?
Well, that's a good rough example.
Naturally, a doctor would never like to get into trouble.
Oh, no. But in the wrong hands, this chemical could be used for evil purposes. Its effects make a person subject to suggestion.
And they do things against their better judgment.
Yes. For a time, their better judgment wouldn't exist. And that's why I kept Formula G3K a secret, until I found a way to control it.
Miss Randall, you think someone may have stolen this formula and started the fire in an attempt to cover up the theft?
Yes, I do.
Who else besides yourself knew about that formula?
One of the lab technicians. Only last night he tried to talk me into selling it. He got rather angry when I refused.
What's this man's name?
Conlon. Gant Conlon. But I have no proof that he did anything wrong.
Well, don't worry, Miss Randall. We'll check up on Gant Conlon. If he's innocent, he hasn't anything to fear.
At the office of the Interplanetary Procurement Corporation, behind locked doors, Gant Conlon shows a notebook to Eric Zanker. Before them, on the desk, is a plastic bottle containing a violet-colored liquid.
Well, there you are, Mr. Zanker. Complete facts of the formula. G3K. How to use it, what it does, and how to make it.
That's fine, Conlon. But will it be missed? That's quite important, you know.
You should see that lab. After I took what I wanted out of the cabinet, I fixed things so that accidental fire would destroy all.
Good. Now, how do we administer this stuff and skip the scientific details?
An ordinary ultrasonic infuser will do the trick. Unless the victim sees the gadget, he won't even know what's happening.
And we'll do anything we tell him after the treatment?
Just read Martis Randall's experiments. Formula G3K will make him tell us anything we want to know or perform any act we suggest right away.
Before we put it into practical use, I want to make a few tests. And Mars will be an ideal place.
Why Mars?
First, because it's several million views from Corry's headquarters here on Terra. Second, because one of my ships is now being loaded at the spaceport. When it's ready to blast off for Mars, we'll be aboard.
Buzz and Happy are walking through warehouse number 5 at the Terra spaceport. Cargo is being hoisted from platforms by giant loading cranes and placed on cargo trucks that will take them to waiting space freighters.
It sure is a busy place, Commander. If the man didn't know his way around, he could get hurt awful easy.
Keep inside the yellow line. You'll be okay. This is Section 4 we're passing now. The next one is Anchor.
Maybe Martis Randall's suspicions of Conlon weren't wrong after all. Funny that he'd be having so many dealings with Zanker when Conlon's just a lab technician for Alpha Chemical.
There's Anchor, Happy, standing on a platform up ahead. While I'm talking to him, you take that list and check the cargo.
Yes, sir. With Zanker personally supervising the loading, he's probably got some hijacked stuff in there.
One more truckload out to do it, Conlon. Then we can blast off for Mars.
Where's the crane operator?
He knocked off for a few minutes. Anyway, that's our last load out there.
Hanging from the crane?
Yeah. When the next empty truck pulls out, we lower the load and the job's finished.
Believe me, I'll be glad when we blast off for Mars.
Conlon, turn this way quick. No. Looks like trouble. Here comes Corry and the Cadet.
You better get out of here.
Wait. If we run now, they have us for sure.
What are we going to do? Since they aren't here to invite us for a lunch, the officers...
Just take it easy. Look, a few more steps and they'll be right under the crane. There's about 6 tons of cargo out there, right over their heads.
Mac, are you crazy?
Shut up! Get out of the way. All I've got to do is release this holding brake and the load drops.
Look, I'm getting out of this right now. I never figured
You're in this with me. In a couple of seconds, we'll both get away.
Franco, I want to talk to you.
Here it goes!
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
This is Dick Tufeld reporting on the twin-jet Air Force fighter, the McDonnell Voodoo XF-88A. In a moment, we'll hear from the noted test pilot who flies this plane, Phil Houghton. Speed of the Voodoo is a military secret, but it's plenty fast. Wingspan is 40 feet, length 55, weight 10 tons. And now, Phil Houghton recorded at Lambert Airfield.
After seeing the Voodoo, I guess you know why I like my job. There's one thing about it, though. The test pilot has to stay in good condition, get lots of sleep, and eat good, healthy food. That's why I like rice checks and wheat checks for breakfast. They've got plenty of energy in them, and they really taste well. I think you'll like them, too.
Make sure you stay in condition the way Phil Houghton, J. Ray Donahue Jr., and other top test pilots do. Every morning, eat a good, nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, the cereals that are tops 3 ways. Tops for taste, for size, for real get up and go. That's Chex, rice or wheat. Remember, they're tops with America's top pilots. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, Formula for Crime. Buzz and Happy go to a warehouse at the Terra spaceport, where Zanker is supervising the loading of a spaceship. As the space patrollers walk under a loading crane, Zanker releases the holding brake, and the 6-ton load of cargo hurtles down upon them.
That's Zanker, all right. We'll have
Look
to...
out, Hap! Move!
Huh? The rockets. You had to push me out of the way. I'd be under that mess.
You're okay, Hap. Let's get Zanker.
Yes, sir. Hey, he's gone.
He can't be very far away.
What's that?
The emergency alarm.
Somebody must have turned it in when the cargo dropped.
Zanker deliberately tried to drop that load on us.
The whole warehouse is in an uproar. Look, people are rushing in all directions. We'll never find Zanker in this mess.
Get to a phone, Happy. Alert Space Patrol headquarters. Come on.
A few hours later at Space Patrol headquarters, Buzz and Happy stand by for reports from the Space Patrol agents who are searching the spaceport and other parts of Terra for Zanker and Conlon.
Nothing on either of them yet, Hap.
Zanker must have got away from spaceport before we could alert the guards.
At least they can't leave the planet. Space Control has orders to have every private freight and passenger ship checked before clearing for blast off.
I wonder who it was with Zanker.
I don't know. I've got 3 men watching Zanker's office. If he or anybody else shows up, they'll be mad. Space Patrol headquarters, Commander Corry here.
This is Martis Randall. I'm afraid I gave you a wrong lead yesterday in regard to the fire at the laboratory.
About Conlon, you mean?
Yes. He's not the man you're looking for.
Perhaps not, but he keeps some pretty strange company for an honest chemist. How do you know Conlon is in the clear?
I have some new information, Commander.
All right, let's have it.
I can't give it to you over the phone. I'll explain in detail when you get here.
When I get there.
It's very urgent, and I can't come to your office.
Where are you?
At my home, 618 Orion Way. It's just 2 blocks west of Terra Boulevard. I can't possibly tell you any more right now. I just have to talk to you personally. Right away. Another hour may be too late.
All right, Miss Randall. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Corry out.
I wonder what she found out. She didn't sound excited or in danger.
From what I've seen of her, Martis Randall seems pretty level-headed and competent. Something's wrong. Better get over there. Have you stay here in case you get a lead on Zanker.
Yes, sir.
I'll check back with you from Miss Randall's case.
Come in, Commander.
Thank you, Miss Randall.
It was good of you to come so quickly.
It certainly was, Commander. Get your hands up.
Thank
Yes. Just remember there are 2 ray guns covering you. This one and one in the next room.
What's the setup here, Miss Randall? Are you in the Zanker?
I am the Zantor?
Marty, sit down. Sit down and remain quiet.
Yes, Zantor.
What have you done to her?
Have you ever heard of Formula G3K?
Got her under the influence of that chemical.
Exactly. You're next. Conlon.
Yeah.
Come in here and bring the infuser.
So you're Conlon. You were with Zanker at the warehouse.
That's right, Corry.
I've got quite a score to settle with both of you for what you tried to do to Happy and me.
Conlon, I'll keep him covered while you use the infuser on him.
Roll up your sleeve, Corry. This won't hurt a bit. Come on, let's have that arm.
Sure. You're not going to shoot that stuff into me.
Zanker, get him off me. Use the ray gun.
No, it was putting him out too long. Break loose, can't
Drop that gadget, Conlon.
Zanker, do something.
I'll fix him. This chair will slow him down. There.
Nearly broke my wrist.
Never mind that. Pick up the infuser. I want Corry under control when he comes to.
All right. I'm not sure the chemical will work on him.
Of course it will. Now, Martis, you just sit there and keep quiet.
Yes, Zantor.
Or his arms are ready. Use the infuser.
Okay.
It's very neat, this ultrasonic infuser. Doesn't even break the skin or leave a mark.
I think he's coming to.
Good. We'll give the chemical time to take effect. Then we'll give him his instructions.
Space Patrol Headquarters, Commander Corry's office. Cadet Happy here.
Happy, this is Commander Corry.
Yes, sir. Everything all right?
Everything's under control, Happy. Now listen carefully. Go to the spaceport immediately and see that Terra 5 is ready to blast off.
Yes, sir. Where are we going?
I'm going alone, Happy. Just learned something very interesting. I'll tell you about it when I get back.
Fine, Commander.
For the time being, no one is to know about this flight. No one, understand?
Yes, sir.
I'll give special instructions to Space Control when I get to the spaceport. Now, one more thing. I've got an errand for you to run. There are some papers in file H7 on the Henderson case. Take them to the Research Records Division and have 6 microfilm copies made of them.
Research records. That's in the Michelson building on the south side of the city, isn't it?
Right. Wait there until the job's done, then deliver those microfilms to the first 6 addresses on the distribution sheet. Got that?
Yes, sir, but I thought the Henderson case was...
I'm in a hurry, Hap. Just follow orders.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll go to the spaceport right away and check the ship.
Fine, Hap. Corry out.
Half an hour later, at the Terra spaceport, Commander Corry strides toward the Terra 5. With him are 2 men who walk close to Buzz, watching him carefully as he returns the salutes of various Space Patrol personnel. The men engage in light conversation, masking their tenseness, until they board the spaceship and close the hatch.
Well, worst of it's over, Zanker.
Yeah. All right, Corry. Get to the controls and blast off.
I'll check with Space Control.
You are making a special flight to Mars, to Lowell City. Is that clear?
Perfectly. This flight is to be logged under secret operations until further official notice.
Check. All right, get busy.
You trust me? Sure. Can you handle that call to the cadet just as I instructed? With the G3K in him, he'll follow orders to the letter.
I hope so. I still think we should have brought the girl along, though.
What for? She served her purpose. The way we tied her up in her apartment, we'll be safely away from her long before she gets loose.
It's a great idea, you're making Corry take us in his own ship.
Sure. And even if we had been recognized, who's going to interfere with the business of the Commander-in-Chief of this Space Patrol?
Commander Corry aboard Terra 5 calling Space Control.
Space Control here. Go ahead, Commander.
Request permission to blast off immediately. Destination Mars.
Space lock number 2 is clear, sir.
Log this flight under secret operations file until further notice. Enter 2 unidentified civilian passengers under technical Space Patrol custody as per Regulation 185-D.
Very good, Commander. May blast off when ready. Space Control out.
Great. When we're clear of Terra, we'll order Corry to change vector for Jupiter's 4th moon.
High rockets, Corry.
Corry doesn't know it's coming, but this is his last flight.
Cadet Happy stands before the door of an apartment at 618 Orion Way. On his face, an expression of worried indecision, for he has deliberately disobeyed an order from Commander Corry. Finally, his mind made up, he knocks at the door.
Who is it?
Cadet Happy. Is Commander Corry there?
No.
Will you open the door? I want to talk to you.
Come in.
It's locked. I say it's locked. You'll have to let me in.
I can't. I'm tied up.
You mean you're busy?
No, tied up with rope.
Smoking rockets. Why didn't you say so? Miss Randall. Miss Randall, what happened? Who did this?
Danforth and Conman.
Where's Commander Corry? Wasn't he here? Miss Randall, answer me. Where's the commander?
I don't know.
Well, look, you called the commander at his office. Then he called me. Did he call from here?
I don't know.
Now, look, don't be afraid, Miss Randall. No one's going to hurt you. Where are Zanker and Conman?
They've gone to Mars.
Mars? They made the commander take them. They made him phone me and get the ship ready, right? Well, you said they were going to Mars. Now, whereabouts on Mars? Lowell City? Come on, tell me.
No, they're not going to Mars. They're going to Jupiter's 4th moon.
Let's have it straight, Miss Randall. Which is it?
It's wearing off now. I can tell you the truth.
What's wearing off?
The formula G3K. They gave some to me and to the commander with an ultrasonic infusion. They had us under complete control.
All right, they're making the commander take them to Jupiter number 4. You're sure of that?
Yes. They've got a ship hidden there. When they land, they're going to destroy the Terra 5 and commander.
Not if I can help it. I'm going to get a ship and blast off after them.
But they've got a half-hour start.
Well, chances are they set a vector for Mars to make it look good. By the time they correct it to a vector for Jupiter 4... Look, every second counts. You're free now. I'm getting to the spaceport.
That's Moon 4, all right. What's your viewscope reading, Corry?
50,000 DUs.
His anchor will be there in less than an hour.
Yeah. Oh, come back here, Tom, then I want to talk to you.
Okay, what is it?
When Corry lands, you make sure our ship is ready to blast off. Then I'll finish Corry. Conlon, look at the rear view scope.
What's on that tail? The Space Patrol cruiser.
One of Corry's men must have got suspicious. Well, it's too late to back out now. Commander.
Yes?
There's a ship approaching directly behind us. Fire your rear space torpedo gun.
Fire? On that ship? Fine.
You will destroy that ship immediately. Set the rangefinder. That's it.
Gonna do it.
Now, fire.
It missed. Zankery double-crossed us.
No, I think it's the G3K. The chemical is making him obedient, but it's affecting the higher reasoning center of his brain. He made a mistake. Corry, fire again.
Space Patrol Cruiser T-65 calling the Terra 5. Zanker, I've alerted Jupiter Space Patrol. Play it smart and surrender.
Happy. Cadet Happy.
Corry, don't touch the spaceophone.
Commander, if you can hear me, listen. This is Happy. If they're ordering you to fire on the ship off your stern, resist. This is a Space Patrol ship. Do you understand? You're under the influence of a chemical. Formula G3K. Fight it.
Happy, but what's he telling me?
Commander, fire. That's not Happy. You ordered him to stay on Terra, remember?
It's Cadet Happy.
And he disobeyed your orders. He must be punished. Fire that torpedo. That's it. This time you won't miss.
You're right, Zanker. This time I won't miss. Now, Zanker, you're next.
Cadet Happy to Commander Corry. Listen to me, please.
Corry here. Everything's under control, Happy.
Oh, what a relief. What about Zanker and Conlon?
They won't be giving us any more trouble. I hope that torpedo didn't scare you too much.
Who do I thank for the bad marksmanship?
Me. The chemical was wearing off. Your voice really snapped me out of it, Hap.
That's good. I didn't know what to do.
How did you happen to take off after us?
Well, it was what you told me about the Henderson file. That case was closed weeks ago, and yet you told me to chase all over town with useless microfilm. I took a chance and checked with Martis Randall.
Is she all right?
Yes, sir. How come you picked the Henderson file, anyway?
It's lucky I did, but it wasn't intentional. If the G3K formula hadn't deadened my reasoning ability, I might have sent you on a plausible errand. Oh, by the way, under regulations, I can't ignore the fact that you did disobey orders.
No, sir, I guess not.
And according to Regulation 145W, the form of punishment is left to the discretion of the commanding officer.
I understand, sir.
Very well. Your punishment will consist of a 7-day special duty at the Space Patrol Recreation Camp at Lake Azure on Venus. You'll swim, hike, fish, or play ball not less than 1 hour each day, and that, Cadet, is an order.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Corry out.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Hi, Space Patrollers. This is Captain Tufeld.
And Cadet Happy.
I'm reporting to you on Rice Chex.
And I'm reporting to you on Wheat Chex.
Rice Chex. Triple toasted spreaded rice biscuits that taste mighty good. Tops for taste. That's Rice Chex.
Wheat Chex. Boy, they've got a swell whole wheat flavor that can't be beat. Tops for taste. That's Wheat Chex, too.
And Rice Chex are made in that modern, bite-sized design for easy eating. It's tops for size. That's Rice Chex.
Wheat Chex are bite-sized for super easy eating. Tops for size, too.
And after a good, nourishing breakfast with Chex, rice, or wheat, you'll see their tops for get up and go.
Real Space Patrol get up and go, like the Commander has.
Chex, a good word to remember at breakfast time or any time because
they're tops 3 ways: for taste, size, and get up and go.
So look for the red and white checkerboard packages with the picture of the Commander or
the swell picture of me on the outside.
Rice Chex,
Wheat Chex.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are aboard the Terra 5 out in space. Joined to the airlock is another ship whose pilot has identified himself as a Space Patrol agent.
Maybe the break we need, Commander. Maybe this agent can tell us where to locate Zorba and that spy ship from Tiranna.
You'll know in a minute, Hap. Our man's in the airlock.
Get your hands up, both of you.
Zorba. Let's get him, Hap.
I warned you not to move. Oh, yeah. That paralyzer ray will prevent any more nonsense. You are prisoners of war, captives of Tiranna.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, shipment to Tiranna when rice checks and wheat checks again present Space Patrol. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Virginia Hewitt, Bela Kovach, and Ken Mayer. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks present exciting action on Space Patrol. This program is broadcast for our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Rice Checks and Wheat Checks, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy have entered a repair shop in Mercury City to search for a spy from interstellar space.
The room's empty, sir. Cargo was telling the truth.
Just the same, we'll take cargo to headquarters for questioning.
Commander, look. Behind that cabinet.
Don't try anything, Commander.
It's Smead.
Come out here, Smead, with your hands up.
I'm in control here, Corry. There is a deadly, invisible beam right between us. Now drop those guns, or you'll be nothing but a heap of ashes.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Designed for Disaster. Hang on to your space helmets, gang. Here comes Cadet Happy. Around the corner. Over the fence. And clear the way because here he is.
Hiya, Captain Tufeld.
Hi, Hap. Hey, how come all the shortcuts? Why the big rush?
Smoking rockets. I was in a hurry to get here and tell all the space patrollers about this neat new surprise the commander has for them. Take a look, Captain. It's plenty terrific.
Wow, the Space Patrol periscope.
An honest-to-goodness Space Patrol periscope with magic mirrors that let you see around corners, over fences, and around trees and over bushes, but nobody can see you.
Yes, sirree. You see without being seen. Over the heads of a crowd, too, because the Space Patrol periscope is a big, 24 inches long. It's tapered special for wide-angle vision with a real mirror at the top and one at the bottom, too.
Jumpin' Jupiter, gang, you sure can have fun with one of your own. The commander wants you to have one, too, and he wants all of you to listen to today's Space Patrol adventure and find out how we use our official Space Patrol periscope.
So get your paper and pencils ready. In just a few minutes, I'm going to tell you how to get your periscope.
Say, Captain, how did you know I took all those shortcuts a while back? Over the fences and around the corner. Oh, sure. How space happy can you get? You were peering through your periscope.
Right, Cadet.
Ah!
And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Designed for Disaster. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy have captured one of the agents from Tiranna, a distant solar system that plans to attack the United Planets. For hours now, Buzz has given brainograph tests to the agent Rogart, attempting to learn all possible information about the enemy. Happy is in the commander's central office right now at Space Patrol headquarters as Buzz enters from the security lab.
Hello. How's it going, Commander? Getting anything out of Rogart?
But even with the brainograph, it's slow.
Found out where Tiranna is?
Yes, it's in the constellation Pegasus. A little more than 80 light years from our solar system.
Well, if we only had enough star drive ships to send on a scouting mission. And when's the attack scheduled?
Rogart doesn't know.
Too bad that other agent Smead got away from us. I'll bet he knows.
Rogart might help us locate Smead. In the next session with the brainograph, I'm going to ask him to name every base of operation and every hideout Smead might visit. Frankly, Hap, once we locate Smead and find a way to stop that attack from Tiranna, the United Planets are facing slavery or annihilation.
almost anyone is likely to enter a spaceophone repair shop. Also, strange pieces of equipment and strange noises are not likely to cause suspicion in such a place. These are two reasons why Matthew Smead has set up another Tyrannian agent, Pax Targo, in a spaceophone shop in Mercury City. Smead, carrying a small receiver, has just entered Targo's shop.
Good afternoon. I wonder if you could tell me what's wrong with this set?
It's okay, Smead. No one's in the shop.
Good. Have you contacted Griff Benyon?
Yes. He's very interested in your proposition.
I knew he would be. Benyon is the type of criminal who prefers the melodramatic.
I'd say that blowing up the Mercury City atmosphere plant just to rob a bank is more than just melodrama.
Of course. It's military strategy for the Tyrannian cause. But Benyon doesn't know about that part of it, does he?
No. No, he thinks I just want a share of the bank loot.
And Benyon is willing to plan the explosive himself?
Yes, as soon as I complete the device.
It isn't finished yet?
I have a few more details to take care of. It's over there on the bench. I want to test the timing mechanism.
All right. Now, tell me just what you told Benyon.
Well, Benyon hides the explosive in the atmosphere tank. Then he and his men put on spacesuits waiting for the explosion.
Concealed, of course.
Yes. The surface truck will be in Slaker's warehouse. When the atmosphere plant blows up, there will be a panic all over the city. Benyon and his men rush to the Mercury City Bank. Benyon's gang scoops up all the money they can lay their hands on, piles into the truck, and then goes to the spaceport.
And we'll be on Venus, waiting for Benyon to bring us our share of the money.
Suppose Benyon gets captured.
Well, we'll see that he isn't, even if we have to dispose of him ourselves. Anyway, Benyon must never know that you have any connection with Tiranna. Now, hurry and finish the time bomb.
In his central office on Terra, Commander Corry has just completed his interrogation of the captured Tyrannian agent, Rogarth. Right now, he's telling Cadet Happy the results of the phonograph test.
Rogarth was able to locate 5 possible hideouts where we might find Smead.
5? Well, those shouldn't take long to cover.
The trouble is there are probably several more. But according to Rogarth, Smead might be hiding on Saturn, on Jupiter's third moon, and Mercury, Venus, and Mars.
Well, we could alert our agents and hit all 5 places at once.
That'd be fine. We could be sure he'd be at one of those 5 places. If he's somewhere else, those simultaneous raids would only tip him off.
Yeah, that's right. It would be even harder to find.
However, I think I have something here that might solve our problem. In this cabinet. This could do the trick.
Hey, what is it?
It's that new piece of equipment I mentioned last week, Cap. The official Space Patrol periscope.
You mean that tube is going to help us find Smead?
Yes, sir. Here, I'll show you how it works. Look out the upper window, huh?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll just move this chair up and stand on it.
No, that isn't necessary. You just take the periscope. That's it. Hold one end to your eyes and point the other end out of that top window.
Smoking rockets. It's like being 2 feet taller.
Yes. Turning it sideways, you can see around corners with it.
Hey, this is great. If there was a criminal around a corner with a blast gun, you could find out where he was without getting hit.
That's right. And notice the wide-angle vision it gives you.
Oh, this is some gadget. But, well, I still don't see how it's going to be much help in finding Smead.
Wait till we test it out in space. When you're outside of the strong gravity field of the planet, you can use a periscope to see objects millions of BUs away.
Oh, like a high-powered telescope, huh?
That's better than a telescope, Hank. If you're out in space with a telescope, you might be able to see this headquarters building here in Terra. But with the periscope, you could see inside the building. You could look into any room, any office.
Smoking rockets. So that's how we're going to look for Matthew Smead.
Yes, you won't know we're watching.
Well, why can't we work it right from here? Or from the roof of the building?
Because of Terra's gravity field. The periscope is like our star drive spaceship. It operates through another dimension in hyperspace. When delicate long-distance adjustments are necessary, the periscope must be in a near-zero gravity field.
I'm sure anxious to see how it works out in space.
Well, let's go to the Terra 5, Hap. We'll give the periscope its first action test.
Millions of BUs from any planet, the Terra 5 cruises through space on automatic control. Buzz and Happy examine the new Space Patrol periscope, now held securely in a bracket attached near the control panel. Buzz has attached a small, compact adjustment mechanism which enables the periscope to focus upon any remote point of space.
We drew another blank. I'll reset the adjustments for the place in Mercury City.
Oh, the spaceophone repair shop?
Yes. I've got it, Hap. Look through the periscope.
Oh, it's like we were standing right in the street, in front of the shop.
Let me take over again. I'll change the focus to inside the shop. It looks legitimate enough.
testing equipment. Several spaceable receivers and transmitters taken apart. The desk with papers scattered all over.
Anyone there, sir?
Yes, there's a man working at the bench. Doesn't look like a space plane. It's a square box with a sort of clock dial on it. Uh-oh. Someone's opening the door on the back of the shop. Now, take a look.
Yes, sir. Smeed.
The man we're looking for, Mercury City.
We can space up on Mercury City headquarters and have that shop surrounded.
There's too much chance of Smeed intercepting the call. Remember, he's surrounded by a whole shop full of space phone equipment. Chances are he's constantly monitoring our channel.
Yeah, that's right. And for all we know, he might even know our codes.
Keep watching him. Maybe we can pick up some hints.
There it is, Smeed. All ready for action.
Good. Take it easy. Don't blow it up here.
Don't worry, the safety switch is on.
And what about Griff Benyon?
He's coming here to pick it up later this afternoon.
All right, then all we have to do is... Ow!
What's the matter?
Something bit me on the hand. Where did these ants come from? Your desk is swarming with them.
Oh, put some fruit in the drawer yesterday and forgot about it.
Where's your medicine kit?
Don't worry, Smeed. Those ants won't hurt you.
How do you know they won't? Remember, we're from another solar system. We may not be immune to bites from these insects.
Hey, that's right. I'll get rid of them right away.
You can do that when I'm gone. Now, about this deal with Griff Benyon. You set the timing device right here. When Benyon leaves, you go to the spaceport. We don't want to be in Mercury City when the atmosphere turns all down.
Smeed's leaving the shop, Commander. Can we follow him with the periscope?
We can for a while, but when we get closer to Mercury, the increasing gravity field will blur the image. We'll land at Mercury City and go directly to that space phone shop. Maybe we can make Smeed's partner talk.
Two hours later, Buzz and Appy are in a surface car on a side street in Mercury City. Leaving the car a block from the shop, they continue on foot. In the shop, Targol is carefully going through his papers, destroying incriminating evidence.
Yes, gentlemen? Something I can do for you?
Do you run this shop?
Yes, I do. I'm Pax Targo.
We're looking for a man named Smeed. Matthew Smeed.
Smeed? I don't believe I know anyone by that name.
We'll just take a look around, Targo.
You won't find your Mr. Smeed here.
No, maybe, but he was here.
Yeah, we saw him.
You saw him?
Well, let's not argue. Lead the way into that back room. Go on, Targo. We can follow that.
Yes, sir. There. As you can see, the room is empty.
I'm taking you to headquarters for questioning, Targo.
Just what is this all about?
Commander, look, behind that cabinet.
Don't try anything, Commander.
It's Smeed.
Come out here, Smeed, with your hands up.
I'm in control here, Commander. Do you hear that sound? That's a disintegrator beam.
Disintegrator beam?
That's right, Cadet. There's a deadly, invisible beam in this room, forming a wall between you and me.
Turn it off, or I'll use this ray gun.
Try it, and I'll sweep this beam over you. In a fraction of a second, you'll be nothing but a heap of ashes. Now, drop those guns.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. All set on the pencils and papers, gang? In just seconds, you're going to find out how you can get your super sensational Space Patrol Periscope. The official Space Patrol Periscope with the magic mirrors that let you see around corners, over fences, while nobody can see you. Yes, you see without being seen. And, gang, just wait till you get your first look through. It's a big 24 inches long and tapered special for wide-angle vision with two mirrors, one at the top, one at the bottom. It comes in real George space colors, too. Blue, yellow, and red. Wowie! Think of the fun you can have peering at your pals through your periscope. And you'll have lots of fun putting your periscope together, too. You do it yourself. Easy directions are right on the envelope it comes in. And it takes only a few minutes, and presto, you're set to start peering through your periscope. Now, gang, remember, you can see around corners and over fences and around trees, over bushes, but nobody can see you. Okay? You set with pencil and paper? Here's how you get your official Space Patrol Periscope. Send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address, and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. Now, Space Patrollers, don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure designed for disaster. With the aid of a new Space Patrol periscope, Buzz and Happy located Matthew Smeed in a hideout in Mercury City. Smeed and his accomplice, Pax Targal, are agents from the remote solar system Tiranna, which is preparing to attack the United Planets. When Buzz and Happy accosted Smeed in the back room of the spaceophone repair shop, Smeed cut on a disintegrator beam and threatens to focus the deadly rays on the Space Patrollers.
You haven't a chance, Corry. Do as you're told.
If that's a disintegrator beam, Smeed, why doesn't it destroy the walls of this room?
It's simple. It's tuned to a frequency that affects only living tissues. It doesn't harm inorganic, lifeless matter. However, if you like a demonstration, just watch what happens to the cadet.
All right, Smeed, this round is yours. Drop your ray gun, Happy.
Yes, sir. Very wise, gentlemen. Fargo.
Yeah?
When Corry and the cadet step back, and I'm sure they will, you pick up their weapons. Don't move till I tell you to. You might step into the disintegrator beam.
I'll wait, don't worry.
Step back, gentlemen, into that closet. Go on. All right, Fargo, get their guns.
You can cut off the disintegrator now, Smeed. I got him covered.
Lock them in the closet.
Sure.
Now, I want you to get on the phone and call your friend.
Oh, you mean?
Yes, you know very well who I mean. Tell him there has been a change in plans. We will bring the necessary equipment to him.
What about Corry and the cadet?
When we leave, I'll turn the beam on. That'll keep them under control. There. He can't get out of this room without knocking out a wall. Now get that bomb and let's get out of here.
I don't hear anything out there, sir. I think they've gone.
I think Smeed about us off that easy. Let's try breaking out and see what happens.
No objection so far.
I'll give him another kick.
The room's empty, sir. They've gone off.
Hold it, Hat. Don't move. The disintegrator beam is on.
Oh, and I was just about to cross the room.
The source of that beam is down there.
We can get to that machine and turn it off.
No, we can't. Smeed placed it where we can't get to it without stepping into the beam.
Then we're blocked.
We could only find exactly where that beam is and locate its boundaries. Perhaps we could crawl under it. Uh-oh.
Well, what is it, sir?
Look down there at the floor next to the wall.
I don't see anything except a swarm of ants.
That's what I mean. Either they're crawling along the molding, an army of them. Hap, if we can get some of those ants in that metal bar, we can use it as a test rod. We'll move it around slowly. When the ants start disappearing or dropping off, we'll know that they...
Hey, we'll know we're on the beam. Great. I'll get the rod.
Get some ants on it. And we'll start near the floor and work up.
Carefully holding the bar at arm's length, Commander Corry probes for the invisible beam. Inch by inch, he advances across the room.
Be careful, sir. That's a foot off the floor, and the ants are still okay. Uh-oh. Now they're gone.
This is the lower limit of the disintegrator beam, Hap. About 18 inches off the floor at this point. We'll lie on our stomachs and crawl across the room to the door. And keep low.
Don't worry, sir. I'll be so flat you'll think it's my shadow.
Moments later, Buzz and Happy are in their surface car. As they drive toward Mercury City headquarters, the commander issues spaceophone orders to the City Patrol Division.
Are those instructions clear, Captain?
Yes, Commander. I'll assign men to watch the repair shop. The guards at the spaceport will be alerted to stop Smeed and Targo as they show up.
Oh, one more thing, Captain. I want you to check on a couple of phone numbers I found on scraps of paper at the spaceophone shop. Find out who they're listed to and the address.
Yes, sir.
They're both Mercury City numbers. Virgo 45907 and Thor 23611.
I'll trace them immediately, Commander.
Inform Colonel Harris that I'm blasting off immediately to make some tests with the new periscope. May be able to locate Smeed with it. Corry out.
Elsewhere, in another part of Mercury City, Smeed and Targal wait impatiently beside a spaceophone.
What's wrong with Banyan? Why doesn't he call?
I hope he didn't lose his nerve.
Well, he's had plenty of time to place that explosive at the atmosphere plant. Get it.
Yeah?
This is Banyan. Everything all set?
Have any trouble?
Not a bit. Time bomb is hid when nobody could find it, even if they were looking for it.
Where are you now?
At a booth at the Space Hotel.
Better get to the warehouse. There isn't much time.
I'm on my way now.
Okay, Banyan. See you later. Everything's going fine, Smeed.
You get over to the warehouse. We can use 2 of those stolen spacesuits for our getaway.
Thousands of DUs from the planet Mercury, Buzz and Happy recheck Smeed's known hideouts for a trace of activity, focusing the periscope carefully from planet to planet.
Captain Walters at Space Patrol Headquarters, Mercury City, calling Commander Corry aboard Terra 5.
Corey here. Go ahead, Captain.
I've traced both of those numbers, Commander. The Virgo number's a doctor's office. Dr. Chandler. Doc's okay. He says a packed Targol made an appointment by phone and then canceled out. He never saw a Targol, and he never heard of Matthew Speed.
How about that phone number?
It's listed at Slaker's warehouse on Meridian Street. There's no answer.
What's the address?
101 North Meridian.
I'll check it with the periscope. Anything else, Captain?
Nothing on Speed or Targol. We got a report from the atmosphere plant. One of the guards thought he saw Griff Banyan duck down the stairway.
The guard sure it was Banyan?
Yes, sir. But he got away. Colonel Harris has ordered a complete search of the atmosphere plant, and so far we haven't found anything.
Ask the Colonel to continue the search. Keep all Space Patrol personnel away from that warehouse till I scan it with a periscope. I'll contact you later. Corey out. Have get that map of Mercury City and check the coordinates of that warehouse.
I've already done it, Commander.
On the way, just for luck, we'll see what's going on at the atmosphere plant.
Okay. If Griff Banyan's hiding there, the periscope might be able to sneak up on him where the guards couldn't.
Methodically, with delicate adjustment of the periscope focusing control, Buzz explores every corridor, every room of the vast atmosphere plant in Mercury City. They watch the technicians at work. They see guards searching storerooms, peering behind machinery. There is no sign of Griff Banyan.
Well, if Banyan was there, he's gone now.
Yeah, with the periscope, we've been able to look into places the guards overlooked.
Wait a minute. Take a look at this. Look under that large vent. What do you see?
It's a piece of equipment. A meter of some kind, I guess.
Doesn't it look familiar?
Well, in a way, yes. Looks sort of crude and homemade, but...
The last time we saw that box, it was on a bench in Targo's spacephone repair shop.
That's right. Now I remember. Or there couldn't be 2 boxes just like that.
There's a tie-in between Smeed and Griff Banyan. We're really in for trouble.
You think either Smeed or Targol gave that box to Banyan, and Banyan put it in the atmosphere plant?
Probably. It's very likely an explosive of some kind.
Oh, if that main filter blows up, it'll cut off the air supply for all of Mercury City.
Well, I contact Mercury City headquarters. You switch the periscope back to that warehouse. Just thought of something I overlooked.
Yes, sir.
Commander Corry aboard Terra 5 calling Captain Walters at Mercury City headquarters. Urgent. Corry to Mercury City headquarters.
Captain Walters here, Commander.
Captain, listen carefully. Send a demolition squad to the central air purifying chambers at the atmosphere plant. Under the main vent, they'll find a small box. It's probably a time bomb.
Well, that's why Griff Banyan...
There may not be much time, Captain. I want trained demolition men on that job right away.
Yes, Commander.
Double a guard at the spaceport. Smeed and Targol are working with Banyan. With that bomb ready to go off, they'll stop at nothing to escape. Corry out. How about that periscope? You got the warehouse yet?
Yes, sir, but the image isn't too clear. I thought I saw something move, sir, near the truck.
You did. The 4 men there, all carrying something. Spacesuit. With official Space Patrol insignia.
We'd better tip off headquarters to round them up.
I'll order a stakeout surrounding the block. Move in now might scare away the men we're after, the ringleaders. The image is completely gone now. Take the periscope out of the bracket. We may need it when we get back to Mercury City.
Landing at Mercury City Spaceport, Buzz and Happy find no indication of alarm. Under the normal activity, Space Patrol personnel are quietly preparing for any emergency if disaster should strike. Right now, in the service car, Buzz and Happy speed to the warehouse on Meridian Street. As it pulls to a stop at the rear of the structure, Buzz makes a last-minute spacephone check with headquarters.
Corry and surface car M78 calling Captain Walters at headquarters.
Walters here, Commander.
Happy and I are at the warehouse. Any word from the atmosphere plant?
It just came in. It was a bomb, all right, but it's harmless now.
Oh.
Demolition men said it was the trickiest gadget they ever handled. It was set to go off at 1,500 hours. If it had, the whole air purifier unit would have been blown clear through the atmosphere shell.
Close call. Thanks, Captain. Stand by. Corry out. Now, Hap, here's where we go to work. In the periscope.
Yes, sir.
Several men. All in spacesuits except one. He's getting one laid out. It's Targo.
No sign of Sneed?
I can't tell. Some of the men are getting into the truck. And Targo's looking at his watch.
Just 1500. I expect an explosion.
Oh, it's fine. 4 men are in the back of the truck, and the 5th man is logging them in. But they got in willingly at the top.
Delivery truck. Probably being locked in with an accidental discovery. I recognize that 5th man. It's Griff Daniel.
The crook who planted the time bomb.
We're coming to the door. Get ready.
Yes, sir.
Something's gone wrong with the bomb. You must have tampered with the setting.
Are you crazy? Look, I'm a no-bomb. The boys and I are going to pull off that bank job.
Get your hands up, Banyan. You too, Targo.
Banyan, unlock the truck. Let the boys out.
No, you don't, Banyan. Get Banyan half. I'll handle Targo. All right, Banyan. On your feet. And get out of that spacesuit. You won't be needing it.
Nice tackle, huh? Now, you want to continue the work out, or will you tell me where to find your pal Sneed? He's near the spaceport, waiting for the explosion.
Yeah? Well, we've got news for you. The only thing that's going to blow up will be Sneed's plans.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. A secret agent from outer space, or a spy right here on Earth. That's you, Space Patrollers, spying through the magic mirrors of your neat new official Space Patrol periscope. And man, oh man, you're in for plenty of exciting times with yours. You can set your periscope sights on all your Earth pals, spy on them from around corners, over fences, and from behind trees. Those magic mirrors of your periscope let you see them, but they'll never, never see you. Yes, sir, you see without being seen.
Right, Dick. Space Patrollers, this is Commander Corry. And listen, here's something special that'll come in mighty handy when you're out space spying. It's an identification chart printed right on your periscope. Shows you exactly what the people who live on all the major planets might look like. What's more, on every periscope, there's a place for your name, address, and solar system.
And remember, Space Patrollers, this is a real periscope, a big 24 inches long and tapered special for wide-angle vision, with a mirror on top and one on the bottom.
Space Patrollers, be the first official space spy in your gang. Get your own official Space Patrol periscope today.
And here's how you get them. Send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That address again is Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents and your Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Bite-sized checks taste good to me. Bite-sized checks. Wheat checks, rice checks. Get your checkerboard cereal today.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in their Star Drive ship when a patrol ship piloted by the spy, Matthew Smead, suddenly approaches.
Keep watching Speed in the periscope, Hap. I'll blast away to another part of space.
Yes, sir. Commander, what's wrong?
Our rocket's cut out. The emergency units are dead. We're in free fall.
You're completely helpless, Corry.
The Space Patrol. It's me.
There is no escape, Commander. You're prisoners of Tiranna.
Be sure to listen next week for the thrilling story, Prisoners of Tiranna, when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex again present Space Patrol. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, and Bela Kobach. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex present exciting action on Space Patrol. This program is broadcast for Armed Forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Rice Checks and Wheat Checks, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in their Star Drive ship when a patrol ship piloted by a spy, Matthew Smead, suddenly approaches.
Keep watching Speed in the periscope, Hap. I'll blast away to another part of space.
Yes, sir. Hey, Commander, what's wrong?
Our rocket's cut out. The emergency units are dead. We're in free fall.
You're completely helpless, Corry.
The Space Patrol. It's Smead.
There is no escape, Commander. You're prisoners of Tiranna.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Prisoners of Tiranna.
Captain Dufel, think this is a pretty good spot to watch the boat races?
Well, no, Hap, that seawall's kind of high.
Well, just peer through your periscope like I'm going to do. You'll see everything clear as day.
Hey, that's right. The Space Patrol periscope is a big 24 inches high, tapered special for wide-angle vision.
And the Space Patrol periscope's got 2 magic mirrors that let you see around corners, over fences, and around trees, and over bushes. But nobody can see you.
Yes, sir, gang. You see without being seen. And say, you'll like the neat periscope colors, too. Blue, yellow, and red. And on every periscope, there's a special place for your name, address, even your solar system.
Real keen for space spying. Or for spying on your Earth pals. Remember, Space Patrol periscope works for you, like magic. You can see around corners and trees, over fences and bushes, but nobody can see you.
Now, Space Patrollers, if you don't want to miss out on all the fun you can have with the periscope, you better hurry, because this offer is limited. So right away, today, send a Rice Checks or Wheat Checks box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Prisoners of Tiranna. Within the past few weeks, Commander Corry and Cadet Happy have captured several spies from Tiranna, a warlike group of planets that's intending to attack the solar system. But in spite of these arrests, Buzz has been unable to learn much about the enemy forces or the time set for the attack. Attempts to capture Tiranna's chief spy, known on the United Planets as Matthew Smead, have thus far failed. Right now, Cadet Happy is just entering Commander Corry's central office on Terra.
Sorry I'm late, Commander. I was in the gym taking a workout, and I just got your message.
I'm glad to see you're keeping in shape, huh? Your exercise hasn't made you too tired for a space flight, right?
Oh, I'd never be that tired, sir.
Good. A few hours ago, an unidentified ship blasted off from Saturn's fifth planet. One of our patrol ships spacephoned the pilot to stand by to be boarded. Instead, the ship poured on more power and then vanished.
Vanished?
Didn't explode, it just disappeared. Seems only one thing. And then the star drive vanished into hyperspace.
That means it was a ship from Tiranna.
Right. I've been making things very uncomfortable for Matthew Smead, and I figure he's going back to enemy headquarters to report.
Are we going after him?
No, not exactly. We're going to scout around Tiranna with our new Space Patrol periscope and find out what they're up to. When a spy leaves enemy territory in a rush, Hap, we've encountered one of two things. Either he's afraid of being caught, or his own forces are ready to attack.
Uh-oh. Tiranna may be all set to invade the solar system.
That's what we're going to find out. Let's get to the spaceport and blast off in the star drive.
Tiranna is a planetary system 80 light years from the sun in the constellation Pegasus. The vast distance is traversed in an amazingly short time in the Star Drive ship using a hyperspace principle to cross the barriers of ordinary space and time. Buzz has set the hyperspace vector computer to bring the ship out of Star Drive a considerable distance from Tiranna.
I've just completed the astrogation check, sir. That star is Tiranna, all right, and we're 300 million DUs away from it.
Good. What we picked up from those captured spies were well outside the orbit of the outermost planet. Check the viewscopes carefully.
Yes, sir. So far, we're alone in space.
Now, you watch out for ships. I'll locate the planets.
That's going to be some job. There are 15 of them.
We'll start with the seventh planet from Tiranna. It's the main one of the system. Our job now is to locate the principal cities and any concentration of spaceships. Hap, set up the periscope while I figure out which of those planets is Tiranna 7.
Although the name of General Mognir means nothing to Buzz and Happy, it's a name spoken with dread on the planets of a dozen solar systems throughout the galaxy. As head of the intelligence section of the Tirannian forces, General Mognir has directed the vast network of spies that have laid the groundwork for the defeat and slavery of the inhabitants of scores of planets. At this moment, in his headquarters in the capital city of Tiranna, Mognir sits before a huge chart of our own solar system, glowering at a man who stands before him. His visitor is known to the Space Patrol as Matthew Smead.
Agent Kasurik reporting, General.
You made fast time from the United Planets, Professor.
Your message ordered me to return to Tiranna immediately.
I'm glad to see that you obey at least one of my commands. Do you know Harry told you?
No, sir. Our forces are ready to attack, perhaps?
Not quite. And if all our agents are like you, we never will be.
I have done my best, General.
So, you have sent to the United Planets to obtain data on their defenses, to send us samples of their weapons. You have failed us.
Some of my top assistants were captured. All of my work was undone.
And how did they happen to be captured?
I had a run of bad luck, General.
Bad luck, indeed. Bad luck is a sniveling phrase used to excuse carelessness, inefficiency. Something even worse.
What do you mean?
Perhaps you are tired of being the historic agent of Tiranna. You wish to spend the rest of your life as Matthew Smead in the United Planets.
I am loyal to Tiranna, I swear it.
Your achievements today certainly don't speak well for your loyalty, Mistress. You have permitted the enemy to know of our coming attack. Thus, you have robbed our own forces of the important weapons supplied.
But, General...
The United Planets forces will be ready to fight. This will tell us to use great force. We have to destroy vast resources that otherwise we could have taken back.
General, listen,
I haven't
please.
time to discuss them briefly. Giving you a new assignment. There's an opening on one of our captured planets. A desk job.
I'm eager to serve Tiranna any way you see fit, General. What planet is it?
Yakala.
But that's the plague spot of the galaxy.
Yes. The climate is foul, the insects are large and poisonous, and the inhabitants greatly resent the Tirannian rule.
General Mognir, before I accept this new assignment...
Your acceptance is already in effect. Tomorrow morning, a spaceship leaves for Yakala. You will be on it.
Now, please understand, as I say, I'm willing to take...
I have a call here. If you don't mind.
Sorry, General.
Mognir. Yes, what's it like? I see. And its origin? No, don't attack. Just keep it under observation until further orders, Mognir. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Something wrong?
Nothing wrong. Except that an unidentified spaceship is cruising outside the orbit of Planet 15. Obviously a star drive ship, because it got through our outer perimeter warning system.
Where is it from?
It's a spy ship from the United Planets.
That's impossible. They have only one star drive ship in operation.
One is enough. You got here in one ship, didn't you?
If there's one of them, it can be dangerous. Our patrols can blast it to pieces.
Of course. I expect a brilliant idea like that from you, Corry. Here we have a splendid piece of enemy technology right on our back doorstep. Something you haven't been able to provide us, and you want to blast it to pieces. I should have sent you to Yakala long ago.
General, if I capture that ship, will you reconsider the Yakala assignment?
Don't be ridiculous.
Please, General, I admit I failed to an extent. But I do know more about the United Planets than anyone in Tiranna. I know their weapons and the way their pilots think. Give me a chance to get that ship.
All right. But if you fail, you'll be on your way to Yakala tomorrow morning.
Elsewhere, with their star drive ship at low velocity, Buzz and Happy are scanning the surface of Tiranna 7 millions of DUs away through their Space Patrol periscope. Using an optical principle that operates through hyperspace, the periscope can focus on any point, even penetrate buildings. During the past few moments, thousands of square miles of the planet have been projected on the image mirror of the periscope.
It's the biggest city we've seen in Tiranna so far, Commander. Now I've got to focus on its streets. Nothing strange about the people, except their clothes.
See if you can find a spaceport or a manufacturing center.
Yes, sir. If we only had a map of Tiranna, we could set the periscope for exact coordinates. As it is, we're just working hit or miss.
Once we find one good target, it'll help us locate others.
Yeah, we can look at inside offices, in the map room.
Find the military headquarters, might be able to locate their plans for attack.
Commander, I think I've got something. Take a look at the periscope.
And mind that, check number 3 viewscope screen.
A spaceship. I wonder if they've seen us.
Check the vector hat.
Yes, sir. Now, one good thing, it's still a long way off. Now we can probably get away.
Not yet. First, we use our periscope. Set up the coordinates on the focusing control and see what that ship looks like up close.
Yeah, maybe we can tell what kind of element it's got.
Better yet, we can see inside the control compartment. The image of our ship is in their viewscope, so know it's time to get moving.
It's changing vector slightly, sir.
We've got it in the periscope now.
Is it a star drive job, sir?
It's smaller than the Tiranna ships. Ones that we've seen scouting around the solar system. I'd say it's just slightly larger than our ship.
Hey, if it isn't star drive, we stand a good chance of getting away.
The periscope's in the pilot now. Take a look.
Yes, sir. Smoking rockets, it's Matthew Smeed. Big as life and twice as ugly.
How they expected to run into him so soon.
I don't like that look on his face. But then, come to think of it, I never did.
That's pretty smart. No wonder he's got our ship in his viewscope screen.
What's he up to? Trying to get closer without tipping us off that he sees us?
Maybe relaying our position to other ships. For the time being, we'll continue our scouting mission from another part of space. Brace yourself, Hap. We're going to blast away from here.
Yes, sir. Hey, what happened?
Our rocket's cut out. The emergency units are dead. We're in free fall.
Well, fine time for this to happen. I'll check the instruments, sir.
Matthew Smeed calling Commander Corry aboard United Planet Star Drive ship number 1. Smeed to Commander Corry.
Hap, get to the periscope and watch Smeed.
Yes, sir.
Corry here. Go ahead, Smeed.
If you are wondering what happened to your rockets, you're in range of my null ray beam. You're completely helpless.
Not quite. Try coming aboard and find out.
This time we're playing it my way. There is no escape, Corry. You and your ship are prisoners of Tiranna.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Peer through your periscope, Space Patrollers, and you'll see around corners and over fences. Around trees and over bushes. But nobody will see you. Yes, that's the way the magic mirrors of the Space Patrol periscope work. You see, but are never seen. Take it with you as you watch a football game or parade. You won't miss a thing, and you'll see right over the heads of the crowd. And when you want to play at being a space spy, here's something that'll come in mighty handy. It's a special identification chart printed right on your periscope. It shows you exactly what the people who live on all the major planets might look like. Yes, sirree, Space Patrollers, you sure can have a lot of fun peering through your periscope. And say, you put it together yourself. That's right, all 24 inches of it. Easy directions are right on the envelope it comes in. You can do it quick as a flash, and then you're all set to start peering through your Space Patrol periscope. But hurry and send for yours today. This terrific offer is almost over. Just send a rice checks or wheat checks box top, together with your name and address, and 25 cents in coin to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, Prisoners of Tiranna. Cruising at low velocity, millions of DUs from Tiranna 7, Buzz and Happy are scanning the surface of the planet for military installations with their Space Patrol periscope. Sighting a Tyrannian spaceship, they focus the periscope inside the control compartment and discover the pilot is the Tyrannian spy, known to them as Matthew Smeed. When they attempt to elude the enemy ship, Smeed cuts off their rocket power with a null ray. As he closes in on their helpless ship, space-ophoning instructions to them, Buzz and Happy watch the spy through their periscope.
Listen carefully, Commander. My ship has been designed so that its airlock will couple with your United Planet ship. When I join airlock with you, come aboard.
Suppose we don't.
You have no choice. I have weapons aboard this ship that can render you incapable of resistance. In your space torpedoes, the null ray makes them useless.
All right, Smeed, we'll come aboard. What you doing now, Happy? Looking at the control panel. Learn as much as we can about that ship, what the layout is and how it operates. When they go aboard, if the chance comes, we'll jump in. We have to operate his ship with no help from Smeed.
Yes, sir. He's maneuvering up to the airlock now, sir.
His controls are very similar to ours. I think I know the placement on the panel.
What about weapons? That's some sort of a gun in a holster.
The ship's right alongside ours, and our velocities match.
I know how he works the airlock holding field control. The switch he's pressing now is probably his spacer.
Our ships are joined, Corry.
You were right, Commander.
Corry, do you hear me?
Yes, Smeed, I hear you.
Then come aboard. And I'm warning you, at the first sign of a weapon, I'll be ready for you. So don't get any ideas.
All right, Smeed. Let's go. Open the inner hatch.
How about it, sir? Shall we take a chance on getting in with our ray guns?
Well, not now. Play along with them till we see a chance it'll pay off. I'll go first.
Raise your hands. Both of you. That's it. Now, step over there where I can watch you.
Come on.
That's fine. Commander, I'm very grateful for your timely arrival.
What do you mean?
When I turn you over to General Mognier, it will restore me to his good graces.
Yeah? Who's General Mognier?
He's the chief of the Tyrannian intelligence section. He'll be delighted to hear that I not only captured your ship, but the commander-in-chief of the space patrol as well. Don't move, Corry. Just to be on the safe side, I'd better quiet you down with this M-ray gun. Oh, don't be alarmed. It's similar to your paralyzer ray. You'll be conscious, but unable to make any rash move.
Let's get him happy.
Oh, quite effective, isn't it? Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll spacephone General Mognier for instructions.
Although unable to move, Buzz and Happy intently watch Smeed and listen as the spy carries on a spacephone conversation with General Mognier in the Tyrannian language. Cutting off the transmitter, Smeed adjusts the spaceship controls, completely ignoring his helpless captors. Finally, as the planet looms large in the nose port, Smeed turns to Buzz and Happy.
That planet, gentlemen, is Tiranna 7, capital of the Tyrannian system.
What of it?
Well, I thought you might like to know. It might be your home for some time, depending, of course, on how the general plans to dispose of you.
What are you going to do when we reach the planet? Parade us through the streets?
No. It would not do to let the general public know that an enemy ship has penetrated our defense screen. It might cause uneasiness. Your own ship will be left temporarily at an unused base on Tiranna 7. As soon as I detach your ship from mine, you will be taken to the spaceport of our capital city. There you will be interviewed privately by General Mognier.
I can hardly wait.
I must warn you, Cadet. The general has no patience with impudence. So, there's one matter that will have to be attended to before we reach Tiranna 7. Your uniform.
What about them?
Well, they would attract attention, give rise to rumors and speculations. When we step out of the ship, you will be dressed as Tyrannian civilians. And remember, treat General Mognier as he deserves.
I sure will, if I get the chance.
Hours later, Smeed sets down his spaceship at the spaceport of Tiranna's capital city. Commander Corry's star drive ship has been left at a deserted base some miles away. The effects of the M-ray having worn off, Buzz and Happy are marched in front of Smeed across the landing strip to the administration building. Dressed in Tyrannian clothes, they attract no attention from the throngs of the crowded spaceport. Right now, they're in an office where a thick-set man in full military regalia stares at them with cold, penetrating eyes. At last, the general speaks.
Zavaga Blaze, General.
Moshklata Karupori. Agatala, Cadet Hop, Plum.
Now we will continue this discussion in the United Planets language of the people. I'm General Mognier, Chief of Intelligence Section of the Imperial Tyrannian Space Army. It's the purpose of the Empire of Tiranna to liberate the people of your solar system. I expect you to cooperate.
You said liberate, General. Don't you mean enslave?
It doesn't matter. It has been decided that your planets are to come under Tyrannian rule. We want to achieve this with as little violence and destruction as possible. If you work with us, you can save the lives of your people.
Whether I help or not, you're going to have a fight in your hands. And get this straight. I'm not going to tell you a thing.
And that goes for me, too.
You heard the general.
Speak up! That's enough of that, Professor. No violence here. Someone might think we were mistreating our own civilians. I am sorry, General. There will be work. In a quiet place. Then they will be executed as spies. And with the full support of our population, we will launch an attack on the
General, may I assume that the Jacala assignment is no longer in effect?
That's right. In fact, I'm considering a promotion. Thank you, General.
I could almost say that your renewed faith in me is reward enough. Thank you.
Stop phoning, Kosarak. You know I can't get the general hat. Yes, sir. Kosarak, you can't use it. I'll take it. My arm.
I got the general, Commander.
Needs out, too. Hope nobody heard the racket.
What do we do now? We're on a strange planet.
Well, with these Tirannian clothes, maybe we can get the ship without attracting attention.
What about these two? They'll be coming out of it pretty quick.
Supply closet over there. We'll drag them in and shut the door and use Smeed's M-ray gun on them as an extra precaution. Come on, Hap, let's work fast.
Locking the Tyrannian general and his spy in the closet, Buzz and Happy walk out of the office with affected casualness. Silently, they retrace their steps through the administration building and out into the spaceport. Right now, they're within a few yards of Smeed's ship.
We're okay so far, Commander.
Luckily, nobody had occasion to talk to us.
Well, my knowledge of Tyrannian is pretty limited.
All right, into the ship.
Nobody seems to care. At least I don't see anybody coming out to investigate.
Close the hatch here. Now, I can remember how Smeed operated these controls.
Hey, Commander, what if they have a space control here? If we have to get spacephone instructions to blast off, we're sunk.
We won't wait around to find out. Check the viewscope to see if there are any other ships landing or blasting off.
Yes, sir.
Now, the controls. First, Smeed pressed this lever.
We're all clear in every direction, Commander.
Get set, Hap. Gonna fire a rocket.
Made it. Nice going, Commander.
We've got to find that deserted base in our own ship to pull us safe.
I just hope no one goes looking for General Mogner until we're completely off Tiranna.
Flying high above the surface of Tiranna 7, Buzz and Happy scan the terrain, searching for the abandoned base. With only his memory and sense of direction to guide him, Buzz watches the ground below for familiar landmarks, mountains, rivers, and stretches of plain that he has seen only once before. Meantime, Happy checks the viewscopes for a sign of pursuit. At last, Buzz puts the ship into a rapid descent toward a barren stretch of ground where a single spaceship waits.
You did it, Commander. Wow, I wouldn't have found that ship in a month.
Next few minutes tell the story, Hap. Judging from our own experience with that M-ray, Smeed and the General should be able to move pretty soon.
Yeah, they'll have every ship on the planet looking for us.
I'm going to set down as close to our ship as I can, Hap. And I warn you, this landing may be rough.
Wow. Commander, you handled this crate like you'd just finished a 50-hour refresher course. Well, now to board the old Star Drive.
Hap the viewscope.
It's a ship. It looks like it's heading right for us.
I put a landing vector on it. But I've seen there are no cities within 300 miles of this place. He's coming for us.
We'd better make a run for the Star Drive, sir.
We wouldn't have a chance.
That's right. He could stop us with a null ray before we got off the ground.
Null ray, that's it. We'll fight him off with our own weapons. I can remember how Smeed worked it.
He turned this gadget here, I think.
Yes, that's it. There's the violet light. The intensity gauge. Now, if I can focus it right. Check that ship's vector, Hap.
It's decelerating, sir. Dropping lower. Now it's steady.
I think he's in the beam, Hap. His power's off. Can't do anything now but continue in free fall.
At his present vector, he'll go clear over us.
If he misses that range of mountains, he'll be lucky. Come on, Hap, into our ship and blast off.
Blasting off without further opposition, Buzz and Happy accelerate under rocket power, watching Tiranna 7 grow smaller in their rear view scope.
Have you worked out the hyperspace vector yet, Commander?
Not quite, Hap.
I won't feel safe until we're in Star Drive and away from the whole Tiranna system.
We've got to reach higher velocity, Happy. The mass factor of that star and the 15 planets is pretty high for a safe transition into Star Drive.
Commander, another ship's after us.
Use the periscope, Hap. If we can find out what their plan of attack is, we can stall them off.
Yes, sir. I'll line it up on them.
If they use an all-ray on us before we get into Star Drive, we're sunk.
I've got the ship, Commander. How to adjust the focus inside the control compartment. Commander, it's General Mogner and Sneed.
What are they doing?
Just watching the viewscope. It sure looks sore, especially the general. Uh-oh. The general's reaching for the null ray control.
You must be within range. Have stand by to fire space torpedoes.
Standing by, sir.
When you're on target, fire. It probably won't stop them, but it may delay them a few seconds. I'll check the periscope. They've changed vector, huh? Wagner left the null ray and is working at another part of the control panel.
Trying to dodge our torpedo, huh? Uh-oh. The torpedo exploded, but it missed them.
Blew it up with a force field, probably.
What about our velocity, sir? Is it high enough?
Very nearly. There's the general reaching for the null ray control again.
Let's lob another torpedo in.
Too late, Hap. By the time it reaches them, the null ray will be on.
We're going into star drive. Just made it. We're safe in hyperspace.
For the moment. But we won't be completely safe until we put an end to the menace from Tiranna. There's a way to stop them, Happy, and we're going to find it. We've got to.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Smoking rockets, a moon man from Saturn, a bird man from Mercury, and a giant from Jupiter. Wow. I'd sure hate to meet up with any of these weird characters on a dark night out in space. That is, without my Space Patrol periscope. Hey, Space Patrollers, I was just looking over this special identification chart that's printed on the periscope. It shows you exactly what all the outer space citizens might look like, and believe me, they're plenty scary looking. But when you peer at them through your mirror eye of your periscope, you'll see them, but they will never, never see you. It's like magic. You can see around corners and over fences, around trees and over bushes, but nobody can see you. And, gang, you'll have a real George time with your periscope right here on Earth, looking over the heads of tall people. The periscope's high enough, a big 24 inches. You can find secret hiding places, spy on your pals, jump in Jupiter. It's terrific. But you better move fast, because this super sensational offer ends soon. Here's Captain Tufel. He's going to tell you how to get a Space Patrol periscope.
Send a rice checks or wheat checks, box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents and your rice checks or wheat checks box top.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Bite-sized checks taste good to me. Bite-sized checks. Wheat checks, rice checks. Get your checkerboard cereal today.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits aboard a wrecked spaceship, stranded on a meteor. Through the nose port, they watch an enemy spaceship land.
Speed ship, all right, Commander.
Have your ray gun ready, Hap. We'll give them a fight.
Yes, sir. They're shining some sort of light on us. Wow, what a glare.
Don't look at it. Some kind of a special ray. Drop to the deck.
I can still see the light even with my eyes shut. It's burning into my brain.
Fight it, Hap. Keep low.
Commander, everything's turning black.
If we can work our way aft and get some shielding between us and the ray.
No use, Commander. I can't move.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Invasion from Tiranna, when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks again present Space Patrol. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Ken Mayer and Bela Kovac. Dick Tufel speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks present exciting action on Space Patrol. This program is broadcast for Armed Forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network.
Rice Checks and Wheat Checks, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits aboard a wrecked spaceship, stranded on a meteor. Through the nose port, they watch an enemy spaceship land.
It's Smead's ship, all right, Commander. Have your ray gun ready, Hap. We'll give them a fight. Yes, sir. Hey, they're shining some sort of light on us. Wow, what a glare. Don't look at it. Some kind of special ray. Drop to the deck. I can still see the light, even with my eyes shut. It's burning into my brain. Fight it, Hap. Keep low. Commander, everything's turning black. We can work our way aft and get some shielding between us and that ray. Oh, it's no use, Commander. I can't move.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Invasion from Tiranna.
Hey, Space Patroller, what do you see peering through your periscope?
Hi, Captain Toothbill. I'm spying on the mailbox around the corner. I'm spying on my pals, all of them dropping letters into the box. You know what they're sending away for?
The swell Space Patrol periscope?
You bet, Captain.
Well, Space Patrollers, you better take a tip from our pal here and send for your Space Patrol periscope today. And I don't want any of you to miss out on the neat fun you can have spying through the eye of your own periscope. That magical mirror that lets you see around corners and trees, over fences and bushes, but nobody can see you.
You can see right over the heads of real tall people, too. Because the periscope's 24 inches high and tapered special for wide-angle vision.
And you'll like the keen periscope colors, too. Blue, yellow, and red.
And don't forget, Captain Toothbill, there's a special identification chart of Outer Space Patrol printed right on the periscope, and a place for your name, address, and solar system.
Yes, it's plenty terrific. So, gang, hurry and send for yours right now. Remember, this is the last time we can offer you the Space Patrol periscope. Send or rice checks or wheat checks box top, together with your name, address, and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, Invasion from Tiranna. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy are in their Star Drive spaceship, cruising far beyond the orbit of Tiranna 15, outermost planet of a remote solar system in the constellation Pegasus. With their Space Patrol periscope, they're observing Tiranna's preparations for the coming attack upon the United Planets. Right now, the instrument is focused on a vast spaceport near the capital city of Tiranna.
Wow. There must be 100 spaceships there, Commander. And all Star Drive jobs from the looks of them.
That's just one spaceport. Maybe 10 more on other planets with just as many ships.
Well, how are we going to locate them all, sir? It would take months to search all 15 planets with just this one periscope.
We can't hope to find out how many ships are going to attack. We'll be lucky if we can find out when the invasion starts.
And the only warning we'll get is when we see some of those ships blast off.
Then we'll go into Star Drive and return to the United Planets.
That means the Space Patrol will get only a few minutes warning. I sure wish our spaceophone would work through hyperspace.
Well, that wouldn't help much, Hank. If those ships go into Star Drive, they'd reach our solar system right behind our warning. Now, let me see if I can locate General Mognier's headquarters with the periscope.
It's a building east of the spaceport, according to what we picked up from that spy of his while we were captured.
Have rig up the microfilm camera to the periscope. May be able to photograph some Tiranian documents.
Well, that won't do much good, sir. We can't read Tiranian.
No, but back on Terra, there are a couple of captured Tiranian spies that can translate for us.
Yeah, that's right. And the brainograph can tell us whether they're telling the truth or not.
Elsewhere, in his headquarters on Tiranna 7, capital planet of the enemy solar system, General Mognier, chief of the Tiranian intelligence section, goes over invasion plans with the spy Kosurig, known to Buzz and Happy as Matthew Smead.
I have just received word from Central Command that our task units on 8 other planets are ready for embarkment.
Then we are waiting for the unit here on Tiranna 7.
Yes, Kasuri. The ships of the command unit are being loaded with supplies now. Look, mark this date on the calendar, Kasuri. This is the date of our attack on the United Planets.
Yes, General. And I trust I am being considered for a suitable command in the occupation forces?
I'll consider that matter after our next campaign.
Our next campaign?
Yes. After the United Planets are under control, Tiranna will launch an offensive against Varkol.
Varkol?
Varkol is a star just 8 light years from our system. Its planets are inhabited and developed to a high degree in technology.
Why haven't we attacked it before?
Because we weren't sure we could conquer it. Latest reports, however, show that the people of Arkle are entirely peaceable. Despite their scientific advancement, they should be easier to defeat than the United Planets. I'll go over our plan in detail.
Well, Commander, it's all on microfilm, but I don't see that it'll do us much good. It's too bad we couldn't hear what the General and Smead were talking about.
It would be in Tiranian language anyway. Still, I've learned something important.
You have, sir? What?
In the periscope, we could see a chart of our solar system and the Tiranian calendar. General Mognir pointed to a date 2 days off. Very likely that's the date of the invasion.
2 days? Well, that's more time than we expected. But... Wait a minute. How do you know that was a calendar?
I picked up a little Tiranian during the past few weeks from the spies we captured. Naturally, I can't translate any of their documents, but I know their number system, and I know how they measure time. That was a calendar, all right.
And we've got 2 days warning.
No, less than that. 1 day on Tiranna 7 is much shorter than a 24-hour period in our solar system time. In fact, it's just a little more than 6 hours.
Wow. Then 2 days Tiranna time is about 12 hours in our solar system.
Right. But from watching General Mognir at that star chart, we've got a pretty good idea where the attack will originate.
Yeah, but he was pointing to some other part of space, a lot nearer to Tiranna than our solar system.
I noticed that, Happy. There's a star about 8 light years from Tiranna. If Mognir was talking about it at this time, I'd say it was either an ally of Tiranna or their next victim.
Commander, look. Isn't that a spaceship in the viewscope?
Yes. Probably a Tiranian patrol ship.
It's a long ways off. Not across vector. I don't think they've seen us yet.
We'll increase velocity and go into star drive then.
Hey, what's that?
Get a directional fix in that signal.
Yes, sir. Sounds like some sort of automatic code.
Yes. Too simple for a message. Could be a warning or a sign that we've been picked up by a Tiranian patrol.
I don't think it's coming from that other ship, Commander. It seems to be coming from about 15 degrees off our starboard. Yeah, I think I've got it fixed, sir. That distress signal is originating at 16.5 degrees off our present heading.
I'll adjust the viewscope, Hap. Why do you call it a distress signal?
Gee, sir, I don't know. It just popped into my head, that's all.
You may be right. Look at the starboard viewscope.
It's a meteor.
Yes, look what's on it.
Spaceship. A Tiranian ship must have cracked up, and their spaceophone is sending out an automatic signal.
Could be. Take a look at that ship. Doesn't look like any Tiranian spacecraft I've seen.
It sure doesn't.
And there are probably a lot of planetary-type ships in the Tiranian system.
Yeah. And that ship way back there at our rear. It's probably coming to rescue him.
Maybe. That ship is on our vector, not the meteor's.
Well, anyway, it's no problem of ours, is it, sir? I mean, even if we were perfectly safe, this isn't our solar system.
No, it isn't. That ship on the meteor, I don't know why, but I'd swear it isn't a Tiranian ship.
Well, after all, if we tried to help, we'd probably be captured. And our first duty is to alert the United Planets about the attack. Isn't that right, sir?
Sure, Hap, that's fine.
Well, even if it only took a few minutes, it's still too big a risk. Poor fella. All alone on a meteor and in a strange solar system.
You know he's all alone. In fact, how do you know anyone's alive after that crash? Obviously, it's an automatic signal.
Yeah, that's right. But somehow I get the impression that... Well, we're pretty near up to star drive velocity, aren't we, Commander?
Get 2 spacesuits out of the locker, Happy.
2 spacesuits?
We'll need them when we land on that meteor on the double, Hap.
Yes, sir, Commander.
After rapidly decelerating, Buzz changes vector and heads for the meteor. A few moments later, the star drive ship lands on a barren lump of rock near a damaged spaceship of strange design. In their spacesuits, Buzz and Happy are approaching the wreck.
There's no sign of life, sir.
No. It's funny about that signal. Cut out just as we changed vector and headed for the meteor.
The ship's pretty badly damaged, Commander. There's a big hole in the hull.
If anyone's in there, they'd better be wearing a spacesuit.
Yeah. I don't see that other ship. Say, maybe they lost us when we changed vector.
I hope so. All right, Hap, let's see if we can get the hatch open.
Yes, sir.
I hope it isn't locked from inside. There.
Commander, look. Lying there on the deck.
Man, the spacesuit.
Maybe we're too late. He looks awfully pale.
No, we can't do anything for him here. We'll carry him to our ship.
Gently, Buzz and Happy lift the limp figure in the spacesuit and carry him to the control compartment of their own ship.
Opening the face pieces of their own helmets, they examine the spacesuit of the stranger for a similar release catch.
Hey, this spacesuit is certainly different from ours. How do we get his helmet open?
I'll work on it, Hap. You check the viewscope. See if that other ship is in sight.
Yes, sir. Did you get a look at the controls for that other fellow's ship? He sure isn't from Tiranna.
No, and he sure picked a bad part of the galaxy to get wrecked in. Yeah, I'm getting it, Hap.
I hope he breathes the same kind of air we do.
If he doesn't, he's no worse off than he was in his own ship.
Commander, we're on a spot. There's a ship heading straight for this meteor.
Just a periscope, Hap. Focus it inside that ship. Hurry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've got the helmet open. He's alive. His eyes are opening. Thank you. Thank you.
Smoking rockets, he speaks English.
He's in pretty bad shape. I take care of him. You stand by to blast off and to fire space torpedoes at that ship.
Yes, sir.
Please, listen to me. I'm hurt. There's a medicine kit in my ship. I must have it or I'm finished.
Commander, I've got the periscope focused inside that ship. And guess who's at the controls?
Smeed?
Right. And General Mogul.
Medicine in my ship. Get it, please.
Hey, Commander, Smeed isn't close enough to use his null ray on us. If we blast off now, we can keep the meteor between us and that ship until we get up velocity again.
The null ray. If Smeed turns that on us, we're helpless.
He's nearly within range, sir. Shall I blast off?
The medicine kit. Please. He's nearly done for.
Smeed's reaching for the null ray control, sir. What are we going to do?
We're going to save this man's life. Get the medicine kit.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. It's 1st and 10 and goal to go. And man, oh man, you don't miss a play when you're peering through the secret eye of your swell Space Patrol periscope. Yes, sir, gang, a periscope comes in mighty handy when you watch a football game or parade. You can use it to see over the heads of the crowds like I'm doing right now. It's a big, 24 inches high, tapered special for wide-angle vision. A mirror on top, one on the bottom, too. Use it to spy on your Earth pals. The periscope has magic mirrors that let you see around corners and trees, over fences and bushes, but nobody can see you. And say, you and your gang will have a neat time putting your periscopes together. The Space Patrol periscope comes in an official Space Patrol envelope. Just follow directions. They're printed right on the envelope. And in minutes, you're set to start peering through your periscope. So, gang, send for yours today. This is the last time we can offer it. The terrific Space Patrol periscope. Just send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. Now, don't forget your 25 cents and your Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, Invasion from Tiranna. Although they knew a Tirannian patrol ship was after them, Buzz and Happy landed on a small meteor, answering a distress call from a strange spaceship that had crashed. They removed a man in the spacesuit from the wreck, bringing him to their own ship. To their surprise, the rescued man speaks English. Seriously injured, he begged them to bring a medicine kit from his ship. But unless Buzz and Happy blast off quickly, they'll soon be within range of the null ray of a Tirannian patrol ship now rushing toward the meteor. In the patrol ship, the spy Matthew Smeed grins triumphantly as the meteor grows larger in the viewscope screen and the images of the two ships are outlined against the dark, jagged rock.
We've got Corry this time, General Mogul. He's within range of the null ray, and he's helpless.
Why did he land on that meteor in the first place? He could have escaped into Star Drive in another few minutes.
Obviously, he was investigating that other ship.
But that other ship isn't one of the United Planets ships. And it isn't one of ours.
If that isn't one of our ships on the meteor, where is that from?
I was just examining it, sorry. And I do believe we're doubly in luck. That wrecked ship is from Barco.
Barco? Our next target for conquest. Are you sure?
I'm not positive. I haven't briefed myself yet on the characteristics of Barco's ships. But it fits the general description.
But I thought the ships from Barco stayed close to their home planet.
Perhaps it's a spy ship. If so, it has met with the fate it deserves. However, this will give us a chance to study Barco's equipment. Yes, Kasorik, we've netted a double prize this trip. Corry and the ship from Barco.
As the Tyranian ship approaches closer to the meteor, Commander Corry does his best to make his injured guest comfortable, while waiting for Happy to return with the medicine kit from the wrecked ship.
I got it, Commander.
Open the kit, Happy. Hold it so he can see the contents. Now raise your head a bit. There, can you see the medicine?
Yes. Yes, thank you. It's that blue container.
He's sure weak. He can hardly lift his hand.
The heavy spacesuit isn't helping much. Yeah. This container, you mean?
Yes. Open it. Put one capsule between my lips. Hurry, please.
But it's slipping fast.
Here, my friend. You want some water with it?
No, just a capsule.
Thank you.
I'll be all right in a moment.
You just relax. We've got a little business to attend to.
You're sure right, sir. The ship's getting closer every second.
Come on, Hank. Let's fire a space torpedo.
It's not too late.
Line up the target.
I'm on target, Commander.
Okay, Hap. Fire one.
Hey, we're too late. Smeed must have used the null ray on us.
We tried blasting off. If only our rockets will fire.
Dead. Completely dead.
May I help you, my friends?
Wow, that was a quick recovery. He's walking.
Yes, I'm all right now, thanks to you. Perhaps I should introduce myself. My name is Omra.
Well, glad to know you, Omra. I'm Buzz Corry, and this is Cadet Happy. And right now we're in a tight jam.
Tight jam? Oh, you mean a dangerous situation.
Yeah, that's it, Omra. There are 2 men in that ship who are either going to blast us or land and take us captive.
But why?
They're from Tiranna. They're planning to invade our planetary system, many light years from here.
Barbaric.
You mean you don't know anything about the Tiranians? Where are you from?
From Barkol, a system 8 light years from here.
How does it happen you know our language?
My mind is sensitive to your minds.
So how do you happen to be in the Tiranian system?
It was an accident. And it was only by a superhuman effort that I averted a fatal crash on that meteor. And if you hadn't come to help me...
Tiranian Agent Kasurik calling Commander Corry. Prepare to surrender, Corry.
It's Smeed.
Answer me, Corry. This is Agent Kasurik, your old friend Matthew Smeed. Acknowledge and I'll give you General Mognier's orders.
I read you, Smeed. And for your information, I'm not interested in General Mognier's orders.
There is nothing you can do about it now, Corry. We will land on a meteor and take you with us. And I warn you, any attempt to resist may prove fatal. Osoriga.
See what we mean, Omra?
Have you stopped to help me, knowing you were in danger from this man?
Well, it looks like our help didn't accomplish much. Might as well warn you, Omra, we're going to fight. When Smeed and General Mognier land, this ship isn't going to be a very safe place for you. There's something else. I can't be sure, but I think your own planetary system is next on Tiranna's list for conquest.
But Barkol has done nothing to the Tiranians?
Well, a lot that has to do with it. We didn't do anything to them either.
Come with me to my ship.
Your ship's wrecked. Still, if you've got weapons aboard, we can make a stand there.
There isn't much time. Hurry.
All right, Omra. Adjust your face piece, Happen. Let's go.
In the damaged, airless hull of Omra's ship, the 3 men wearing spacesuits look through the nose port as the Tyranian ship approaches the meteor.
Won't be long now, Omra. Let's have a look at those weapons and show us how to use them.
I have no weapons aboard, Commander.
What?
Excuse me, my friends. There is a matter I must attend to.
Gee, Commander, maybe you and I ought to go back to our ship.
No, Smeed and General Mognier will probably assume we're there. Maybe that'll give us a chance to take them by surprise.
Omra, what good is that spacephone going to do? It'll take that signal 8 years to reach Varkol.
Maybe Omra's spacephone works through hyperspace, huh?
Well, even so, Smeed and the General can finish us before a Varkol ship could get here. And from the way Omra talked, well, they couldn't fight one Tiranian ship, let alone a whole fleet.
There's Smeed's ship. It's up to us, huh?
What do we do? Wait till they get out of their ship and use the ray guns on them?
It's the only thing we can do. They'll probably try to surprise us in our ship by entering through the cargo hatch.
Yeah, that'll be a break. We can trap them inside. Yeah. One of us can guard the cargo hatch and the other one the main hatch.
What's holding them up?
I know. They probably picked up Omra's signal. And they know that we're in here.
Omra, could you cut off that transmitter?
All right, Commander.
What were you trying to do, Omra? Contact...
Happy, look. They're up to something.
They're shining some sort of light on us. Wow, what a glare.
Don't look at it, Happy. Some kind of special ray. Drop to the deck.
I can still see that light, even with my eyes shut. It's burning into my brain. Commander, everything's turning black.
We can work our way aft and get some shielding between us and that...
It's no use, Commander. I can't move.
Under the effects of the mysterious ray, numbness creeps over the two space patrollers in Omra. Then complete oblivion. The next thing Buzz and Happy are aware of is a rotating, rushing sound and a painful throbbing in their heads. All is blackness, except for a few pinpoints of light. The points become blurs, and then suddenly come into focus. Happy turns and finds Buzz lying beside him.
Commander, can you hear me?
Yes, Happy.
We're in a ship, and we're spaceborne.
Yes. It's our own star drive ship. We're alone in the control compartment.
Oh, I never expected to wake up alive after that ray. I wonder how we got here.
Maybe Omra had something to do with it.
Well, how could he get us away from Smeed and General Mogner?
Let's get to the controls and check our position.
Oh, my head.
Stay right where you are, both of you.
Smeed.
Corry, if you please. And you remember General Mogner?
Yes, I remember.
And it's no pleasure.
It will be even less pleasure before long, Cadet.
You were right, Commander, about Barkall. Omra, they took you along, too, I see.
Yes, Corry. I want to thank you for saving Omra's life. His knowledge will be of great use to us when we attack his planet.
Why have you got us in our ship?
Well, it may be of use to us later. Look out the side ports.
Wow, a whole fleet of ships.
Yes. You are now a part of the Tirannian task force. In a moment, the entire fleet will go into star drive simultaneously and emerge near the United Planet.
Then we must have been unconscious for several hours.
Yes, Cadet. You have awakened just in time to watch the destruction of your space patrol defenses.
Tiranna, isn't it? That you should actually help Tiranna conquer your United Planet.
I am very sorry.
Save your sympathy for yourself, Omra.
Perhaps after you see what we do to the United Planets, you will persuade the people of Barkall to surrender at once.
What do you gain by this violence and conquest? You don't need these other planets for survival?
The Tyrannians have a greater destiny we must fulfill. We will not rest until we rule the entire galaxy.
And obviously we are fitted for this role. Or we would not succeed as we have. There's the warning signal. The entire fleet is going into star drive. Get to the controls, Kasule.
Yes, General.
Now, Corry, you and the cadet are about to have a dramatic experience. In a few moments, you will see your entire United Planet in their last hour of freedom. And then our attack will begin. Go into star drive.
Yes, General.
What's the matter, Kasore? Go into star drive, I say.
Something is wrong.
This is Corry's ship. Make him fix it.
Come on, Corry. Fix the star drive. We got to keep up with the rest of the task force.
Me, this is your operation. You fix it.
Don't argue, Corry. Prepare that star drive. The general of the intelligence section, I've got to be with the rest of the fleet.
If you will look through the viewports, General, you will notice that you are with the fleet.
Hey, what's wrong? The ships are still there. They're still in the rocket drive.
Yes, General. At this rate, you should arrive at Commander Corry's solar system in about 3 centuries.
3 centuries? Omra, what are you talking about?
Look through the nose port, high above your fleet.
Smoke and rockets. Look at that ship. What a monster.
It's not a Tirannian ship. Where did it come from?
It is a ship from Barkall.
From Barkall?
Then your message got through. Yes, Commander. That ship is sending out radiations that cut off every star drive in the Tirannian fleet.
That's easily fixed. Put on the space phone, Kusorek. I'll order the fleet to blast that Barkall ship to pieces.
Every weapon you have is useless, General. There will be no attack. You might as well order your fleet to return to their Tirannian bases.
You're licked, General. That's fine. You three are still our captains. And you'll pay for wrecking our plans. Kusorek, destroy that!
Hap, get Smeed.
Yes, sir. Never mind, Omra. We can handle it.
All right, Smeed. Mognia, get your hands up. I don't know what these weapons of yours will do, but if you want me to find out, just start something.
General, don't move. Please.
Don't worry, Smeed. He won't move. The commander knocked him cold.
Commander, your planets are safe from attack by Tiranna from now on. That Barkall ship will destroy every star drive in the fleet. No Tiranna ship can ever invade another solar system again.
Hey, that's wonderful, Omra. Hey, but wait. How are we going to get back to Terra?
The Barkall ship won't completely destroy the star drive units until I give the word. After you return home. Will you take me to that big ship, please?
Of course. What about Mogner and Sneed?
I'll take care of them if you like. I'll return them to their home planet. They will never bother you nor anyone else again.
Are you going to punish them?
Punish them? Punish?
That is a word that has no meaning in the Barcall language.
Oh. Well, let's see. It means,
It doesn't matter, Happy. Oma has completely stopped all Turanian conquest. But I couldn't have done it if you hadn't sacrificed your own safety to help me. I hope your people and Bayan will always be friends. I'm sure we will be, Oma.
Sure, Omra. And I think I can explain punishment. It's what you're doing to Smeed and General Mognier.
I still don't understand.
You're fixing them so they'll never see anyone but their own kind. That's real punishment.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Hey, Hap, what's all the commotion around the Space Patrol bulletin board? It's so crowded I couldn't get up close enough to see.
I don't know, Captain. Hey, let's peer through our periscopes. Yeah, right over the heads of the crowd.
Good idea. Okay, now, what does it say?
Smoking rockets. The message reads, last call for the Space Patrol periscope. Hey, that's right, too. Space Patrollers, this is the last time we can tell you about it. Go ahead, Captain. Tell them.
A pleasure, Cadet. Gang, this is an honest-to-goodness periscope with magic mirrors. One on top, one on the bottom. Through them, you see around corners and over fences, around trees and over bushes, but nobody can see you. Yes, you see without being seen. And it's big, 24 inches high, tapered special for wide-angle vision. There's a special identification chart printed right on it. Pictures of the citizens of all the major planets.
Jumpin' Jupiter, you can have lots of fun playing secret space agent or Earth spy with a Space Patrol periscope. But remember, this is the last time that we can make this terrific offer.
So Space Patrollers right away today send our rice checks or wheat checks box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents and a rice checks or wheat checks box top.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Bite-sized checks taste good to me. Bite-sized checks. Wheat checks, rice checks. Get your checkerboard cereal today.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy have just rescued two men from a damaged space freighter. Right now, in their spacesuits, they're helping the two men through the airlock into their patrol ship.
Close the hatch, Hap.
Yes, sir.
Raise our face pieces now.
The cadet will take you back aft, man.
Thanks.
Hap, that other fellow's injured. Better hold him.
Right, Commander.
I've got something in this box that'll make him feel better.
Oh, a first aid kit, huh?
Not quite. If you don't get your hands up, you'll need more than a first aid kit.
Commander, it's a blast gun.
We're taking over the ship, Corry. Do as you're told, and you'll stay alive.
Be sure to be with us next week for the thrilling story, The Voice from the Future, when Nestle's Chocolate presents Space Patrol. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, and Bela Kovach. Dick Tufeld speaking. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network.
Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk. And Nestle's chocolate bars present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy have just rescued two men from a damaged space freighter. Right now, in their spacesuits, they're helping the two men through the airlock into the Space Patrol ship.
Close the hatch, Hap. Yes, sir. We can raise our face pieces now.
The cadet will take you back aft, man. Thanks. Hap, that other fellow's injured. Better hold him. Right. I've got something in this box that'll make you feel better.
Oh, first aid kit, huh?
Not quite. And if you don't get your hands up, you'll need more than first aid.
Commander, it's a blast gun.
We're taking over the ship, Corry. Do as you're told, and you'll stay alive.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Voice from the Future. It's hot stuff.
What's hot stuff?
Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa.
That's hot stuff.
That's what I said. Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa is hot stuff.
So what are we arguing about?
I have stopped mixing me up. There's no argument about Nestle's Ever-Ready because everybody agrees it makes the most wonderful cup of hot chocolate in the universe.
You said a mouthful, Captain Tufeld. Nestle's makes such a rich, chocolatey, delicious hot chocolate, it's out of this world. And there's no mixing up either, because Nestle's Ever-Ready practically makes itself.
That's right. All you do is put 1, 2, 3 teaspoons of Nestle's Ever-Ready in your cup. You add hot water, and it's made.
You don't have to add milk or sugar, because Nestle's is complete.
Yes, Nestle's has rich, whole milk and sugar already in it.
And you know something? What I like best about Nestle's is that sensational Nestle's flavor. There's nothing quite like it. It's real chocolatey, too. A terrific treat any time of day or night.
Glad you mentioned that, Hap, because we always recommend hot chocolate made with Nestle's for a breakfast warm-up. But we also like to see Space Patrollers drink it at all their meals and snacks, too.
Now, what did you say was the name of this product?
Oh, Hap, you're kidding me again. You know it couldn't be anything but Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa.
In the bright red can. That's Nestle's, and it's hot stuff.
And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Voice from the Future. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy have just arrived at the Lunar Fleet Base on the Earth's moon. They're on a mission so secret that not even Happy knows the purpose of their rapid space flight from Terra to the solar system's most closely guarded test base. Right now, in an office reserved for the commander at the Lunar Fleet Base, Buzz slides open a large metal cabinet revealing a panel covered with a maze of instruments, control levers, gauges, and switches.
There you are, Hap. What do you think?
Wow, it's wonderful. A model of a rocket cockpit.
Mm-hmm. It's a mock-up of the control section of a new rocket ship.
Oh, you don't mean the new star drive job? The big hush-hush operation?
That's it. Project Infinity has been completed. Or it will be as soon as we make a test.
Project Infinity. So that's what the code name stands for. The new star drive patrol ship. Well, when do we blast off?
The engineers are making a final inspection now. Rather than get in their way, I thought I'd give you a special briefing on this model.
Oh, it's sure needed. It looks different from the star drive control we've been using.
Yes, Hap. This is a multi-purpose ship. It can be used for regular patrols in our solar system as well as for interstellar travel.
Oh, this cockpit has got everything. Viewscope, spaceophone, decoders, hyperspace computers.
Yes, anti-gravity controls and ultra-sensitive radiation indicators. We're prepared for almost anything you'll encounter anywhere in space.
Also, I just noticed there's a comet cannon controls. How far are we going to check this flight, Commander?
At Alpha Centauri, a little over 4 light years away.
One thing I've been wondering about, though, why all this secrecy? We don't have to worry about any trouble from Tiranna anymore.
No, we can't be sure that some of the solar system doesn't have spies here in the United Planets.
Uh-oh. Something's happened that I haven't heard about. I can tell by your tone, sir.
Yes, sir. There's already been an attempt to steal the hyperspace drive designs. Fortunately, the attempt was foiled. We don't know whether the thief is from one of our planets or from another solar system.
Well, maybe some Tyrannian spies are still here and don't know that their attack plans are all washed up.
Whoever's responsible, we can't afford to take chances. Let's go over this rocket cockpit model in detail, and we'll be ready for the real test.
Elsewhere in the office of the Red Star Space Lines in Lowell City on the planet Mars, Rourke Dexter leans back in his chair and stares dreamily at the huge space chart on the wall. Behind Dexter, the door opens, and Nate Soren shambles in and settles his huge frame in the only remaining chair.
Something wrong, sir?
There's something wrong, he says. I just made my last flight for Red Star. I'm out of a job. And working for Red Star is no recommendation. You'll be lucky to get a job shipping paint.
Trouble with you, Soren, is you're always looking on the dark side of things.
What other side is there? Things are as black as... What was that space chart? Look, there goes our last ship. When it sets down at Jupiter City, that light will blink out. You will be operations chief of a grounded fleet.
Those old traitors have served their purpose.
They sure have, Dexter, and so have you. I just hope you made a fortune out of hijacking cargo from other outfits. You're going to have to live on it for a long time.
Soren, how would you like to continue working for me?
Doing what?
The only thing you know, spaceship.
Huh.
We're going back into the shipping business.
Under a different name, I suppose. Ah, that's right. The Space Patrol will get on to us in no time.
It wouldn't do them any good. They'll never be able to catch us.
You crazy? They caught us before, didn't they? That's why we're both out of a job, remember?
Soren, listen. We're going to have an interstellar ship with star drive. We make our deliveries through hyperspace.
Oh, I know you're crazy.
Am I? Listen to this. Corry's going to test one of those new star drive ships. He's at the Lunar Fleet Base right now.
I'll have to find that out.
Oh, I have very good sources of information. I almost got a copy of the designs of the new rocket cockpit. When my agent failed, I got the idea of stealing the ship itself. It's much better. It saves us the time and expense of building one of our own.
What's my cut?
25% of our profit. And that's pretty good for a pilot. And you don't take the risk you did under the old setup.
Oh, all of a sudden, this is beginning to make sense.
Of course. And as I say, there's no risk. Once you got into hyperspace, the Space Patrol can never trail you.
The big question now is, how do we get that new ship away from the Space Patrol?
I've got it all figured out. The test vector is supposed to be top secret. But I picked up a little information. And here's the way we know.
Meantime, back at the Lunar Fleet Base, Buzz and Happy are in the rocket cockpit of a new star drive ship, all set to blast off.
Commander Corry aboard test ship SD-1, calling Lunar Space Control.
Space Control Luna here, Commander.
Request space lock clearance for immediate blast-off.
Space lock number 3, ready as ordered, sir.
Space lock 3 confirmed. Corry out. Set magnetic compensator for space lock 3, huh?
Yes, sir.
5 seconds. 3 seconds. Fire rocket. Hold it at this rate till we're beyond the Jupiter orbit. Then we'll increase to attain star drive velocity near Neptune.
Uh-oh. Commander, the viewscope screen. It's a spaceship. Looks like a cargo ship, sir. What's it doing clear out here?
That seems to be in free fall. I don't see any rocket flying.
What do we do? Change vector?
All the trouble we took to make a nice private test, some old hawk blunders along. Yes, that will give them a wide berth. 5 starboard rockets.
Yes, sir.
Cargo ship JF-307 calling Space Patrol. Emergency.
Emergency? Is that him?
Get the space phone fixed before we answer.
Cargo ship JF-307 calling Space Patrol ship now 10 DUs off our starboard. Emergency.
Yes, sir, it's him. And he's calling us.
I don't know what his trouble is. It's not too serious. It'll alert the Jupiter Patrol unit. Space Patrol, a cargo ship, JF-307. What's your difficulty?
We're badly damaged. Our power's out. We've got to abandon ship. We're in spacesuits now.
Can you hold out in free fall until the tow ship gets here from Jupiter?
We're in a real spot. My partner's injured, and we're taking a lot of radiation.
Radiation?
Yes, something went wrong with our reactor shielding.
What happened? A meteor hit you?
Worse, sabotage.
We'll get you off that ship right away. How many are aboard?
2, my partner and I.
He's injured.
Yes, but he can walk. Look, the radiation count's way above the danger point. It'll take you several minutes to maneuver into position.
We'll make it as fast as we can. Oh, wait. Have you got a space raft aboard?
Yes, I was just about to suggest it.
Fine. You get your friend aboard the raft and get away from your ship. Even a few hundred yards will cut down the radiation count considerably. Hurry. Corry out. Well, Hap, you're going to have to delay our trip. We've got to see that those men get medical attention as soon as possible.
Okay.
Bring out a couple of spacesuits, Hap. We'll have to help that injured man into the airlock.
A few moments later, Buzz decelerates the spaceship as he sights the tiny space raft floating away from the damaged cargo ship under the propulsion of compressed air from a jetpack. With rockets cut off, Buzz and Happy stand in the airlock of their ship, looking through the open hatch as the raft maneuvers closer.
Commander Corry to space raft. Can you read me?
Yes, Commander.
Accelerate with your forward jetpack. It'll save your pal a rough bump.
Sure.
The raft is secured, sir. Magnetic field is holding it steady.
Is your partner conscious?
Yes, but he's pretty weak.
We'll help him aboard.
Come on, pal. On your feet. We're safe now. That's it.
I've got his arm. There you go. Hap, steady him while I help you up.
I can manage fine, thanks. You better let me take that box to you aboard. It's okay, just some personal effects. All right, close the hatch, Hap. Let's get into the ship. Yes, sir. I'll get the inner hatch. Okay, we can raise our face pieces now.
Well, the cadet will take you back aft and you can get out of those spacesuits. Hap, that injured man is pretty weak. Better hold him.
Yes, sir.
I've got something in this box that'll make him feel better.
Oh, first aid kit, huh?
Not quite. If you don't get your hands up, you'll need more than first aid.
Commander, it's a blast gun.
You're taking over the ship, Corry. Just obey orders. You'll find it's a simple way to stay alive.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Now hear this, Space Patrollers, the most important announcement we have ever made. Right now, today, you can get a model of the rocket cockpit, a scientific, accurate scale model of the new Star Drive patrol ship called Project Infinity. It's the very one Commander Corry and Cadet Happy are testing in this exciting adventure. Gang, listen to this. Your model rocket cockpit has everything the real one has. A big moving viewscope that shows you all the major planets and tells you their names. You can send and decode secret messages with the master coders. They have a system that will be known only to space patrollers. And you'll get a big bang out of the sensational atomic cannons. They have real sighting mechanisms, and you can fire projectiles accurately from port or starboard side. You'll control gravity with the thrust handles that govern special rocket mechanisms. And you'll be able to set the special time computers to Star Drive, the secret invention that takes you through time at heretofore unbelievable speeds. Yes, gang, your model rocket cockpit has all these moving parts and plenty of other dials, computers, and control devices. And it's so real-looking, you'll feel you're in your own ship, having all kinds of exciting adventures for yourself and your pals. Your rocket cockpit stands more than a foot high, almost 2 feet wide, and it has 9 moving controls. And there'll be lots more fun for you if you can follow along in your rocket cockpit and receive the secret messages the commander will be sending out from time to time. Now, I'm sure that every one of you listening today will want to send for your very own rocket cockpit. So here's what you do. Send your name and address and 25 cents in coin, plus 2 wrappers from any size Nestle's chocolate bars to Nestle, Box 54, St. Louis, Missouri. Again, it's your name and address and 25 cents in coin, plus wrappers from any 2 Nestle's chocolate bars to Nestle, Box 54, St. Louis, Missouri. And hurry, fellas and girls, don't miss a minute of the fun of owning your very own rocket cockpit. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Voice from the Future. Buzz and Happy are making a test flight of a new Star Drive ship when they're hailed by a cargo ship claiming to have been sabotaged. Leaving the 2 occupants of the cargo vessel to be in danger of radiation from the damaged ship, Buzz orders them to launch a space raft and leave the wreck. The space patrollers pull the 2 men aboard their ship, whereupon one of the men suddenly produces a blast gun from a metal box he's carrying. As he orders Buzz and Happy to raise their hands, the other man, supposedly injured, briskly steps forward.
Keep them covered, Sora.
Walk, Dexter. Yes, Commander. By the way, I owe you something for putting the Red Star line out of operation.
You did that yourself by your crooked method.
I am back in business, Corry, as of this minute.
Let's not stick around here too long, Dexter. We better make Corry get us away from here.
We will need him to operate the regular rocket drive. Besides, there is probably a technical manual aboard if we get stuck. In fact, I think all you do to cut in the rockets is press this lever.
You got it!
That'll get us far out in space. We'll look up Corry and the Cadet and try to figure out that star drive.
I'm warning you, Dexter. Don't play around with that hyperspace drive. It involves the kind of arithmetic where 2 and 2 don't always make 4.
I can figure it out. And if I get stuck, I'll make you give us a hand.
Yeah, you'd be surprised, Corry, what Dexter and I already know about the star drive. You'll be surprised at what you don't know about.
Soren, march him back aft and lock him up. I'm going to get this ship into hyperspace before Corry's outfit starts searching for him.
Locked in an aft compartment of the ship, Buzz and Happy are helpless as Dexter and Soren fumble with the star drive controls.
You think they'll be able to work it, sir?
They might hit on the right procedure just by chance.
Maybe one of the other ships will come along looking for us when we don't report back.
They're going to stop Dexter. They better do it before he stumbles onto the star drive.
They've hit the combination. We're going into star drive.
They aren't up to peak rocket velocity.
I'm blacking out. So am I. But they are, too.
If we come to first, maybe we can break out of here.
Under the stress of the sudden transition from regular three-dimensional space to hyperspace, Buzz and Happy lose consciousness. Then, as they lie on the deck of the compartment, they dimly become aware of the strange pulsations of a hyperspace drive. For what seems like hours, they're unable to move. Even their minds are sluggish, unable to concentrate. At last, Buzz struggles to his feet and tugs at Happy.
Come on, Happy. Try to step out.
It feels sort of strange. Like I'm half dreaming.
We've got to find out what's going on up in the rocket cockpit.
We're still in star drive from the sound of things.
Yes. We've never been in hyperspace this long before.
Not even when we made that 500,000 light-year trip 7 weeks ago.
Let's see if we can get that compartment door open.
Yes, sir. Well, one thing about this ship, it's built strong.
Now, hold it, man. Somebody's unlocking the doors. Be on guard. Maybe we can overpower them now.
Corry.
Sorry.
Corry. I've got him, Commander.
Corry, help. Get Dexter.
Something's wrong with Soren.
He's slow. Dexter's going crazy. The ship, it's out of control. Captain, drag him in here.
Yes, sir.
We'll lock him up and get up to the cockpit. Hurry.
Dexter's just standing at the controls with his back to us.
You still have that blaster.
All right, Corry. Take it easy. I got you covered.
Got yourself in a fine nest, Dexter.
You're going to get me out. Fix the star drive. Go on, get busy.
What did you do to your pal, Soren?
He went off his rocket. I had to slug him. Where is he?
He's locked up back there. He said you were crazy.
Tell me what's wrong. Everything's black outside the ship. No stars, nothing. Just pitch blackness.
It's the way it always is in hyperspace. You're in another dimension. Light doesn't register.
There's some light. I saw it. Flashes of blue and violet. Real mixed up and crazy. Corry, you got to get us out of this.
Just keep under control. I'll take a look at the hyperspace computer. Are these instruments exactly as you first set them up?
No. I blacked out. And when I came to, that blackness out there got me worried, so I started turning the dial.
Oh, you really messed things up. You aren't supposed to change a thing while the ship's in hyperspace. It throws us clear off vector.
You can fix it. You got to.
Look, there are millions of possible combinations of settings. We might spend the rest of our lives in hyperspace trying to find a setting that would bring us out in regular space.
Well, don't stand there talking. Do something.
Remember, Dexter, we're in this fix because you were doing something.
I couldn't help it. The darkness, and then those flashes and the voices. Those voices were the worst of all.
Voices? What voices?
From the spaceophone. It was gibberish and strange yowls. They about drove me out of my mind. I cut them off.
I didn't think a spaceophone would work in hyperspace.
Ordinarily it won't, but Dexter has things so messed up, we'll try.
Smoking rockets. Where did that come from?
No way to tell. Evidently some spaceophone signals filter through in slits like those flashes of light.
Yeah, but from where? That sound certainly wasn't from our solar system.
Hap, I think we're on some sort of spiral in hyperspace. We're whirling round and round.
Pull us out of it.
There's no way to tell what direction to go, either in time or space.
There's another signal, sir.
Expect the agreement to have a beneficial effect on world commerce.
Commander, it's English.
New York City. 4 Australian swimming champions arrived here today and immediately plunged into the final phase of training for the Olympic Games.
Hey, it's a newscast.
Officials of the Olympic Committee are confident that world records will be broken this year in track and field events as well as in other sports.
That's funny. There aren't
One
any Olympic
prediction
Games
is
this
certain.
year.
More athletes will compete in the 1972 Olympic Games than any similar event in history.
You say 1972?
That's what it sounded
Aye.
like, but I don't...
I've just been handed a special bulletin. White Sands Proving Grounds, New Mexico. A 3-stage rocket carrying 2 men has landed on the moon. A radio report from across 238,000 miles of space states that both men are safe. There are no details at present. But, friends, there's no doubt about it. The era of space travel is definitely here. We'll keep you informed of further.
Hey, is that guy nuts? Why is he so excited about a rocket reaching the moon? That's been going on for 1,000 years.
Yes, he did say 1972. And it was in October 1972 that the first man-piloted rocket reached the moon.
Sure, everybody knows that. What kind of a newscast was that? All ancient history. It's a wonder he didn't tell us about Columbus.
Don't you realize what happened? We picked up a broadcast that left Earth over 1,000 years ago.
What?
It's our yardstick, our measuring rod.
Now you're sounding crazy.
Let me adjust that time computer in the rocket cockpit. Now we know our approximate position in hyperspace. We're at the distance a radio signal would travel in. Let me see, from 1972 to now, it's 1,009 years.
Corry, what are you going to do?
I'm going to reset our hyperspace vector. If we haven't completely gummed up the works, we'll emerge back in regular space a few light years from the solar system.
Nothing's happening. It's not going to work. We'll be in this crazy mixed-up space the rest of our lives.
You should kick, Dexter. You were mixed up in regular space. Commander, you've hit it.
Right, Hap. Hold on, we're coming out of star drive.
Commander, you did it. Look through the viewport. Stars, hundreds of them. We're back in regular space.
Where are we? Are we near the solar system?
Let's check. There's Orion, Hercules.
And over there is Andromeda.
The solar system is about 5 light years in that direction.
Good. Set up the computer.
It'll be fairly simple this time.
Hey, Commander, I've been thinking about that news broadcast that we picked up.
Yes, Hap, what about it?
That was something that happened 1,000 years ago, and yet we heard it just as though it was taking place in the present.
It was probably a rare freak condition in hyperspace. A leak through the space-time warp. Something we can't regulate.
Well, if it happened to an event in the past, could it happen to a future event? I mean, could we pick up a broadcast of next year's news?
It's an interesting idea, huh? Offhand, I'd say no, but there's a lot we don't know about hyperspace.
Quit the chatter and set up the vector.
It's all set. I'll cut in the star drive.
No, you don't. I'll take over from now on. I know how to operate the star drive now. I don't need you.
You'd better think twice, Dexter.
I know what I'm doing. I'm locking you up. And when we're back in the solar system, I'm turning you over to the big boss.
And who's that?
You'll find out soon enough. Now get back aft. I'll let Thorin out and lock you up.
Are you sure you know how to work this star drive, Dexter?
Yeah. I've been watching Corry operating. I almost had it right the first time.
Sorry I lost my head a while ago. I thought we were finished.
Forget it. From now on, we've got nothing to worry about. Well, here we go into the star drive. See? There's no blacking out. In a few seconds, we'll be back in the solar system.
Say, you really have got it down.
Official Space Patrol bulletin from Terra headquarters.
Space Patrol, it's Corry's voice, but Corry's back up.
Attention all units to bulletin dated October 3rd.
What's going on here today? Is this
Shut up! Discontinue search for star drive test ship and the new rocket cockpit. The ship has been returned to Lunar Fleet Base. The thieves, Rourke Dexter and Nate Soren, were captured yesterday and are being held at Terra headquarters. End of report. Corry out.
What does he mean we're captured? We're right here and... Dexter, what's the matter?
That was right. In hyperspace, you can pick up future broadcasts, just like you can the past.
What are you talking about?
We heard what is going to happen tomorrow. Somehow, Corry and the Cadet are going to overpower us.
Not if we fix it so they can't. Let's finish them now.
In the locked compartment, Buzz and Happy carefully placed their inflated spacesuits in a sitting position on a bunk while listening intently for a sound at the door.
Just the helmets so the face pieces are away from the door, Hap. We want the suits to look occupied, at least at first glance.
Yes, sir. Do you think Dexter will fall for that space phone call?
I'm not sure. We'll give him a rough jolt.
After what I heard a while ago, I think maybe I'd believe a future broadcast myself.
Hap, get back against the wall next to the door. I'll hear someone. There's the secret of your spaceophone call from the future, Dexter.
Yeah. They use their suit spaceophone. Yeah. We'll just put an end to that. Get out of that bunk, Corry. You too, Cadet.
Yeah, your little practical joke is going to prove fatal. For you.
Get Soren, Hap. I'll handle Dexter.
All right, hold the blaster on. I'll go up to the cockpit to check the position.
I'm not licked yet, Corry. And don't think your fake spaceophone call fooled me. I knew all the time it wasn't the broadcast from the future.
That was no fake, Dexter. Every word about your capture is true. That same bulletin will be spaceophone tomorrow, won't it, sir?
Yes, Hap. Here's the ironic part of it, Dexter. You made it come true by trying to make it false.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Say, is it true that space patrollers can now get models of the new rocket cockpit?
That's right, Hap. We're offering every space patroller a model of our new rocket cockpit for his very own.
Smoking rockets, Commander. That's cosmic. A model of the rocket cockpit is so real, we use it as a trainer. And it has so many moving parts, so many terrific controls.
It certainly is the most exciting offer we've ever made. Space patrollers, your rocket cockpit is an exact model of the one on our brand new star drive ship. It has a big moving viewscope, special gravity controls, master coder and decoder, big, powerful atomic cannons that you can actually fire, and, of course, the special time drive computers that enable you to fly through time into hyperspace.
Wait till you see it. It's more than a foot high and almost 2 feet wide. Boy, will you want to get one, and fast.
Gang, here's how to get your rocket cockpit. Send your name and address and 25 cents in coin, plus the wrappers from any 2 Nestle's chocolate bars, to Nestle, Box 54, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Nestle, Box 54, St. Louis, Missouri.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are on Mars, searching for a special piece of electronics equipment from another solar system. A girl guides them to a room where 2 men are carrying a heavy instrument.
Just what is that instrument, Gathers?
I don't know. An acquaintance asked us to get it. Set it down, Gordon.
Hey, look out for that chair.
How clumsy of us. It smashed to bits.
Well, maybe it can be fixed.
Here, I'll help you pick up the pieces.
Don't bother, Cadet.
Gathers!
Hey! Get the girl, Gordon. I'll cover these 2 with a blast gun.
Be sure to be with us next week for the thrilling story, Message to Artona on Space Patrol. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Norman Jolly, Ken Mayer, and Bela Kovac. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for exciting action on Space Patrol. This week's Space Patrol was brought to you by Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa, Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk, and Nestle's chocolate bars. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network.
Adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. Now today's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Message to Artona. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy are aboard the Terra 5, headed for Mars. Their exact destination is the home of Professor Lawrence Barkley in Lowell City. Buzz has uncovered information to the effect that Professor Barkley has an instrument that could be of tremendous importance to pilots in their coming exploration of other star systems.
It'll sure be great when we get that translator, Commander. We can go anywhere in the galaxy and understand every language the minute we hear it.
Well, it's not quite that good, huh? All we can be sure of now is that it works on a few languages in certain parts of the galaxy.
I know it works on Tirannian and English. That's how those Tirannian spies learned our language.
Yes, and also works in the language of Artona. Those are the people who invented the translator.
Well, how did the Tirannians get their hands on it?
By the usual method. They stole it.
Well, yeah, but how did this Professor Barkley get it? Was he working with the spies?
I don't think so. When we broke up the Tirannian plan for conquest, the few remaining spies unloaded a lot of incriminating evidence in a hurry.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it was destroyed. A few items were hidden, probably in the hope that they could be used in the future.
Yeah, and Professor Barkley is keeping it without knowing what it is?
According to the brainograph information I got from one of the captured spies, that's the case, Happy. And if we can, we've got to get that instrument without telling anyone exactly what it is, not even the professor. All right, Hap, contact Lowell City Space Control for landing instructions. In his large private office in Jupiter City, Gordon Spangless paces the floor, glancing impatiently from time to time at the face of the uranium clock set into the wall. At the sound of footsteps in the next room, he swiftly moves his bulky frame to the desk. By the time the door opens, Spangless is slouching casually in his chair, idly scanning some correspondence.
Mr. Spangless.
Hmm? Oh, Gathers, I didn't hear you come in. What happened on Terra?
It looks bad, sir. Commander Corry captured your agent Dexter.
How about the star drive ship?
Corry got the ship back, too. The whole plan failed, Mr. Spangless. I'm afraid we'll never get our hands on another star drive.
Nonsense. I've got an alternate plan ready to put into operation.
But there's something else. The Space Patrol will give Dexter a brainograph test. Perhaps they already have. That means Corry will know that you hired Dexter to steal the star drive.
Yes. Then my second plan goes into operation immediately.
What plan is that, Mr.
The
Spangless?
plan to get a star drive ship from another solar system.
But that's impossible. You need a star drive ship to get to another solar system.
Not necessarily. Suppose a star drive ship comes here to the United Planets to pick us up.
Are you serious?
Of course I'm serious. Now listen, Getters. Weeks ago, a Tyrannian spy did a translator and hyperspace transmitter in Lower City. The spy escaped back to Tiranna, but the translator is still in Lowell City.
An electronic translator. We could use it to contact some other solar system.
Exactly. We'll contact Artona. It's a planet 75 light years from here. They'll send a ship for us.
How can you be sure?
From my contact with the Tyrannian spy, I know that Artona has a shortage of certain minerals that are plentiful here on the United Planets.
I see. We'll pay for our passage to Artona with a cargo of minerals.
Yes. And that's only the beginning. We'll set up a private trade agreement. We'll do business with Artona. And this Space Patrol will never know about
But how do we get this translator?
it. It's very simple. It's being kept by Professor Barkley. And Barkley doesn't know what he has. And right now, Barkley is in a hospital on Venus.
Then we steal this translator before he gets back to Mars.
Yes, if we have to. But Barkley's daughter is at his home in Lowell City. And I got a letter here in the professor's handwriting asking his daughter to let us have the exhibit number C925.
Exhibit number?
It's Barkley's own private code. He collects early models of electronic instruments. And the translator is faked out to look like some gadget that was used on Earth about 200 years ago.
How did you get this letter, Mr. Spangler?
That doesn't concern you, Gathers. See that my private cruiser is ready to blast off for Mars.
In Lowell City, Buzz and Happy have just been admitted to a large private residence in the Mars capital. Professor Barkley's daughter, Merla, has escorted them into her father's study. I'm very sorry to hear about your father's illness, Miss Barkley.
Yes, I hope it's nothing serious.
No, it's just a case of overwork. His doctor suggested a complete rest, so I persuaded him to go to Venus. Get him away from his hobby for a while.
His hobby? Well, that's collecting electronics equipment, huh?
Yes, but just early equipment. He won't touch anything less than 100 years old. He won't be home for about 2 weeks, but if there's anything I can do, Commander...
Are you familiar with your father's collection, Miss Barkley?
Well, I help him a little in classifying the instruments.
Now, a few weeks ago, a man brought an instrument to your father and asked him to keep it for him. A man who may have used the name Erno Korga. Do you know anything about it?
Erno Korga? No, the name isn't familiar, Commander. What kind of instrument was it?
Oh, I can't tell you that, but the point is that instrument was stolen.
Stolen? Oh, I'm sure my father wouldn't have it in the house if he knew that.
I'm sure of it, too. And it's very important that we pick it up.
Well, Father has thousands of instruments here. If you like, you can look them over.
I'm afraid that wouldn't work. The machine has probably been carefully disguised by Korga.
Father's very systematic. He has his own catalog system, and every item has its own code number.
And all we know is that Erno Korga left it here about 4 weeks ago.
Well, Father would remember that incident, I'm sure. I could call him at the Venus City Hospital.
I'd appreciate it if you would.
Of Of course, ordinarily, the hospital won't take spacephone calls to patients before 1400 hours. But if it's urgent...
In this case, Miss Barkley, it might be better if we didn't make any special issue about it. Wait till 1400. It's only a little over an hour from now. After you talk to your father, you can contact me at Lowell City Space Patrol headquarters.
All right, Commander.
I know the professor's holding that article in good faith. If you can, get him to release it to us without mentioning stolen property. You can say our security lab is making tests of unusual equipment that will cover it.
Oh, fine, Commander. I'll call you as soon as I talk to Father.
Shortly after 1400 hours, Buzz and Happy returned to the Barkley home in response to a call from Merle. Repeatedly, they knocked, but there is no answer.
That's funny, Commander. She said she'd be waiting for it.
It's a large house, Hap. She may be in some remote part of the building.
Say, suppose the professor got curious about that gadget Corry left here and took it apart.
If he did, I hope he got it back together.
Yeah, that would be some puzzle, trying to reassemble a translator that we don't know the first thing about.
Commander Corry.
Oh, Miss Barkley,
Come in, but keep your voices down, please.
Something wrong?
I don't know. There are two men here downstairs where my father's collection is.
What about them?
They came right after I called you at headquarters. They're here for the same instrument you want.
Maybe one of them is Erno Corry.
They didn't mention that name, but they have a letter from my father asking me to let them take exhibit number C935. It's the same code number my father gave me when I called the hospital.
Did your father mention the letter?
No. He merely gave me the code number and asked me to get a receipt from you, in case the man who left it here made an inquiry.
Who are these men?
One of them is Edmund Gathers. Didn't catch the other's name. When I recognized the code number, I got flustered.
Do they know I'm here?
No, I didn't mention the Space Patrol. I stole them as long as I could, pretending to have trouble finding the instrument.
Have they got it yet?
No. You knocked while I was pretending to search. I told them I was expecting a delivery from a dress shop.
Nice going.
Yeah, for a girl who claims to be flustered, you're doing all right.
Now, this letter, are you sure your father wrote it?
Well, it looked like his handwriting.
Well, we'll go down and have a talk with these two men.
Yeah, they're probably working with Corry, all right. Or they wouldn't have the letter and the code number.
Yes, but they may be as innocent as Professor Barkley.
We can find out quickly enough.
Yes, got to get information without giving any. How do we get downstairs, Miss Barkley?
Through that door, Commander. The stairs at the end of the hall.
Hap and I'll go first, just in case there's trouble.
All right, Commander.
If there isn't, you just play along with them and find that instrument. We'll pretend we're here on other business. Come on.
Commander, it's the door directly at the bottom of the stairs.
Wait here till we see what kind of reception we get. Yes, Miss Barkley, I've looked forward to seeing your father's collection.
Oh, I'm sure you'll find it very interesting.
Oh, hello. I'm Edmund Gathers, and I suppose, of course, you're Commander Corry.
Yes, Gathers. This is Cadet Happy.
How do you do, Mr. Gathers?
Is Miss Barkley coming down?
She'll be along soon.
She probably told you my friend and I are looking for an instrument the professor stored for an acquaintance.
She mentioned it, yes.
I find it amusing that the Space Patrol should be interested in ancient electronics equipment, Commander. But I suppose when you men are off duty, you follow a hobby just like we civilians.
Well, a lot of us do, Gathers. You mentioned a friend.
Oh, yes. Gordon is several aisles down searching for a code number. Miss Barkley wasn't able to find it. Any luck, Gordon?
No, not yet. Oh, wait, I think I found it. I'll bring it out where I can see the tag better.
Just what is this instrument you're picking up, Mr. Gathers?
Well, frankly, I don't know. An acquaintance of Gordon's gave us a letter from Professor Barkley and asked us to call for the instrument. Now, the professor has a cataloging system all of his own. It's probably simple for him, but... Oh, here's Gordon. I'll introduce you.
I'll just put this thing... Hey, look out for that chair.
Gordon, look what you've done. It's smashed to bits. Oh, how clumsy of me.
Well, let's put it on the bench. Maybe it can be fixed.
Here, I'll help you pick up the piece. Don't bother. Cadet! Get him. Get the girl. I'll cover these two with a blast gun.
Buzz and Happy have gone to Lowell City, Mars, to pick up an electronic translator, secretly left with Professor Barkley. With this translator, they hope to establish contact with other solar systems. Two criminals, Gordon Spanglis and Edmund Gathers, have the same idea in mind. Spanglis diverts the attention of the space patrollers by dropping an electronic instrument. Attacking swiftly, they knock Buzz and Happy unconscious. Now, a few minutes later, they are holding the professor's daughter Merla in the sub-basement, after locking Buzz and Happy in an adjoining room.
Let go of me.
Stop struggling or you'll get hurt.
Oh,
Now, shut up. What are we going to do with her, Spangler?
Oh, she invited the Space Patrol here. I think it's only right that she shares their fate.
So? You going to finish them?
Certainly. This building is well constructed. We could use the blast gun on them without anyone hearing the noise.
no, you can't do that.
Shut up. You brought this all onto yourself.
That thing you dropped, it wasn't the translator, was it?
Of course not. I just picked one of the instruments at random and dropped it to throw Corry off guard.
Did you find the translator?
Yeah. It's on the shelf in the third aisle. After we take care of the Space Patrol and the Gill, we'll grab the translator and get out of here. Unlock the door, Gathered.
Sure. Hold the girl, will you?
All right, Marla, get in that room.
Spangler, they're gone.
What? But that's impossible. There's no other door to that room. And this is a sub-basement.
See for yourself.
Get in there, Marla. Go on. Look. They're on the floor. Isn't that a trapdoor?
Well, that's how they escaped.
Lift it up.
It's a chute.
Marla, where does it lead to? Answer me.
Oh, down to the street.
Down to the street?
The house is built on a hill.
We'd better take care of the girl quick and then get out of here.
Now, in a few minutes, Corry will have this place surrounded. If we take the girl with us, we'll have a better chance of breaking through.
Maybe you're right. Want me to take the girl upstairs while you get the translator?
We'll get out of here the way Corry did. You take the girl down and wait for me. When I get down with the translator, we'll steal a surface car.
Go on, Marla. And don't give me any trouble.
Cadet Happy waits in a surface car, parked where he can observe the front and side entrances of the Barclay house. Already Space Patrol agents surround the building, except the rear side, inaccessible because of the abrupt drop-off to the street below. Buzz, inside the building with 3 agents, contacts Happy with his miniature spaceophone.
Commander Corry to Cadet Happy.
Happy here, sir. Go ahead.
I'm down in the sub-basement, Hap. There's no sign of the men or the girl.
They must be hiding somewhere in the house, sir.
That instrument they dropped, it's definitely some early piece of United Planets equipment.
And they've got the translator.
Probably. Oh, Hap, quickly. Drive down the hill to the outlet of that chute.
Yes, sir.
If you don't see them, wait till I join you. Then we'll head for the spaceport. Get going.
With Edmund Geathers at the controls, a private cruiser blasts toward the Jupiter orbit. Gordon Spangless works intently at the panel of a small gleaming instrument.
The view scopes are still clear, Spangler. Looks like we outwitted the Space Patrol, but good.
There was too much luck involved to suit me. I don't like working on such a narrow margin of safety.
What are we going to do with that girl?
We'll keep her with us until we're sure we're safe.
One scream out of her back at the spaceport and we'd have been sunk.
Well, a scream would have been the last sound she ever made. And she knew it. We'll keep her locked out back aft until we contact Artona.
How are you coming with that thing?
Well, I got the hyperspace coordinates set on the receiver. If we're on the beam to Artona, we should be picking up a signal very soon.
Are you sure you set the translator right? It's pretty complicated.
The code symbols are right here on the panel. Once we pick up a signal from Artona, a little trial and error tuning, and that will do the trick. I got it.
How do you know it's from Artona?
Well, it has to be. There's no other solar system within 5 light years of Artona.
But that's the code. I thought the translator just worked on speech.
I'll scan the Artona frequencies until I find the spaceophone signal. You just watch the view scope for spaceships.
While Space Patrol agents continue to search Lowell City for the 2 criminals and their captive, Buzz and Happy blast off from Mars to direct a space search for a private cruiser whose pilot is believed to have given false information to Lowell City's space control.
It figures out according to time, Commander. Geathers and his buddy could have taken Merla Barclay to the spaceport and blasted off while we were alerting the patrol cars and searching the hills.
Yes, Hap, and that false registration report, the Space Control cinches it as far as I'm concerned.
Geathers must have known it would be checked.
Sure, but at least it gave him time to be spaceborne. That would be all the time he needs to escape completely.
You mean he's got a star drive ship?
Well, if he hasn't, he knows where he can get one. Why else would he need a translator for interstellar spaceophone?
Yeah, that's right. Well, then Geathers must be working with Tirannian spies. He and his pal Gordon.
I know, Hap. Tiranna's out of the picture. This Gordon is actually Gordon Spangless.
Spangless?
Why, that's the name Dexter revealed on the brainograph. The big shot who hired Dexter to steal a Space Patrol Star Drive ship.
Right. While Geddes was giving us a rough time back at the house, he called Gordon by his last name. I was pretty groggy then. It didn't register till later.
Well, Barkley is sure in a spot. Spangless has got her. Wait, if we could have brought those agents up here just a minute sooner...
Let's not talk about what might have happened. Try to figure what we're going to do.
Until we or one of the patrol sites that cruises, there's nothing we can do.
Now, for one thing, we can monitor our own hyperspace receiver.
Why, sir?
Spangless wouldn't have taken that transmitter unless he could use it. We'll do a little frequency scanning. If we pick up a hyperspace signal here in the solar system, we'll know where to find Spangless.
Spaceophone signal. Adjust the translator.
What do you think I'm doing? Just keep quiet, Geddes.
Series number 7 will proceed to Minka Planet 4. Upon arrival, full quarantine regulations will be observed. Artona Space Center Station GR98 out.
Perfect.
Now, if we can only contact them...
You be quiet. I'm going to cut on our transmitter. Attention, Artona Space Center Station GR98. Come in, please. This is an emergency. Station GR98. Artona Space Center. Come in, please. Emergency.
GR98 Artona. Identify yourselves properly. This center can acknowledge no emergency signal unless in proper form.
Please listen. We don't know the proper form.
Contact Third Galactic Command Special Messages Section.
Wait a minute. I have no way of contacting your galactic command. I'm in a remote solar system, stranded without a star drive ship. I'm at galactic point 75. Hyperspace vector 16-9-43.
Artona Space Center can do nothing about your predicament, serious though it is.
Not even for a cargo of litronium?
Litronium?
Yes, pure litronium.
What do you want us to do?
Send a spaceship to the solar system. Bring us back to Artona. And I'm sure I can arrange to supply as much litronium and other valuable minerals as you need.
I will present your proposition to the High Command. When a decision is reached, I will notify you. Artona Space Center Station GR98 out.
Well, Gizzard, what do you think of that?
Suppose the High Command says no.
Don't be foolish. When I mentioned litronium, you were practically drooling. They'll come for us, and then we're in business.
Cut off, Commander.
Did you get a fix on that hyperspace signal?
Well, yes, sir, but I'll need the computer to change it into regular space coordinates.
We've got to capture Spangless before Artona sends a ship for him.
Oh, do you think they will? After all, litronium isn't such a rare metal.
Not in our solar system, but Spangless must know what he's doing or he wouldn't be taking all these risks.
I don't like the idea of bringing ships from other solar systems here until we know if they're peaceful. We had enough trouble with Tiranna.
Well, that doesn't worry Spangless. He'll deal with anyone just to make a profit.
I've got it, sir. Spangless is beyond the Jupiter orbit on a vector toward Jupiter's fourth moon.
He's 20 million DUs away.
I guess we'll have to alert Jupiter patrol units, sir.
They couldn't get close without Spangless seeing them. With Merla Barkley aboard, they wouldn't dare attack.
Yeah, that's right. But then neither would we.
If we could take him by surprise. Perhaps we'll use the star drive.
Great. And since we know his vector, we can pop out of hyperspace right behind him.
I wish that Artona outfit would make up their minds. What's taking them so long?
Well, it's only been a few minutes. I tell you, we have nothing to worry about.
Spangless, look. Look in the rear view scope.
The spaceship.
Right on our tail. Where did it come from? I've been watching all the view scopes.
Stop babbling. It's Corry's ship.
What are we going to do?
He won't dare attack with a girl aboard. Go back and get her. Bring her out here.
What for? She'd only be in the way.
Well, we'll let her talk to Corry. She'll make him listen to reason. Now get going.
Okay, thanks.
Cruiser J735 to Commander Corry. Go ahead.
Cut rockets, Spangless. I'm coming aboard.
Why?
Quit stalling. You've got Merla Barkley aboard.
Yes, Commander. That's why I suggest you quickly go somewhere else, or something might happen to Miss Barkley.
You've also committed an act that could endanger the safety of the United Planets.
That's ridiculous.
You've contacted another solar system. If ships from Artona come here, they might decide to attack.
How do you know about Artona? You don't have a translator.
No, but your spacephone is transmitting both in English and in the Artona language.
Well, it doesn't matter. You can't stop me now, Corry. Here comes Gathers with Merla Barkley. Bring her here, Gathers. Make her talk to Corry. Come here, Merla. Ask Corry to spare your life.
Don't move either of you.
Gathers, how did she get the gun?
I don't know. It was in the compartment, I guess. When I opened the door, she...
Both of you stand against the bulkhead. Well, go on.
You little fool. You wouldn't dare use a blast gun in a spaceship. You know what would happen?
Yes, it would tear a hole in the hull. The air would escape into space.
Then put the gun down.
Why? You're going to do away with me anyway. Commander Corry, can you hear me?
Yes, Merla.
I've got Stranglers and Gathers covered with a blast gun. Can you join airlocks now?
Yes. Don't touch the controls.
I don't know a thing about them.
Just see that those two crooks don't move.
All right, Commander, but please hurry.
Give me the gun, Merla.
Let go of me.
Let go of the blast gun.
Merla! Merla, are you all right?
You crazy little fool. Look at the hole. In a few seconds, the air will be gone. Get her. Quick into the air.
Yeah, but Corry will be coming through.
Yeah, and he'll get a bit too fast.
Help me.
Quick, into the airlock. What about the girl? Leave her here. She's got herself into this.
Help me. Help me.
We just made it in time.
Now, listen. She wants in.
Woman, they have no judgment. I warned her about the gun. Corey's joined airlock. Now get ready. The instant the hatch opens, rush him.
Sure. Well, hurry, Hap.
All right, Corey.
I guess I wasn't much help. It was close quarters.
Drag them into the ship. I'll get Merla.
Yes, sir.
Come on, you two rats. Merla.
Commander.
Quickly. Into the airlock. Easy now.
You all right, Commander?
She'll be okay. Close our inner hatch, Hap.
I didn't mean to fire that blast gun, Commander. Stranglers grabbed my arm.
Well, that's all right. He won't cause you any more trouble.
He won't cause anybody any trouble.
I'm not so sure, Hap. Spangler sent Artona an invitation. I have a feeling we'll be having visitors from outer space.
I sure hope they're friendly.
So do I. But whoever they come, you and I will be on the reception committee. Join us again next week for another thrilling adventure with Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Nestle's Ever Ready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk. And Nestle's chocolate bars now present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are on a strange planet 50,000 light years from the solar system. With their ship's water supply exhausted, they're kneeling beside a small lake to fill their canteens.
It's cool, sir. Fairly clear.
Fill the tester first, Hap. The water may be frozen.
Yes, sir. I'm so thirsty I can't... Hey, Commander, what was that?
Drop down, Happy. Someone's shooting at us.
Hey, somebody's coming over the rim of the crater.
I'll try to draw my ray gun.
Oh, that was close.
Range, Hap. If you don't stop him, next time he'll get us, sure.
We'll return in just a moment with a thrilling story, The Realm of the Robots. It's hot stuff.
What's hot stuff?
Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa.
Hey, that's hot stuff.
Well, that's what I said. Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa is hot stuff.
Well, what are we arguing about?
Oh, Hap, stop mixing me up. There's no argument about Nestle's Ever-Ready because everybody agrees it makes the most wonderful cup of hot chocolate in the universe.
You said a mouthful, Captain Tufeld. Nestle's makes such a rich, chocolatey, delicious hot chocolate, it's out of this world. And there's no mixing up either, because Nestle's Ever-Ready practically makes itself.
That's right. All you do is put 1, 2, 3 teaspoons of Nestle's Ever-Ready in your cup, add hot water, and it's made.
You don't have to add milk or sugar, because Nestle's is complete.
Yes, Nestle's has rich, whole milk and sugar already in it.
And you know something? What I like best about Nestle's is that sensational Nestle's flavor. There's nothing quite like it. It's real chocolatey, too. A terrific treat, any time of day or night.
Glad you mentioned that, Hap, because we always recommended hot chocolate made with Nestle's for a breakfast warm-up. But we also like to see space patrollers drink it at all their meals and snacks, too.
Now, what did you say was the name of this product?
Oh, Hap, you're kidding me again. You know it couldn't be anything but Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa.
In the bright red can. That's Nestle's, and it's hot stuff.
And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Realm of the Robots. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy are aboard the Terra 5 on a special mission of exploration to Orion 14, a star 50,000 light years from the solar system. United Planets astronomers believe they've detected traces of a super radioactive element in the spectrum of the remote star. With a hyperspace vector set for Orion 14, Buzz and Happy are now waiting for their ship to emerge from faster-than-light star drive into regular rocket drive.
We're coming out of star drive, Hap. Get ready for our first close-up of Orion 14.
Wow. A ball of white-hot fire.
Check the cosmic protective shield.
Right, Commander. Oh, no harmful rays are getting through, sir.
Good. Now we'll set up the instruments and run a spectrographic test of the elements on Orion 14.
Mind if I get a drink of water first?
Go ahead and bring me one, Happy.
Yes, sir. Oh, just looking at that ball of fire makes me thirsty. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
The water supply. I forgot to check it before we left.
What do the gauges say?
Port tank, empty. Starboard tank, empty. Reserve tank, bone dry. There isn't enough water aboard for a hummingbird to gargle with.
Oh, how about the canteens in the field equipment locker?
I goofed again, sir. Remember you ordered the entire water system purified, the pipes and tanks cleaned out, and the field canteen sterilized?
Yes, sir.
Well, everything's sterilized, all right. Sterilized and empty. It's all my fault, sir.
Blaming yourself won't solve the problem.
Well, there's only one way to solve it. It's to go back to the solar system. Oh, am I going to take a ribbing for this? 50,000 light years out in space, and I have to go back for a drink of water.
There's a chance we won't have to go back, Hap. There's a planet over there about 10 million DUs away. It may have water on it.
Yes, sir, but if it doesn't have water on it, we're in a worse spot than ever.
It's got an atmosphere, Hap. You can tell by the way the light and the stars diffused around it. A light change vector, you set up the atmosphere testing equipment.
Decelerating as they approach the strange planet, Buzz scans the surface through the viewscope while Happy prepares to run a test of the atmosphere.
Well, it doesn't look very promising, Hap. Just mountains and desert so far.
Hey, Commander, things are looking up. There's hydrogen in the atmosphere and some oxygen.
The ingredients of water, at least.
Yeah, but the vapor content is awfully low, sir. At least at this altitude.
We'll descend close to the surface, Hap. Any trace of poisonous gases?
None so far, sir.
Hap, look over there. What does that look like?
Smoke and rockets. If it isn't a mirage, it's a lake.
A lake, all right. Or else it's the first mirage that ever fooled a viewscope.
Yeah, that's the most beautiful sight I ever saw. As soon as we sit down, I'm going to dive right in and not come up until I've drunk a gallon.
Oh, no, Hap. It's a small pool down inside a crater. Maybe poisonous. In fact, it may not be water at all, as we know. You get the test kit and 2 large canteens.
Yes, sir.
I'll set the ship down as close to the crater as I can.
After landing the ship on the strange planet, Buzz makes another careful sampling of the outside atmosphere before entering the airlock. Trying to conceal his impatience, Happy waits with 2 large, empty canteens strapped over his shoulders.
The air out there's breathable, Hap. We're going to find it very hot and dry.
I've got everything, sir. The test kit, the canteen.
Better fasten this to your belt.
miniature space atoll.
That's my portable translator. For all we know, this planet may be inhabited. It might be considered enemy invaders. They could be caught down there at the lake if a spaceship comes zooming in.
Yeah, that's right. If we hear any signals, we'll know that somebody might be looking for us.
Right. Okay, open the hatch.
Wow, am I thirsty.
Try not to think about it until we test the water. Close the inner hatch. We want to keep the ship's air cool. I'll open the outer hatch.
Wow, like an oven out there.
Let's make it a quick trip down the ladder.
Hey, this is desert, all right. Nothing but dry brush right up to the rim of the crater. It sure looks beautiful, like a mirror.
Yes, but it has no inlet or outlet. Let's make a test.
Here's the test kit, sir.
You give us a sample, huh?
Yes, sir. Hey, it's cooler than I thought it would be. And fairly clear.
It may be fed by an underground stream. All right, put the cap in the test tube and wait a full minute.
Yes, sir. But believe me, this minute is going to seem like an hour.
Watch the indicators, Hap. They'll tell us if it's water and if there's harmful bacteria.
Commander, what was that?
Up at the ground, Hap. Somebody's shooting at us.
Somebody's coming into the rim of the crater, down to the lake.
I see. I'll try to draw my ray gun and let us.
Hey, that was close. It splashed water in my face.
Next time you'll get ashore. Don't move your gun. Try to get him to talk. If we can tune in the translator correctly, maybe we can get him to listen to reason.
Yes, sir. Commander, this may be the last thing I do, but I'm going to take a drink of water.
Be careful, huh?
My face is almost in it. And, well, if I'm going to be shot anyway, why should I die thirsty?
Just moisten your mouth.
Okay.
Be easy.
Oh, I couldn't help it. It's wonderful. Sweet, cool water.
Still coming toward us. The Lord is with us.
We're friends. We do not want to harm you.
Keep trying different settings in that translator. I'll try to keep him talking.
Put away your weapon. We're from the United Planets.
Sounds familiar. You understand anything?
No, sir.
I'm afraid I have made a mistake.
I've got it. Setting 97, Commander.
We want to be friends. Please put away your weapon.
I am sorry I shot at you. I thought at first you were of the ARG.
Oh, we're from a far distant world. We stopped here for water.
So there are other worlds with human beings. I knew it. That's what I kept telling Anila. The ARG may be watching. For your own safety, slake your thirst and leave Gabon.
What's this ARG? Are they after you?
The ARG are the aberration rectifier group.
Huh? Commander, I think my translator's out of order.
Aberration is an error. A deviation from truth.
Exactly. And the function of the ARG is to detect these aberrations and correct them. I knew you weren't from the ARG when I saw you drink from the lake.
You mean the lake is poison or something?
Oh, no. The ARG do not drink water. They do not need water or food.
Huh? What kind of human beings are they?
They are not human beings. They're robots. Mechanical creations in the shape of human beings.
Well, if I'm not getting too personal, what are they after you for? You seem like a nice sort of guy.
The Z-type ARG are after me because, well, I don't like to conform. I like to invent new ways to do my work. I like to wander through the city as I choose.
This makes you an aberration?
Yes. So the robots of the aberration rectifier group automatically follow me. I couldn't stand it any longer, so I ran away from the city. But I'm sure the ZIRG isn't far behind.
What's your name?
Mona.
You haven't committed a crime, have you?
Crime?
Have you hurt anyone? Have you taken something that belonged to another human being?
No. I'm being hunted because I do not follow the exact life pattern that the robots have directed.
You mean most people on this planet obey the robots?
Yes, all but a very few. Most of the aberrationists are brought back into line by the ARG.
Imagine being bossed by a bunch of Zards.
Zards?
Yeah, Z-A-R-G, Zard.
Mono, reckon you'd go to be safe from these Zards, as Happy calls them.
I'm on my way to... You must go quickly. Get to your ship.
What's the matter?
The robot has seen us. Look, he's coming toward us on the south end of the rim.
Come with us, Mono.
No. The robot is after me. If you run to your ship immediately, it will not harm you.
What'll it do if it catches you?
make me helpless with the immobilizer ray.
You've got a weapon, the one you fired at us.
It's useless. I used the last shot shooting at you.
Then come on. Maybe we can get over to the rim before the robot can stop us. Let's go. Come on, Hap.
The robot's going farther down the rim of the crater.
We'll have to run faster. The robots are very swift.
It sure looks like a human being.
You'll know the difference if he gets close enough.
We're going to get close if we can help it. There's the ship.
It's going to be tough running through that brush.
It'll be tough on the robot, too.
He's getting closer. Hey, what's that?
I don't know. A new weapon, I guess.
The brush is on fire.
Smoking rockets, there's a wall of flame between us and the ship.
The robot's got a heat ray.
The Zarg's closing in on us. We're trapped.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
Say, Captain Tufel, I just got my rocket cockpit. And boy, is it super.
You said it, Tony. The model of Commander Corry's XRC is the greatest thing we've ever offered space patrollers.
Let me tell about it, will you?
Sure, go ahead.
Gang, the rocket cockpit is a real-scale model of the actual Space Patrol project, Infinity. It's more than a foot high, almost 2 feet wide. It's brightly colored, metal-studded. It has moving parts, just like the real thing. You send and receive secret messages with the master code. They'll teach you a language only space patrollers can know. Fire the powerful atomic cannons. They're real secret. We govern the rocket mechanism with special gravity control handles. We set the special time computers to star drive. It takes you into the future century. Travels more than 100,000 miles an hour. Look through the big moving view scope. You see all the planets and their names, too. How'd you like that?
Tony, it's my guess they'll like it fine. In fact, we hope that every single space patroller will send for a rocket cockpit for his very own.
Having a rocket cockpit is almost as good as having a real rocket ship, all your own. So get yours. It's real easy. Just send your name and address and 25 cents in coin. Plus 2 wrappers from any size Nestle's chocolate bars to Nestle's, Box 54, St. Louis, Missouri.
But, gang, send today so you'll be ready to receive Commander Corry's secret messages. That's your name and address and 25 cents in coin, plus 2 wrappers from any size Nestle's chocolate bars to Nestle, Box 54, St. Louis, Missouri. And now back to today's Space Patrol adventure, The Realm of the Robots. Buzz and Happy have landed on a strange planet near Orion 14 to obtain water. They were fired upon by an inhabitant of the planet who later explained he thought they were robots. The space patrollers soon learned that the planet Gobonic is controlled by robots who keep the human population under constant surveillance. Suddenly, one of the human-like robots appears. Deciding to save their new friend Mono from capture by the mechanical men, Buzz and Happy race toward their spaceship. As they run through the dry brush, they suddenly find themselves facing a wall of flame.
Commander, we're cut off, and here comes the robot.
Wants to take us alive, or it would have used that flame ray on us.
A few more steps and we'll be helpless.
With the immobilizer ray, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, look, over there to the left. The flame's on very thick. Shield your faces and run through the fire.
Sure, then the robot can't see us.
They can see through smoke.
No time to argue. If we break through the flame, we'll split up. We can confuse the robot. Maybe either Happy or I can reach the ship and get some weapons. Come on.
Stop. We're ordered to halt in the name of the Gobonic control system.
The robot's got quite a set of pipes.
Spread out. You can only chase one of us.
Stop. You are ordered to halt in the name of the Gobonic control system.
Go on, Mono. Up the ladder into the ship.
Yes.
Halt. You cannot escape the ARG.
Commander, the robot's after your friend.
Run for the ship, Happy. Hurry.
Commander, wait for me.
Mono, that robot is made of metal, isn't it?
Yes.
You stay here at the hatch and help Happy aboard. I'm going forward and throw on the magnetic repeller ray.
You are nearly within range of the immobilizer ray. Halt at once.
Somebody get a blaster, quick.
Hurry, Happy. Up the ladder. Give me your hand.
You have been warned.
Come on, Happy.
Oh, thanks, Mono. Let's close this hatch, quick. The robot's right behind me.
No. The robot is now some distance away.
Smoking rockets, what happened? Lying on its back, 200 yards out there in the brush.
It suddenly flew backwards, as though hit by a strong wind.
I used the magnetic repeller ray, Happy. Knocked the metal robot for a loop. couldn't attack you.
Oh, thanks, Commander. I thought I was finished for sure.
Close the hatch and blast off before the Zard gets himself back into gear.
Yes, sir.
Up forward, everybody.
Oh, while we were talking to Mono, I partly filled his canteen.
I can't get over it. Human beings mastering a robot. Remarkable.
Remarkable nothing. That's the way it should be.
All right, stand by for blast off.
Standing by, sir.
Close ports.
Close ports.
Fire jets.
Fire jets.
Up ship and away. All right, Mono. Where can we take you?
You mean you direct this ship just as you like? You can go anywhere you want?
Well, just about. Anywhere within the limits of the ship's power.
Amazing and wonderful.
You have space travel here in Gobonic?
There are spaceships. But I never heard of human beings traveling in them. They blast off at intervals full of cargo and then return empty to our city spaceport.
Where do they go?
I don't know. It's been going on for generations.
Wait, somebody must have charge of the robots. Don't you have a government, or at least a ruling class?
The robots are the ruling class.
How did they get to be? Who built the robots in the first place?
Nobody knows. In fact, very few human beings ever wonder about it. If they do not speak their thoughts aloud.
Or the Zargs get them, is that it? Like the robot that was after us?
Yes. Few human beings have escaped from the cities. They live in groups of 4 or 5 on small farms. I was on my way to one of those farms when I saw you.
Tell us where it is, and we'll take you there.
That's very kind of you.
I can't see how people would let themselves get in that position. Unless they gave you a lot to eat and a lot of luxuries.
No, that's not the case. We're given only enough food to enable us to do the required work. There are no luxuries except for the administrators.
The administrators? Who are they?
A few highly skilled engineers who attend to the needs of the robot mechanism. The administrators replace defective parts in the computers.
I see. The administrators get extra food and luxuries, so they're satisfied to keep the robots in control.
That is right, Commander.
Sometime in the past, living, intelligent beings must have put those robots in charge of the planet.
Yeah, and once the system got rolling... Commander, look. The starboard viewscope.
A spaceship. Mono, is that one of your Gobanic ships?
Yes, they blast off from the city at regular intervals.
Do they have human pilots, or are they robot-controlled?
I'm not sure. I think they're robot-operated. Though with a human being at the controls, it might be too much temptation.
To escape from Gobanic, you mean?
Yes.
I'd sure like to know where that ship's headed.
Do you know, Mono?
No. But there's no way to obtain information. If it does not directly concern your work, you do not ask questions.
What is your work, Mono? I mean, what did you do before you left the city?
I was a feeder in the document reclamation plant.
Huh?
When the records are no longer of any use, they were brought to the reclamation plant. I fed them into a vat where they were dissolved and later made into new paper.
Mono, did you ever examine any of those documents?
Yes. It is forbidden, but I have examined some of those documents before I threw them into the vat. I've even saved scraps of them.
What did you see in those documents, Mono?
The totals of what we produced, how much we had received. Only half of our wealth remains on Gobanic to be distributed among our people. The rest, well, I don't know where it goes.
If we follow that spaceship, maybe we'll find out.
I've already checked its vector, Commander.
Good. The robots rule Gobanic. Now let's see who rules the robots.
Keeping the robot ship in the viewscope, Buzz trails it on its long, curved trajectory over the star Orion 14. Finally, another planet comes into view, and Happy, following the commander's instructions, runs a series of tests on the distant world.
Commander, I've got the periscope focused now. I can see a city on that planet, and the robot ship is coming in for a landing.
Let me look in. It's a big city, all right. But something's wrong. Those buildings are in ruins. There's no sign of activity anywhere.
Then why is the robot ship landing there?
This is incredible. Some horrible disaster struck that city. The buildings are smashed and gutted. The streets are choked with rubble.
Smoke and rockets.
Now, take a good look at those ruins now. What do you see?
A lot of weeds and brambles, and a lot of rubble is covered with something that looks like moss.
Not a living soul in sight. The city was destroyed years ago, perhaps even a century.
But that robot ship is...
Take a look at the spaceport. The ship has just dumped its cargo. Now it's blasting off. Mono, I want you to see this. Look into the periscope.
Yes, Commander. The whole area is stacked with supplies, mountains of them.
where half the wealth of your planet has been going for generations.
Frontier. In the heart of this ruined city I've never used.
There's another robot ship in the viewscope, sir. Coming in with another cargo, I guess.
Yes, they'll keep coming for another 100 years unless the people of Gobanic overthrow those robots.
Commander, when Mono gets this news back to the people, he'll be a real hero instead of a fugitive.
You don't understand, Hap. The Z-type robots, Zargs as you call them, would silence me before I could speak.
Something sure ought to be done about it.
I can spread the word among those who have already escaped from the city. Perhaps in time we can build up an organization and eventually get the truth to the slaves of the robot.
You want us to take you to that farm you mentioned?
I'd appreciate it, Commander.
All right, Moon. Change back to Hap. We're returning to Gobanic.
More than an hour later, the Terra 5 settles down in a forest clearing on the planet Gobanic. As Buzz opens the outer hatch, he and Happy can see a small log hut set back among the trees.
Oh, Mono, you ought to be safe here.
At least I shall be free. And I can raise enough food for my own needs. There's a small spring behind the hut, so I'll have plenty of water.
That reminds me. One full canteen of water will see us back to our own solar system.
Of course, Commander. If one of you will come with me.
Hap, you stay here in the ship. Check the spacephone frequencies. There's a chance that the robot detectors may have seen our ship.
Yes, sir.
If you pick up anything that sounds like trouble, signal me. I'll set my miniature spacephone to emergency channel 5.
Okay, Commander. Goodbye, Mono, and good luck.
Thank you, Happy. And I hope we'll meet again when we human beings control our own destiny.
You'll conquer those robots, don't worry.
It's certainly nice and cool under these trees. Very peaceful. Hold a minute. Something moved in that central room.
Halt. By order of the Gobanic control system.
There's another one.
Having trouble, Commander?
2 Zargs, Hap. Cut on the repeller ray.
Hope you're not out of range. Here goes.
We got one of them, Hap. The repeller ray smashed him against a tree trunk.
How about the other one?
He's still coming toward us.
That's not a robot. It's one of the administrators.
Cut the repeller ray, Hap, and stand by.
Yes, sir.
Stand right where you are. Both of you.
Better do as he says, Commander. The weapon he's holding could destroy both of us in a flash.
That is correct, Mona. I have every right to destroy you right now. You have committed the capital offense of harming the robot.
Mono had nothing to do with it. The robot was smashed by my order.
And who are you?
I'm from another solar system. I don't know anything about your laws here in Gobanic, but I wrecked your robot in self-defense.
Self-defense? Huh! A human being has no right to resist a robot. The robots are the supreme authority of Gobanic.
Yes? Who made them the supreme authority?
That does not matter. Anyone who would question the authority of a robot is an idiot and a criminal.
Mono says you're an administrator. Have you ever questioned a robot's decision?
No, never. I am Roknar, administrator of Class H functions of robot control. To suggest that I, Roknar, would question a robot is an insult.
Roknar, listen.
Silence! In a moment, this weapon in my hand will wipe you off the face of Gobanic, as though you never existed.
Hap.
Yes, sir?
Full repeller ray, a quick blast.
Commander, his gun is gone.
His metal. The repeller ray whipped it out of his hand. Now, Roknar.
No! I am an administrator!
Knocked him out.
Is everything all right, Commander?
Yes, Hap. As soon as I fill this canteen, I'm bringing Mono back to the ship.
But Commander...
It isn't safe for you here. And you want to fight the robots, don't you?
Yes, of course.
Then come on. Get out of here before Roknar comes to.
We're almost up to star drive velocity, Commander.
Fine, Hap. Don't look so sad, Mono. You'll be seeing Gobanic again soon.
I was thinking of all those people. Generations of them, working endlessly, uselessly for nothing.
You'll find a way to bring them the truth, Mono. As soon as Happy and I report to our government, we'll bring you back to Gobanic.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Hi, Space Patrollers. Commander Corry here. As I promised, I've got a secret message for you. It's the Space Patrol password. Now, write it down. Then turn the right-hand master code dial on your rocket cockpit to each symbol. The actual letters appear in the little window. Now, here goes. E2, L5. That's E2, L5. Second word. N1, O12, L5, T18, E20. Repeat. N1, O12, L5, T18, E20. Now you have the official password. And you can have so much more fun with your rocket cockpit. It's equipped with moving stratoviewer, speed controls, secret star drive mechanism, and sensational working atom cannons. Now, don't miss out on all the fun. Write for your rocket cockpit today, before the offer expires. Send your name and address, and 25 cents in coin, along with 2 wrappers from any size Nestle's chocolate bars, to Nestle, Box 54, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Box 54, St. Louis, Missouri.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are walking across the spaceport of a deserted, ruined city on the planet Wormic.
Hap, look up there ahead. The end of that big stack of supplies.
It's an opening in the ground.
Was it there a minute ago?
Yes, I don't know. I don't think so. Look, the rockets. Look what's coming out of that hole. It's a giant beetle.
It's a robot tank.
Whatever it is, it's a monster. And it's coming toward us.
Get back to the ship, Hap. Hurry.
Hey, Commander, the robot's right behind us.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Watchman of Wormic. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Norman Jolly, Ken Mayer, Bela Kovac, and Tony Sides. Dick Tufeld speaking. This week's Space Patrol was brought to you by Nestle's Eveready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk, and famous Nestle's chocolate bars. This program is broadcast for our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network.
High adventure in the wild vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. Now today's Space Patrol adventure, The Watchman of Wormic. On a recent voyage of exploration to the star Orion 14, 50,000 light years from the sun, Buzz and Happy discovered 2 planets. One called Gobonic is populated by human beings whose lives are completely controlled by electronic thinking machines and mechanical robots. The Space Patrollers saved one of these inhabitants from an attack by a robot. Now, after a brief flight back to Terra for supplies, Buzz and Happy have returned to Gobonic with their passenger Mono. The Terra 5 settles down in a valley hundreds of miles from the nearest city.
Stand by for landing. Cut rocket. Hit repeller ray. Yes, sir.
Well, here you are, Mono. Back on Gobonic. I'm deeply grateful. I don't know how safe you'll be with those robots looking for you. The robots seldom stray far from the city, unless they're directly on the trail of someone who has escaped. They don't use any kind of spacecraft or aircraft to search for you? No. Our only spaceships are the robot-controlled craft that take cargoes to the deserted planet. Oh, by the way, Mono, what do you call that planet? I believe it must be Wormic. At certain times of the year, a bright star moves across the night sky. Whether it is the same planet we visited in your ship, I cannot say.
Oh, it must be. There's only one other planet circling Orion 14. You'd see it as a moving star against the 6 stars in your sky.
I know you're anxious to explore Wormic for the mineral you're looking for, so I'll leave you now.
All right. Hap, get that crate of spaceophones from Mono.
Yes, sir.
You remember how they operate, don't you, Mono?
Yes, Commander.
You want to be careful. Don't let these instruments get into the hands of the robots or the administrators.
We'll be very careful, Commander. My first task will be to take one of these spacephones to Anila in the city.
Anila? Oh, that's the girl you told us about.
But, Mono, how are you going to get to the city?
I'll find a way. Here, Hap. I'll take the box.
Okay, Mono. Careful, it's heavy.
I've got it. Thank you.
Open the hatch for him, Happy.
Yes, sir.
We'd like to give you more help, Mono, but we're outsiders. If we were to interfere actively, the administrators would turn the robots against us and also against large sections of your own people.
Sure, they'll try to put down the revolt in a hurry.
I understand. But with these spacephones placed with our sympathizers in the cities, we can tell the people the truth. We can tell them that half of all they produce is dumped on a deserted planet.
Yeah, and when they hear that, they'll make the administrators change the robot.
I'll open the outer hatch. Goodbye, Mono, and good luck.
Goodbye, Commander. Goodbye, Happy. And thank you for everything.
So long, Mono.
Let's get ready to blast off, Hap.
Yes, sir.
I hope we've done the right thing.
You mean about the spaceophone?
Yes. The Gabonic administrators, like a fellow Roknar, aren't going to give up a good thing without a struggle.
They could still have a good thing if they listen to reason.
The robot government is a form of dictatorship, Happy. And dictators aren't famous for listening to reason. Now, let's see what we're in for on Wormic. Close port. Fire jet. Up, skipping away.
In the chief city of the planet Gobonic, a girl sits at a crude table in a small room writing.
Yes? You're an administrator.
Yes. I am Roknar, administrator of Class H functions and robot controls. And you are Anila.
Yes, I'm Anila.
Where is Mono?
Mono?
Yes, Mono. Your friend who works in the document reclamation plant. Where is he?
Well, I don't know. That's the truth. I don't know.
When did you see him last?
4 days ago, we had lunch together in the 4th Sector Commissary.
And you haven't seen him since?
No.
That's strange. You are such good friends. Have you wondered about him? Have you been worried?
Yes. No. I haven't been worried. Why should I worry?
You're lying. You know that Mono has escaped from the city.
Escaped? No, I didn't know he'd escaped.
But you knew he was going to try. You knew he was an aberrationist.
An aberrationist?
Apparently, you do not know that a few misguided individuals have that insane idea that they know more than the robots. They feel that they can improve upon the routine and regulations set down by the electronic computers.
Mono did nothing wrong.
Anila, are you an aberrationist? Well, are you?
No. I've done nothing against the robots.
That's good. Since you are loyal to the Gobonic control system, you will be happy to learn that Mono will never return to the city.
You know where he is?
Yes. I happened to witness his tragic fate.
Oh, no.
He has no one to blame but himself. He fled and was destroyed.
What happened to him?
His fate is too horrible to describe. Perhaps you know some of his friends. People who may also be misguided. Perhaps you can keep them from making Mono's mistakes.
Oh, Mono.
That's all, Anila. And I hope it will not be necessary to call on you again.
Mono. Mono.
Millions of DUs from Gobonic. Commander Corry brings the terrified down on the huge spaceport of the deserted city on the planet Wormic. The city is in ruins from a disaster that, from all appearances, occurred a century ago. Yet at regular intervals, robot spaceships from Gobonic land and dump their cargoes, as they have for ages past. Mountains of unused supplies now almost cover the spaceport.
Landing secured, sir.
Okay, Hap. We'll stay in the ship till we make a thorough instrument check by spacephone, viewscope, and periscope.
Oh, that city must be deserted, sir. There's no sign of life. Whatever or whoever wrecked the city sure did a thorough job.
It looks that way. But if we're going to bring ships here from our solar system to mine super uranium, we want to be sure that Wormic is completely safe.
Well, on our way back to Terra the last time, you said you thought robots might still be controlling Wormic.
That's right.
But, sir, the city was destroyed years ago. What would keep the robots running? And if they're operating, where are they?
Somewhere underground or in a partly wrecked building. Perhaps they're harmless. Perhaps they're not. It's our job to find out.
Commander, there's a ship in the viewscope.
One of the robot ships from Gobonic coming in with another cargo.
It makes me sick just to think of it. The people of Gobonic working like slaves, producing goods to dump here on Wormic.
If Mona's successful, it'll be different, Hap. Empty ships will arrive from Gobonic and haul this stuff back to where it belongs.
Oh, I hope that'll be soon.
Let's check the instruments, Hap. If we don't pick up any robot probe rays, we'll get out and look around after that robot ship takes off. For several hours, Anila has lain on her bed in her room, too stunned by grief even to think.
Yes. No.
Anila.
You're alive. Oh, you're alive.
Of course I'm alive.
You told me something terrible had happened to you, that no one would ever see you again.
Who told you?
The Administrator Rocknar.
The administrator was here?
Yes, but it doesn't matter now. He's gone and you're safe. You've come back.
Yes, but I can't stay. Listen, something wonderful has happened. I've got news that will free all of Gobonic from the robots. I've got proof that the robot control system is all wrong. With this little instrument here, we can broadcast that proof all over Gobonic.
Oh, I've never seen you like this. So excited. Your eyes are... Well, now, you've been through a terrible experience. Lie down and rest, and I'll...
Listen to me, please. See this? It's a space phone. I can talk to our friends out on the farms hundreds of miles away. And they can talk to me here in the city. And the robots and the administrators will never know it. Watch. I'll show you how it works.
Commander Corry and Cadet Happy have emerged from the spaceship and are working their way around the vast heaps of supplies toward the ruined city. Each is armed with a blast gun and carries a miniature spaceophone equipped with a translator.
Well, so far, Wormic seems perfectly safe. No electronic control signals, no harmful radiation.
Hap, hold it. Look up there, at the end of that big stack of supplies.
An opening in the ground.
Yes, was it there a minute ago?
Gee, sir, I don't know. I don't think so. Smoke and rockets. Look what's coming out of that hole. It's a giant beetle.
A robot tank with legs and tractor treads.
Whatever it is, it's a monster. And it's coming right toward us.
Get back to the ship, Hap. Hurry.
It's gaining on us.
Commander Corry, this is Mono in Gobonic City.
It's Mono on the miniature spaceophone.
Commander, can you hear me? This is Mono.
Yes, Mono. I can't talk to you now. Contact me in 10 minutes.
It's Sergeant, Commander. You've got to help me. Anila's in danger.
Oh, whatever it is, I'll trade places with her. Commander, that robot's right behind us. Hey, it's closing in, Commander.
We can't outrun it. Maybe we can hold it off a minute. There's a small space between those two stacks of supplies. Duck through the gap quickly.
Yes, sir. We stopped it, sir. It can't get through the opening. Keep running, Hap.
There may be other robots around. Hap, here comes one of those robot ships from Gobonic.
We're right in this landing pad.
Get away from this stack of supplies. It's probably going to dump its cargo right here.
Commander's going to smash us.
Hit the dirt, Hap.
Oh, that was close.
Look, a beetle-shaped robot plowing through that stack of supplies.
supplies. Oh, it's on our trail again, sir.
You'll never make it to our ship.
It'll mow us down before we can get 100 yards.
Hap, run for the other ship. Hurry.
Great. The robot will attack us. Into the cargo hatch, quick, before it closes. Yes, sir. Oh. Hey, it worked. The robot stopped. Maybe our blast guns will put it out of commission.
Whoever built that giant watchdog must have put teeth in it. If we attack it, it'd probably blow this whole ship apart.
Commander, the hatch closed. We're trapped.
Well, at least we're safe from that elephant-sized beetle.
Oh, we're out of one jam, and we're in another. The ship will take us back to Gabonic.
Here we go, Hap. Relax and enjoy the trip.
What happens when we set down on Gabonic?
We'll stay in the ship. Then when we return to Wormic with another load, we will make a dash for the Terra 5 before the mechanical watchman wakes up.
Commander Corry, can you hear me?
Hey, it's Mono. I've forgotten all about him.
Corry here, Mono. Sorry I couldn't talk to you before, but we were a trifle busy.
I was afraid you deserted me. I'm at a dealer's place in the city.
Yes?
But there's a robot that's holding me. Vortena suspects something. If I leave now, the robot will follow me, and Vortena will arrest the dealer. He'll find the space support. If you can't help me, Commander, everything will be lost.
I'd help you if I could, Mono, but there's nothing I can do.
I thought of something, Commander. I may be able to get Anila out of the city. If you could pick us up in your ship before the robots track us
That's
down...
just the trouble, Mono. I don't have my ship.
What?
I'm in a robot freighter bound for Gabonic. I'll have to ride out a round trip back to Wormic to get my own ship.
But it may be hours or even days before that ship will be reloaded for blast off.
Days? Smoking rockets. All right, Mono. Happy and I get to Anila's place and decoy the robots. You two could escape, right?
Yes, Commander. It would give us a chance.
Now, could Happy and I return to the spaceport and stow away in an outbound freighter without being caught?
For a human being to get aboard a spaceship... Well, it's such an unheard of idea on Gabonic that the robots may not even be adjusted to detect it.
Good. What about our space patrol uniforms? Won't they attract attention when we walk down the streets of the city?
I never thought of that. Of course they will. You'll be picked up as a non-conforming aberration.
Well, how can we get some Gabonic-style clothes?
The work barracks at the port. During a shift, there'll be no one in the barracks. If you can sneak in without being seen, you can find some off-duty clothes.
Okay. Now, Mono, give me the exact layout of the spaceport and how to find Anila's place, and the safest way to avoid the robot patrol.
Tensely, Buzz and Happy crouch in the empty cargo hold as the robot ship sets down at the spaceport on Gabonic. A few seconds after landing, the cargo hatch automatically opens. Cautiously, the space patrollers peer out of the ship.
No one in sight, sir, except clear over there. Over there where they're loading.
That long rambling structure down there must be the work barracks. Let's go, Hap, and keep on the far side of this row of ships.
Yes, sir.
Here's our first real test, Hap. The barracks.
I sure hope there's nobody in there goofing off.
Have your ray gun ready.
Thanks.
We're in luck. It's deserted. There along the wall, Hap. Those racks of clothing.
Yeah, with the numbers over them. Well, I guess they're numbers.
Find a pair large enough to go over your uniform, Hap.
These look about right. Hey, is that an alarm?
Maybe the signal for change of shift. Hurry, get into your outfit. This barracks will be swarming in a minute.
In Anila's dimly lighted room some distance from the spaceport, the girl and Mono wait in anxious silence for a message from Commander Corry. The moments drag on. Then finally Mono speaks.
I should never have tried to involve the commander in our trouble. I was a fool to think they could make it.
Mono, come to the window.
What is it?
They're gone. The robot patrol's gone. The street's deserted.
Faulkner must have given up. At least for the time being. If I hadn't involved the commander in this, we could escape, but at least out of the city.
Steps outside. In the hall.
Grab those space phones, quickly.
I'll put them under the bed.
I'll help you.
There. It's Mike just as the woman leads him down the hall. She sometimes comes.
All right, Mono. Don't move.
Administrator Roknar, if you please. Both of you. You are coming with me.
No. No, not Anila. She hasn't done anything wrong.
She's shielding an aberrationist. An escapee. Now, stand over there and by the wall so I can keep an eye on you while I search this room.
You won't find anything here, Rognar. Better get a couple of your robot bodyguards to help you. By the way, where are they?
They are waiting around the corner near my surface car. You'll see them when we go to the discipline center.
Discipline center? You can't take Anila there. I tell you, she hasn't done anything.
Shut up. And get over by the wall as I told you.
Don't argue with him, Mono. It doesn't matter. If he takes you, I want to go too.
You shall, Anila, you shall. Now, let me see. Where would the twisted mind of an aberrationist attempt to hide something? Oh, yes. Huh. Under the bed, of course.
Commander Corry.
Oh, boy, I've done Roknar.
Wow, what a punch. Nice going, Commander.
Have to get Roknar with him. Yes, sir. You gave very clear directions, Mono. Oh, the young lady, I suppose, is your friend, Anila. Oh, yes. Excuse me. Anila, this is Commander Corry and Cadet Happy.
How do you do?
Here's Roknar's gun, Commander, and this other thing. I don't know what it is, but it was fastened to his belt.
Oh, thanks, Happy. What is this thing, Mono? Do you know? Be careful. Don't touch any of those buttons. That's a robot control unit. Oh, how does it work? I've never seen one up close before. Only administrators have them. There's some lettering over the switches. Perhaps I could figure it out. I'm sorry. It's not in regular Gabonic. It's administrative code.
Perhaps I can decipher it. I've operated computers that use this code.
Good. Here, Anila.
This control unit is for Z-type ARG robots.
Oh, the Zards. Yeah, the robots look like human beings.
Yes. This switch is a zone alarm control, steering all Z-type robots toward the unit if it's pressed.
Uh-oh. We don't need that one.
The second switch cuts in the command circuit, gives specific orders to individual robots.
Could either of you give orders to a robot? No. There are certain key words only the administrators know.
And this third button is the proximity nullifier switch.
A which switch?
It cancels the impulses that are causing a robot to act. If the robot is near, stop.
Could he get by any robot patrol or robot guard with that gadget? Well, most of them. Except perhaps those at the higher levels at the administrative headquarters. Good. Perhaps see if he can revive Roknar. We'll make him drive all of us to the spaceport.
All of us?
Yes. We can control Roknar with his own gun. And the robots with this gadget.
I think Roknar's waking up, sir.
Okay, get him on his feet. You and Mono keep his gun in his ribs, and I'll handle the robot control. Anila, the space phone.
Yes, I'll get them.
Come on, Roknar. Get up. You're going for a ride.
Feeling the gun pressed against his back, Roknar, the administrator, meekly accompanies Buzz and his friends down the stairs to the street and around the corner where three human-looking robots stand motionless by a surface car. Buzz presses the third button on the control unit, and the robots remain rigid as Happy forces Roknar behind the wheel. The others get in, then Buzz orders.
All right, Roknar, to the spaceport. Let's get going.
You won't get away with this, Corry.
Don't try any tricks. And drive carefully.
Yeah, Roknar. The life you saved may be your own.
The reluctant Roknar drives through the city to the spaceport. As the car glides through the gate, Buzz presses the control switch and the robot guard stands motionless. Buzz forces Roknar to halt the surface car in the dark shadow of the stack of supplies. A few yards away loom the dim hulks of empty spaceships waiting to be moved to the loading area.
It's all clear, Commander. No one's in sight.
All right. Everybody out and get aboard the nearest ship. You too, Roknar.
No. I can't leave Gobanic. It's unthinkable.
Nobody's asking you to think. Anyway, isn't thinking just for robots?
You're getting in that ship with Captain Calio. Get going. Let's go, Anila.
Riding a spaceship, this is exciting.
You're mad. All of you, completely mad. Mad, I tell you, you're mad. Completely mad.
Half carrying the terrified Roknar between them, Buzz and Happy move swiftly to the spaceship, followed by Mono and Anila. Climbing through the open cargo hatch, they work their way forward into a cramped compartment. After a seeming eternity, the ship is towed to the loading platform, and the cargo hold is crammed with supplies. As the hatch clangs shut, Buzz and Happy instinctively brace themselves for the shock of blastoff. Buzz leads the others back toward the cargo hold. Working in the dark, they tie Roknar with strips torn from his jacket. Hours pass. And then...
The repeller ray just cut on. We're sitting down in Wormic.
Wormic?
Sure. That's where your stupid robot system has been sending half the wealth of your planet. Didn't you know?
I didn't know where it went. That wasn't in my department.
Listen, everybody. When the ship lands, the cargo hatch will automatically open and the cargo will be dumped out. Now, wait till I give the signal. Then jump out of the ship and follow Happy and me. Understand?
Yes, Commander.
I understand.
Remember, when I give the word, move fast.
Yes, sir. What about me? You got me tied up?
We're going back to Gobanic in this ship. We just brought you along to make sure we'd get here.
Yeah, you'll be able to work free of those bonds long before you get back to Gobanic.
This is going to be noisy.
What did I tell you?
All right, let's go before that hatch closes.
Give me your hand, Amelia.
There's Terra 5 right over there. Let's go.
Bon voyage, Watchman.
Commander, there it comes. Old Beetlepuss again.
What is it?
It's a robot.
It looks like some giant insect.
Now, don't look back. Just keep running. We're nearly to the ship.
Commander, it's gaining on us.
Get him aboard, Hap. Be ready to blast off.
Quick, Anita. Stop there. You're next, Mono. Into the ship.
That monster is big enough to crush this ship.
Get aboard, Hap. We're going to try to hold this robot off with a blaster.
Commander, if you miss it, it'll go for you.
Check, you've got passengers aboard. Prepare to blast off. That's an order.
Nice shot, Commander. You stopped it.
I always wondered how those old-time big game hunters felt when they were charged by a rhinoceros. Now I know.
You must have blasted that robot right in the control center. I sure hope that's the last of the robots here on Wormic.
You've given me courage, Commander. Now I know that the robots can be conquered.
Good, Mono. You've got a real battle on your hands back in Gobanic.
The other ship was Roknar, and he's gone.
Yeah, it blasted off while we were being chased by that iron beetle.
Let's get back to Gobanic. I think Mono wants to get to work and show those robots who's boss.
Join us again next week for another thrilling adventure with Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.